What just happened? I gotta check if I'm live now? What the hell just happened here? Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. Microphone check. What's up, Troublesome? Look at all these girls licking ears right now. There's so many of them. There's so many girls licking ears at the moment. It's crazy, guys. This girl's singing. But look at all the girls licking ears right now. She's a good one. She's Spanish. Mommy 18 plus. ASMR. Damn. Oh, I gotta check my channel. Dude. Yeah, I don't know why it just cut off for me. That was so weird. It does that, like, every once in a while it'll do that. Very weird. Where's my chat? Breakfast time. This girl is making breakfast in a bikini. This chick is making breakfast in a bikini. Introducing chat highlights. We are start guest star. What is that? Okay. Tara J. J. Dewala? What's up? What's up? What's up? All right. Let's I think I'm good. I think I'm good. Lost 3 subscribers in the past 28 days. This is bullshit. Who left? Whoever left this channel? Fuck you, man. Whoever left this channel, I got something for you. Right there. That's for you, right there. I'm over here hanging out, and you're leaving me? You're leaving me? You're gonna leave me now? Fine, just go. Just go. Fine. Fine then. Just go. Fine. I don't even care. Just go. Yeah. What do you want for 4 borough point 4 3 milliliter? So you're saying maybe if I wrap that around a 3, I'd be good. I think is what you're getting at, right? You're basically saying oh, okay, Tim, I'm reading your question wrong. I'm so sorry, man. I just read Tim B. I read your question wrong because I have 2 chats up and I thought it was troublesome, so I didn't understand the question. What do I want for 4 borough 0.4 3 millimeter coils? Like 2 sets? 2 sets so that you have 4 coils? It wouldn't be much. I mean, I literally would sell aliens for $10 or less, so it wouldn't be much. If you want 2 sets, it would be like $25 after shipping for 2 sets of them. I could make them whenever. I can make them here. I gotta make Fralians. Right now, we're gonna make a set of Fralians, and then I think I'm gonna do the super stag. Let me actually try to find a super stag that you could, so you know what the hell it is. Let me find a picture of one. I just ate, so I'm kind of like resting my stomach at the moment and drinking my coffee. This is my Instagram. Let's do it like this. Let's do Instagram like this real quick. Just let me get let me wake up a little more. This is BLXST. This is a rapper. Yep it is. Let's go to my profile. Let's scroll down a bit, shall we? Let's find a super stag. Good, that's what I'm doing. Just trying to find a super stag, also known as like a centipede build. There's Meadow when she was a little baby. She was just a little baby that day. So small. 4 months old. This is one of my favorite builds I ever did. I love that build. There's going to be one soon, I know it. We need a super stag. A super stag. That's a pitchfork. That's a staggerton. That's the build I really like right there. We need a super stag. Super duper stag. Where are all my super stags? We need a picture of a super stag. Look at this build. Damn, I wasn't fucking around that night, huh? Holy shit. God damn, that's a good one, huh? Super stag right here. From Coil Class. Yeah, that's what I'm building right here. Super stag Coil Class. Hold on. Is there a better picture? Or is that it? There's a super stag there. That's a good one. Look at this Coil Class binary build. Oh my god, I did that live in Coil Class. Look at that thing. Damn. That was good. There's got to be another super stag around. I want like a better picture of one. I've done them a lot. There's gotta be pictures of them. I've done them so many times. I like super stags. They're a fun one to do. I could do super stags all day, to be honest. I guess we'll see if I can. There's a good, okay, here's a really good set. It's a really good set of them. These are super stags. It's basically exactly what I'm going to build. So, that's them. And I need to screenshot this. I'll get it on the screen. Do that. And we're going to cut this bad motherfucker out of here like this. Do it like that. I'll cut him out. We'll save him. Let's save him to the PC. We're just gonna call him. That's what we're gonna call him. Super stag. And we're gonna X this one out. And we're gonna actually X this out now. And then we're actually going to make this bigger. You can't do Barrow and Super Stag now. I don't think so. There's also a thing with the barrel coils that they're so fucking small. Like, you have to make them so small that, like, fitting all that wire in there, it's going to be too big for your RDA also. There's, like, a whole bunch of things you can't. Yeah, the reason why you can't do them. There's certainly a thing with barrow coils that it's almost, if you weren't around when barrow coil, like when like these devices came out and shit, there's certainly like a war that goes on with people that vape coils like this, that vape coils like this, and people that vape this. And it's almost like these people, now I vape both, but these people will be like, that's too much, you know, that's too much. And then these people are like, stop being a pussy vaping that thing, you know? So these are like, stop being a pussy vaping this thing. And these are like, why you gotta be so much? Why you gotta be so much all the time, huh? Why? You're not as addictive, why you gotta be so much? You know, why do you need such big coils? I just need a little coil, and I'm quite satisfied with just a little coil. And that's kind of what's going on, okay? So when this one goes, ooh, that's a nice super stag you got in there, and this one's like, yeah, I know. I wonder if I could. You can't. That's pretty much what's going on. I wonder if I could fit a fancy coil. No, you can't. Like that. You have to use really small, so, okay. I feel like if I do that, I'm going to be making super small barrow coils the rest of my life. I swear to God, if I make one super stag that's a barrow coil, I'm going to get so many messages. I don't know. You would have to, okay, so a super stag has to be at least, I don't know. No. It would be so hard. It's possible. I would literally charge $55 a set. Because it's that small. You could do it with 0.2 ribbon. But no, those ohmed out to 0.04. Just to give you an idea, those dual coils, I remember, ohmed out to 0.04. Like, you can't really vape two of them, period. What's up, Chrome? I guess I could, like, there's definitely... like, you could try it. Like, one of those ohms out to 0.08. Just one of them coils is 0.08. You would have to... Yeah, I also think they would just be too big. I think they would be too big to fit in there, too. I think I could get them to the ohms by using 0.2 ribbon and, like, 30 gauge. It would be so small you wouldn't be able to see it. And it probably would be too big, it wouldn't fit in your device. There's something you gotta understand about, like, builds like this. It's like exactly like this. Look, this is kind of the problem that you're gonna have with fancy coils in a barrow device. So I'm about to show you a coil. Now this coil right here is smaller than a super stag. This is a smaller wire. Super stags are a little bigger than this. Now look at, this is the alien, okay? Now check this out. This should kind of get you to understand why this ain't gonna work out. These are smaller than a super stag. These are smaller or around the same size. The super stag would probably have to be around 4 wraps. Now look at the alien I built yesterday for mouth to lung. You ready? This is the alien that I would send to you for the ohms that you want for your barrow devices. You ready? You ready to see the size difference? That's why it won't work. It's so much bigger. It's like way bigger. 2 times in size. Just 2 wraps or 5 wraps. So that's also why it won't work. I could get it down as thin as like I could get it down to 0.2 millimeter, very, very thin. But the wideness of a super stag is just too much. There's just so much going on. So 2 wraps of this is equivalent to 5 wraps of this, and that's pretty much why it doesn't work. Plus, look at the leads. Look at the leads compared to this lead. They're just humongous. They're huge wires. Huge. Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, it's super wide. It's just such a big difference between an alien and something like this. 2 wraps. 2 wraps, 5 wraps. It's twice the size, you know. More than twice the size. Yeah, I'll hate life doing that. I think one day I want to try it. One day I want to try to do like a really fancy build in a burrow, just to do it, just to show you like why it's so ridiculous. And this is something that I've known for a while, but it's a super stag, and if you make 2 wraps of a super stag, so, okay. Okay. So you're asking questions. Okay, so you're asking kind of basic coil building questions. Okay. So yeah, you're asking basic coil building questions. Let me just explain what coil building, how coil building works. Okay, so, in ohms, alright, let's say ohms, okay, safe ohms is going to be around 0.12 with most batteries. That's your safe ohm. Not safe is 0.00 ohms. This is called a short, which basically means that there wasn't enough metal to properly transport that electric. Okay? There isn't, so this would literally be 0.00 would literally be if I took a 20 gauge wire okay, so let me just put it this way. This would literally be just a bar, no coil, no wrap. It would just be a bar from here to here would be a short. You just connected them to, period. You connected them to. So that would be, this would be no coil. It would just be a straight line, no coil. Okay? This one, this 0.11, this 0.12 here, that's like a 5 wrap, okay? So this 0.12 isn't no coil, it's a 5 wrap. Now, if we take 1 wrap out of that, it's going to drop down to like 0.10. If we take another wrap out of that, it's going to put us down to like 0.07. If we take another wrap out of that, it's going to take us down to 0.05 or 4. And then if we take another wrap out of that and it's 1 wrap, we're going to be down to 0.02. This is the safe area. You want to be around this. I'll fuck around with this. I've even fucked around with this. This is so close to a short, you're almost making a bomb. So, when I have a big coil, right, that is, if it's dual coil, 0.08, that's dual. And then if it's single, 0.16, because they double when you double them up, right? The ohms double because now you have more metal to transport. If it's single, 0.16 at 4 wraps, then if I were to take 2 wraps out of there, I'm pretty much going back to the 0.08. So if it's 4 wraps, I take 2 wraps out, 2 wrap, 0.08. That could, a short could blow the battery. A short will just, it will connect the battery's currents and it will, yeah, it'll blow up. Yeah. It'll start to vent. The battery will vent. The wire probably will too. It probably all will go. The whole world is going. So, I hope this kind of makes sense. The less wraps, yeah, so basically in general, less wraps, lower ohms. Less wraps, more ohms. Dual coil, higher ohms. Okay. So every time you put a wrap in, you're raising the ohms to a safer place. So around that safe place, in general, you don't want to do 3 wrap. You don't even want to fuck around with 3 wrap in general. This is a little different. This 3 wrap's a little different because it just, you know, I built it so it's safe anyway. But, so why this is important for barrows is because in general, most barrows are just 3 wires. They're aliens, you know, they're just 3 wires, 1, 2, 3. The more wires you add, though, the lower the ohms get. That's the other thing, is when you there's a whole bunch of shit you gotta think of. So you would think if I added more wires, like if I added more wires and aliened it up and staggered it and put a microclapped it in there, you would think more wire, it could handle more electric. No. Well, yes in a way, and no. You didn't put more wires in there. You made your wires more like a bigger wire, if that makes sense. So, just because you're adding wires by alienating it doesn't always necessarily mean that the ohms are raising, because then you just made all these wires 1 wire. So your 28 gauges that you're using for your aliens, right? You just put 3 of them together and binded them. You now have like a 20 gauge wire. Okay, you just made like a 20 gauge wire out of 4 wires. 20 gauge is thicker than 28. It also means it's less safe. Okay? A little less safe. Because you're getting closer to that short area, that 0 ohms, that 0.0 or 0 ohm, you know? So, once you make aliens, you're also working against yourself, if that makes sense. But you get more flavor, you get more production, you get, you know, everything's better about aliens. So, when you're working with a barrow, you really have to be like, I kind of got to give up fancy coils a little bit. I have to sacrifice no fancy coils. Now, that doesn't mean I'm saying it's impossible. Anything's possible, really, with the coil building. Anything's possible. It depends how much work you want to put into it. More wires you add, the lower the ohms go. Yes. But the longer the wire, the higher the ohms go. Okay? The bigger the wire, the lower the ohms. The longer the wire, the higher the ohms. Okay? So it's all about mass and length. Mass and length. The mass of the wire, the thickness, so either 28 or 24, or a single 28, or an alien, right? That's the mass. This, the bigger it is, the lower the ohms. The length, the longer it is, the higher the ohms. So 1 rap is like a short. 10 raps is like an ohm, you know? You get more with more length. You get less with more mass. Okay? Hopefully that makes sense. I hope I explained that a little bit. And ohms, knowing Ohm's law for coil building is super important. I could not. I wanted to make a video on this. I would say I'm one of the experts on this Ohm's law, and I don't know Ohm's law. I don't know Ohm's law. I understand Ohm's law. I understand, like, you know, why you need to practice this safety, but I could not break down the thing to. I would have to look it up to break down the actual thing, but I just understand things, I guess. I don't know. I just understand how a battery works, and I don't really need the formula all the time. I get it. This battery could handle this. Don't do less than that. I just get it. This is what this could handle. Yeah. It's rough. Like Ohm's law and getting into coil building and learning like the math part of it, it could be rough, but if you just listen to me and just know that around 0.11 is a safe place to be at, and I'll fuck around anywhere around there. Anywhere around that 0.11. I'll mess with 0.06 coils. I'll mess with 0.05 coils on the right mod. Once you get into the barrows, yeah, you really got to stay high on them. So fancy coils are going to be rare. I still want to try it one day, though. They do have apps for Ohm's law, but some things, yeah, you're not going to find. Like, you're not going to find some of the shit I'm talking about. Okay. Yeah, corrugated coils are not in the apps. I wouldn't say it's alien claptons and that's it. Aliens are going to be the main ones for barrows because a lot of what's popular with coils is based on how easy they are to make and how and what people know. Tim B, you know what some of these coils are called now because you've been in this show for a little bit, but most people that have a barrow deck would be like, what the fuck is a super static, you know? So they don't ask. People don't typically ask for anything but aliens for barrows. You don't get a lot of questions like, can I put a fancy coil in my burrow? Because burrows aren't really a fancy coil thing. Most people ask fancy coils like they have an RDA they really like and it's just sitting there and they just want to put a fancy build in it for like a collector's thing. Also, I don't sell, like, I wouldn't sell super stags to you and be like, vape them. I would say, yo, you just had a coil artist, one of the most popular in the world, make you super stags. I would not vape them. That's kind of where I'm at with, like, vaping fancy coils. But yeah, I'm out here, Brad. I'm about to actually make some Fralians. I'm actually about to make coils to make sure I have them for you, Brad. So, I'm going to make the Fralians. I kind of already have burrow coils, but I'll make more burrow coils. I'm not opposed to trying super stags for a burrow deck, but I really don't think it's going to be something somebody's going to want to buy. I think it would be a cool little experiment, but that's it. Some coils are more of an art thing, some coils are definitely more of a vaping thing. Aliens are kind of like the coil to do. Like, I could sit here all day, right? I could sit here all day and be like, aliens suck. Buy my super stacks for $40 a set, right? I could sit here all day and tell you that the coils that everybody else is selling you are fucking garbage. But the honest truth is that everybody sells aliens because they're the best coils. That's like just what it is. You got aliens and Fralians are the two best. Fralians are kind of too big for burrow. So most of the time, people are only going to sell aliens for burrows because they know that's your best choice. They won't give you any other options. If you wanted something fancy, I would say let the coil builder do something bigger so that you could actually see it with your naked eye, because sometimes I'm showing you stuff here. Like, these coils I built yesterday. Super fancy, super intricate, got a microclap in it. To the naked eye, you can see it. If I were to go any smaller, nobody would see it. Like, the person buying it wouldn't be able to see it without a magnifying glass because it doesn't look like much there, but when you zoom in, there's a whole lot going on, you know? So these are the coils I built yesterday. Don't look like too much, look like frame staples from far away. And then when you get in, there's some microclappings going on and stuff. A whole bunch of stuff going on. And to see this with the naked eye is going to be hard. These would never go in a burrow. These are way too big for a burrow. Let me show you what the size difference is between these. Where's that coil? But these would also never go in a burrow. So the size difference between the ones I built yesterday and a burrow coil are kind of the same deal. It's like 2 wraps, 3 wraps almost. They're so much bigger. And that's pretty much where the problem is. Burrow coil next to the coils I built yesterday. Yeah, see, some people like Razorback aliens, but you know, some of us catch on later than others. What am I listening to? Mario Brothers? What's this, just a little samba?
I'm about to rock your world with some Fralians, guys. Wait till you see these bad motherfuckers. Bad motherfucker right here, man. That bad motherfucker right there, man. That guy, he bad motherfucker, man. That's one bad motherfucker, man. You see that guy? That's one bad motherfucker, man. You see that guy over there? That's one bad motherfucker, man. Don't fuck with me. Get straight. Thank you. Don't you dare fucking. It is fucking with me, isn't it? Piece of shit. Yeah, some people like Razorback aliens. What are you gonna do? It's over there? Oh, that's weird. Hold on. That's the back of my head? Okay. I just elbowed you off the table. I apologize, guys. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Hiya! Watch out now. I'm dangerous. Watch out now. Alright. Working in the rain, that sucks, Brad. I'm working in the rain too. It's fucking terrible, man. Okay. I'm about to blow your minds right now. Watch this shit. What the hell? That's a bad one. What? What's going on? I hate that when you pull off the first two, they're straight. And then these ones ain't straight, so now I gotta kind of stretch it. But now the other ones ain't stretched. So... No, no, you cannot make that. No, do not use NI200. Tim B, super important, do not use that NI200. No. You could play with it, you cannot vape it. You could play with it, but yeah, you can't do much with 28 and 26. 28 and 26 are like, they're pretty similar wires. They're both pretty, like, yeah, they're similar wires. I don't want to say they're both big wires. I consider that's when, like, the change happens. 27 and 28 actually feel super different, but they're very similar. 28 feels much softer than 27 to me. For whatever reason, I could tell 27 apart from 28 very easily. And I could tell 27 apart from 26 very easily. NI200 is for temperature use and temperature use only. You are not allowed to use that in power mode under any circumstances. NI200 is so nickel that if you vape it dry, it will poison you.
NI200 was one of the stupidest things they fucking came out with in vaping, and I wish they never did it, because people bought it because it had nichrome in it and nichrome 80. It is so dangerous to vape. It just never should have been put out. It is a temperature-only wire, NI200, and most people don't know that. If you use it in just power mode, and like the coil isn't wet enough, it starts, the metal starts breaking down, and you start inhaling metal. It's one of the things they talk about on the news about people that vape, that the metals from the vapes are getting into people's lungs. That's kind of what they're talking about. People don't use it anymore in the vape community, the NI200, because it's so finicky to play with too. I've built coils with it. I've built temperature coils with it, and it's super soft. It feels funny. Yeah, definitely don't vape that. You could play with it. Like, you can play with NI200 all day. Just don't vape it. You can look up a Rip Trippers video, NI200. I don't know. I just never liked the temperature control thing. I think it was stupid. I never liked it. I think it was finicky to play with. I just always, like, I was fine. Sometimes, like, things come out in vaping and just in life in general, and I'm just like, yeah, but I was fine. You know, I didn't really need this. You know? Sometimes you don't think you need it, and then you find out, oh shit, I needed this, you know? Like, you know, I didn't really like squonk mods at first. I was like, you know, why? I mean, was it really that big of a deal to drip your fucking juice? Or were you really stressing out about this? That you needed to invent something to not drip juice anymore? Is this the problem? Because if it's all about dripping juice, I think we can figure something out. So, I guess it just depends how you look at things. If you want to start making coils, you should start watching Coil Class. Yeah, I kind of go through it all. In Coil Class, I tell you like the best wires to buy at first. You have some of them, but you need some small wires. You need some 36 gauge, it sounds like. 36-26 is a good place to start. 36-26, you could do a lot with. 36-26, you could do staggers, you could do aliens, you could do helixes, you could do so much with just 26-36, it's crazy. 26-36 is probably where I would go. If you're starting off coil building, you want to buy like 2 spools to play with. 26-36. If you want to get a thing of ribbon, get you some 0.4 ribbon. You can make a lot with them 3 wires right there. 26-36.4. You can do so much. It's almost like all builds. Not just them. And if you want a company to go to, you could go to Coil Clout and use code DIVINE. Code DIVINE at Coil Clout. I can't really give any websites because YouTube don't like that shit. YouTube's jealous. They're just jealous. They're just jealous that I got a code to Coil Clout and they don't. That's all. That's all that is. Yeah. Yeah, so Coil Class, I do kind of go into it. Man, I really don't want to watch like my own videos, but I probably should just put on a coil class while I build here. I don't like watching myself though. I don't like it. I'm gonna put on Coil Wars. We're gonna watch Coil Wars while I do this. I'm gonna shut off the music. I'm gonna watch Coil Wars.
YouTube, what is up? I'm your homeboy Josh, and welcome back to Coil Wars. That's right, guys, the votes are in case you missed the 1 minute quick promo that was put out to Instagram yesterday. The votes are in, and we do have our 10 coil builders. Today we're going to take a more in-depth look at the 10 winning entries and learn a little bit about some of our competitors.
No, Tim, you're going to
We're
waste
also
your
gonna talk
26
about the
gauge
first
trying to
challenge
clap
that they're
in
going
it.
to face.
I mean, you can, but
and we're
going to
have a little build demo for you in a little while. First build we're going to take a look at today is from a builder who goes by Teddy Damft on Instagram. Teddy Damft's real name is Senol, S-E-N-O-L. I hope I'm saying that right. He's a 40-year-old from Germany. He works in a prison for young people. He's been vaping for 5 years, and he's been building since September of 2015. And he mainly likes to build in braids. And he also has some tutorials on YouTube under the name Teddy Damft. Man after my own heart, he has it mounted up in the Aeronaut. I fucking love the Aeronaut, man. I don't know if you've ever seen my video on the Aeronaut, Teddy, but I'm a big fan too. He's got a drip shot over here on his coil. It is a 5-loop flattened vertebrae coil made of 32 gauge wire, and it's staged against a 22
Teddy
gauge
Damft was
wrap.
scary one
5
too with the
wraps,
braids
a
because I
3.5
couldn't braid
millimeter
that good.
bit, and it comes out at 0.14 ohms.
That
Our
braid I
next
could do
coil
at
warrior
that
goes
time
by the
though.
name of Laricus88 on Instagram. He's a 28-year-old living in the Scottish borders in the UK. He's been vaping since January 26th of 2015, and he's been building only a little bit over a year now. His winning build was a 12-ply 0.4 millimeter staple wrapped in 38 gauge N80 using pure Atomist wire. He's also a member of the Build Faction build team on Instagram. Our next coil warrior goes by ndivine83 VBC on Instagram. His name is Nick Divine, and he's from Philadelphia. He's a 32-year-old carpenter contractor, and he has a 10-year-old daughter. He's been vaping almost 3 years now. He started a couple months after getting clean from drugs. He's been dripping since 3 months, so he's been building almost as long as he's been vaping, he says. He got into the more intricate stuff almost 2 years ago now, and he's been on Instagram a little over a year. For him, building is an escape, and it gives him something constructive to do with his addictive personality. He's been clean 3 years and smoke-free for 2 years. He would like to build in local shops, but now that's no longer possible with the new deeming regulations that have gone into effect, because anyone that's building coils would be considered a tobacco manufacturer. He loves music and movies, especially metal and horror, and he's pretty much just a family man who's good with his hands. Nick describes his build as a stapled helix with Clapton rails that's been stripped naked. Basically, he means the naked staple in between. It's actually a very, very difficult coil to master. He used 28 gauge and 40 gauge for the twisted Clapton by the looks of it, and he used 6 times 0.4 ribbon wire for the naked staple. Our next coil warrior goes by Dark Dog Customs.
Oh yeah, Dark Dog
His
Customs.
name is Mike Berggren. He's 36 years old and he has a 2-year-old daughter. He's owned an auto interior upholstery studio, Dark Dog Customs, for about 6 years, but he's been in that industry for near 20 years now. So crafting and building things, he says, is a big part of who he is. He got into vaping about 2.5 years ago, but only started on the artistic side of building about 13 months ago.
What's up, MC Therapist?
He's an
What's up,
admin
Steve?
for a large coil building group, and until he had to shut down this week due to the regulations, he was a registered builder with Coils for Advocacy. Yeah, that was some sad news in case you didn't hear. Coils for Advocacy, one of the big groups that helps collect money for CASA, helps collect money for a number of advocacy groups in support of these lawsuits against the FDA and the deeming regulations, was forced to close this week because they'd be selling coils, and that would make them a tobacco manufacturer, which would make it just far too expensive for them to operate. If they hadn't closed, they'd be facing jail time, fines. Totally understand that you guys at Coils for Advocacy had to shutter the doors for now. I always thought that was one of the cooler advocacy groups out there, just in
Definitely.
the way that they represented themselves, and the way
Shout
that
out
what
to
they
Coils
did
for
the
Advocacy.
community. I'm sad to see it go too, guys.
Yeah.
It's a real shame. It's a real blow. Dark Dog Customs entry was he describes it, a variant of the Mad Max coil, which was created by In Circles 36. To make this build, he used 42 gauge N80, one piece of 0.4 Canthal ribbon wire, 24 gauge N80 for the core, and he paralleled that with some 26 N80. It ohms out at 0.38 ohms. Our next builder goes by Macy Vapes. Macy Vapes on Instagram is a man by the name of Matt Macy. He's in the UK, he's a father of 4. He quit smoking 11 months ago and started building coils only 17 weeks ago. Wow. Macy's build was a 24 gauge fused Clapton fused with 34
Macy was
gauge
good, man.
stainless steel.
Macy
and
was
that
so
twisted
good for how
together
long he's been
and
building.
paralleled,
He
and
made it to
then
the end.
Wrapped with 0.5 ribbon wire. And then it was all staged against a single strand of 24 gauge.
Yeah, Macy
and
was really good.
Stainless steel has
He
a
became, like,
tendency
such
to
a good
colorize
builder.
when it's heated. And that's how Macy got some of these really incredible rainbow assortment of colors on this build. It's absolutely beautiful the colors you got out of that one, Macy. Crazy Vapes on Instagram is Danny Harrison. He's an Army vet, now a journeyman lineman for the IBEW.
Wow.
He has a wife and 2 kids. He started vaping 2 years ago and building heavy back in May or June of this year. He sponsors the event Disabled Vapors Clouds UK by sending coils their way. Crazy Vapes build uses a total of 8 core wires. Yeah, 8 core wires. There are 2 aliens in here. The alien by itself is 3 strands of 28 gauge, and then it's alien Clapton with 36 gauge. And then he's got these staggered framed aliens. The frame consists of 26 gauge N80, 2 strands of that, and then it's staggered and fused with 36 gauge. And then there's an alien inside of that with 3 strands of 30 gauge.
That's a crazy build for
alien
back
Clapton
then.
with 38 and 80. That's a serious build.
It is.
Serious build. Seriously low build. It's a 0.06 on the pre-fire. So it probably opened up a little bit more than that after that. But definitely, guys, do not attempt these builds unless you have a thorough knowledge of battery safety.
Hell
Rainbow
yeah.
to you on Instagram is Ray Morris. He's an ex-Gray Hat tech consultant. He was drafted by GE and is...
Oh my god, here's Raymo to you. This is the one I was afraid of, guys.
27 years old, married with 6 children. He's had a number of hobbies over the years, ranging from RC sports shooting,
this is the guy I was like, oh, fuck.
welding, games and modding, program cracking, and now he's in the building. He started vaping just about 3 years full on, but dabbled in it since 2008. He's most well known on Vaping Underground, the forum Vaping Underground, where he does written reviews, comparisons on everything he's purchased, and build tutorials. There are 16 strands of 0.4 ribbon wire and 28 N80 frames, and it's all staggered and fused with 40 gauge N80. And 2 of those ribbon wire strands are actually corrugated. You see how they have that look to them? We haven't covered corrugated builds yet on this channel, but we will. Next up, we're going to take a look at the winning entry from Bad MF Mike on Instagram. I guess Bad Motherfucking Mike.
It's a good build. I gotta get my chat.
That look to them. We haven't covered corrugated builds yet on this channel, but we will.
Dude, these guys are chatting the whole time, I'm sorry. What the fuck is going on? My chats are always fucked up. I swear to God, YouTube does this to me on purpose, man. Like, why? How is a chat fucked up? We are in the fucking future. Welcome to the future. I can video chat you all over the world, live, instantly. I'm streaming to 2 fucking places. I used to have a Nextel that went blip, 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 and you talked immediately 20 years ago. 20 fucking years ago. I'm having a problem with my YouTube chat, YouTube. Read my transcript. Make sure I'm not cursing in my video. I'm not saying anything crazy. Also, pick this up. Hey, YouTube, little help with the chat. Why the fuck is it not moving all the time? How come I have to open up a new pop-out chat 5 times a fucking show? We are in the future. Let's go. Test, test. There it is. Thank you. I also need to do this, too. We gotta put a link to Homeboy Josh's channel in here. I got to. Guys, this is Homeboy Josh. I should probably preface this with telling you something about Homeboy Josh. Homeboy Josh is a big reason why I'm here, okay? He did a show, he used to do coil build tutorials and stuff online. Now, when he started making coil build tutorials, I was kind of already like... Let's put it this way. I was already more advanced than Homeboy Josh's videos, okay? I already had it kind of figured out. What I was doing and shit. So... pretty much all I gotta say about that. No! No! The votes are in? No, they're not!
And 28 N80 frames, and it's
be right back. Let me run to the bathroom.
Fused with 40 gauge N80. And 2 of those ribbon wire strands are actually corrugated. You see how they have that look to them? We haven't covered corrugated builds yet on this channel, but we will. Next up, we're going to take a look at the winning entry from Bad MF Mike on Instagram. I guess Bad Motherfucking Mike. He has been vaping since November of 2015, building since January of 2016. He is the founder of Clouds on Wheels and co-founder of Disabled Vapors United. Clouds on Wheels being a vape competition for disabled vapors. He started building by watching YouTube videos by Squiddude, Blue Eyed Goon, and Homeboy Josh. Me. I never thought I'd be mentioned in the same breath as Squiddude and Blue Eyed Goon. That's weird. He is a nuclear power plant operator at Waterford 3 in Louisiana. Prior to that, he served in the U.S. Navy on submarines as a machinist. He has a wife and child, and they're the reason that he quit smoking. He's 47 years old. Mike's build is an exo-alien, built in the style I've shown on my channel, my exo-alien coil build. It looks to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It looks to be 13 wraps, and if I had to guess, I would say that is 24 gauge alien, and it is stitched with 24 gauge stitched with 30, maybe something like that. I can't really tell. Anyway, and he has it mounted up in the Tsunami. Schizopart goes by the name of Sasha. He is from Germany, and I'm just going to read his short bio because, well, morning guys, my name is Sasha, aka Schizopart from Germany. Carry all since about March 2016. Ah, yes, my English is really bad, so if you cannot read anything, Uncle Google blame. Vape on, vape save. Awesome. I don't have the specs on Schizopart's build, I don't believe, but essentially what it is it is a stovetop coil, sort of a staggered stapleton in a stovetop configuration. It appears to be 20 gauge frames, 18 gauge or 20 gauge frames. I want to say it's 12 strands of, if I had to guess, I would say that was 0.8 ribbon. One of those frames happens to be clapped in with 30 gauge and 36 gauge clapped in. Be my guess.
Testing. What's up, Miss Lily?
Frames, and it looks like
I call
all
her by her
fused
name.
together with some
Call her by her
36
full
gauges
name.
as well.
What's up, Miss
That's one
Lily?
heck of a stovetop coil. 2's CFTP is actually 2's. He turns 47 in October. He's been vaping since October 26th of 2015, building coils since November or December of 2015. He lives in Sweden, and he's gone from smoking to vaping and enjoying coil building, and he's never looking back. 2 CFTP's build is a framed corrugated staple helix. 2 times 28 gauge wire twisted together makes up the 2 frames, and then there are 6 plies of 0.4 ribbon wire and 4 plies of corrugated 0.4 ribbon wire that's all sandwiched together here, and then it's all wrapped together with 38 gauge and 80. It ohms out at 0.1 ohms. So once again, congratulations to the 10 of you. You guys are past the qualifiers and you're in the competition. From here, every week we're going to have a new challenge for you. And every week you're going to fulfill that challenge, and a guest judge is going to evaluate your entries. And from there, he's going to pick one winner for the week and one loser for the week. Single elimination challenges until only one builder is remaining and is crowned the Coil Wars champion. So huge thanks once again to everyone involved. Congratulations to our winners, but huge thanks to everyone that took the time to go ahead and submit a build, put themselves out there. All the builds were incredible. By the time the voting was done, over the 48 entries in total, we kept the competition open until pretty much the last minute, and we ended up with 48 total competitors. Split up over those 48 entries, there were more than 4,000 likes among them. So thank you to everyone that came out and voted. Thank you to everyone that entered. You guys are awesome, and this competition wouldn't be what it is without you. And that's coming from both me and Dwayne. Dwayne is my partner with Coil Wars. He's been with me every step of the way. It's a team effort between me and him. So Coil Wars truly is brought to you by Homeboy Josh and Dwayne Rambo. If you see him down in the comments on these videos, he's Mr. Reefer. Give him a pat on the back, because he's been with me since the inception of this idea. So what's next? Alien coils. First leg of this competition is all about the alien coil. You're probably familiar with the alien coil already. The traditional alien coil has 3 cores, and it is clapped over with a sort of a wavy sort of wrap, an alien wrap.
That's crazy. An alien coil, Homeboy Josh.
They produce some of the...
I wonder who's going to produce the best alien coil next week for Coil Wars, Homeboy Josh. I can't wait to see it. There's so many different aliens one could choose. Who's going to win? I don't know. It's killing me. Did I win?
Best flavor imaginable.
Did I win?
And they are just so
did.
friggin' cool to look at. I mean, but they're also a real challenge to make. They're one of the hardest coils out there to make, if you ask me, because getting the wire to fall just right so it creates this pattern and it doesn't back up on itself and it doesn't get screwed up anywhere along the way is incredibly, incredibly difficult. When I learned to make an alien coil, it took me about 3 months to get it down the first time. And since then, I love building them. I love building them. It always feels like an accomplishment when I finish one. In addition to the standard alien coil, maybe you're familiar with the Exo Alien Coil. That was a build demonstration that I performed on my channel. So there are a lot of different ways that someone can make an alien coil, or a coil that resembles an alien in some way. And that's what's so fun about building. There's so many different things that you can do and so many different wire combinations that you can use to accomplish those things. And that's what this competition is all about. It's completely open to interpretation. Our 10 builders have only an alien coil to work with. They need to make an alien coil. And from there, they can decide whatever they want to make. While all that is going on, you guys actually have the opportunity to
Let me see if there's a delay thing. Hold on.
For example,
Let me see if there's a delay thing.
We're focusing on alien coils. Well, we're opening up the Coil Wars page again to another photo light contest. That's right. Anyone that has a photo of one of their alien coil builds can go ahead and tag the Coil Wars page in it. We'll go ahead, we'll repost that into the Coil Wars feed, and based upon whichever photo has the most likes, they'll be getting a shout out, a feature alongside our 10 competitors next week. You guys have the opportunity to play along as well. Pretty cool. All skill levels are welcome. And just to show you how true that is, here's the alien coil that I threw together for this.
Test it.
This is a Mohawk alien coil. Actually, it's a stitched Mohawk alien because one of my subscribers, Taylor Ivy, actually asked if I would demonstrate a stitched alien. So that's what I've gone and done for you guys today. I've put together a quick tutorial for a stitched Mohawk alien. So for this build, we're going to need our drill. We're going to be using our goggles, our trusty magnified goggles. We're going to need some pliers. We're going to need some wire cutters, some ceramic tweezers. We're going to need a vise. We're going to need some swivel tools. We're going to need our robot penis. Yes, the the Fisker's hand drill. We're going to whip that out for this build today. And we're going to need some wire. Wire for this build, we're going to be using some 22 gauge. We're going to be using some 36 gauge. We're going to be using some 30 gauge. And we're going to be using some 26 gauge wire. So first things first, what we need to create is a Clapton coil. And we're going to do that with some 22 gauge and some 30 gauge. I take the 22 gauge about 2 times off the spool, and we're going to Clapton that up with some 30 gauge. Once that Clapton is built, we're going to go ahead and decore that wire, and we're going to stitch it with some 36 gauge. Now the way that I like to do that is, basically I take the strand of 36 gauge off of the spool just a bit. I basically measure it out against the decored Clapton, so that I know it's going to be the right length, and then I lock the 36 back onto the spool so it doesn't run away from me. And then I'm just going to feed that 36 gauge wire through the 30 gauge. I'll usually put on the magic magnified goggles for this one, just so I can see what I'm doing and I'm feeding it in correct.
There's a show delay too, though, Tim.
And notice that I've fed this.
Like there's a show delay,
so
the you're not seeing me instantly. You're seeing me like a minute
on the end of the 30
So there's a delay that way too.
Where I
with the live
unwrapped it
show,
with a bit of
there's always going to be a delay.
it was sticking out of the chuck when I was clapping it on there. The reason for that is I'm going to basically marry those 2 wires together. That bit of 36 gauge that came out in the far end of the decored Clapton and the bit of 30 gauge that's left over there. I'm basically just going to twist those together so that they'll hold. And then I'm going to lock those wires together into the vise. And I'm basically just going to take a little stroll across the room. I'm going to hold the 30 gauge decored Clapton with one hand, and I'm going to hold the spool of 36 gauge with the other. We're just going to take a little walk across the room. What's happening there is I'm stretching the 30 gauge wire out across the room over the 36 gauge cord, and it's basically stitching that wire for us. It just makes it very easy to stretch it across that way. What's nice about working with 30 gauge for the Clapton on the Mohawk is that the 30 gauge, it's very, very easy to figure out how far you want to stretch it, because when it gets to the point where if you stretch it any more, it's going to lose that shape, it's very, very hard to pull it. It's a lot of resistance, and you can just tell that, you know, if you pull it anymore, it's not going anywhere. In fact, I'm pulling it to the point where, you know, the vise is starting to move. So when I see the vise starting to move, I know it's not going to stretch very willingly anymore from there. From there, I'll go ahead and I'll cut the wire on the 36 gauge spool So then I just re-spool it onto this empty spool, and when all is said and done, I've got a spool full of 30 gauge D-chord Clapton that's been stretched and stitched with 36 gauge. And I'm ready to work from that. From there, I'll go ahead and I'll take a bit of 26 gauge. These are going to be our new cores, our triple core of 26. And I'll take it just about 2 times off the spool, and I'll straighten that out. And then I'll take another strand 1 time around the spool and straighten that out. The reason for that is the way I'm going to organize my 3 core wires on the swivel tools. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to anchor the smaller strand, this 1 time around the spool strand, onto the swivel tools and just tie it on there. And then the longer strand, the one I went 2 times around the spool, I'm going to basically drape that over, find the middle on the swivel tools, give it a pull.
How about this? If you want to watch the rest of this video,
all lined up together,
go over and watch it. We're going to get back to, we're going to go, I want to keep going. Alien coil. What is this one? This is the qualifier. What is this? This was probably the first video.
YouTube, what is up? I'm your homeboy Josh, back at you, and this is Coil Wars. Well, actually, this is the Coil Wars qualifier. Here's what's going on. On the @CoilWars Instagram page, there are 38 builders that have submitted their builds, their photos, in consideration to become one of 10 Coil Wars competitors. 38 entries. And what I need from you all right now is to make an Instagram account if you don't have one already. And if you do, then head on over to the @CoilWars page and start liking their photos. Your likes are your votes. The 10 builders with the most likes on their photos are going to get entry into the coming legs of the Coil Wars competition. From there, the competition is going to be judged by some of the best builders in the community. And while you're there, there's a post that lists our 5 judges that we've already secured and asking you to basically tag with an @ symbol, the judges that you would like to see judging this competition. From there, we're going to contact those builders that you've tagged. We're going to ask them if they'd like to participate. And while you're there, follow the @CoilWars page, follow the builders, follow the judges, and stay tuned because there's going to be a lot going on during the competition. A lot of opportunities for you to participate as well, even if you're not in the competition itself. So you're going to have the opportunity to get in on the fun. This competition has been months in the making, and I'm super excited to bring it to you guys here on my YouTube channel.
Crazy,
super
man.
excited to be
job
hosting
putting
it.
this
Dwayne
thing
and I have
together.
been working really hard
And all
over
the
the past
judges,
months,
they
the
did
past
really
few
good.
weeks in particular, to give you guys
It was really
the best
cool to be a part of
competition
it.
that we possibly can. And we're super stoked to see how all this plays out. We're thrilled with the turnout. We're thrilled with the participation we've already seen. And now it's on you guys to go ahead and decide who's going to participate in those coming legs. So get over to Instagram, head over to the @CoilWars page, and start liking those photos. Your likes are your votes. What this competition is a way for us, in the wake of the deeming regulations going into effect on August 8th, to come together as a community. A way for us to boost morale, a way for us to highlight builders and their ingenuity, their innovation, their creativity, their artistry, and show a side of the vape community that people don't always see. Essentially, what we want to portray with this competition is the soul of this community and its undying, unrelenting commitment to ensure that vaping is around for generations to come. That no one, not the FDA, not Big Pharma, not Big Tobacco, is going to tear us apart. This is Coil Wars. Once again, please head on down to Instagram. Please register an account if you haven't already. Start liking those photos. Your likes are your votes. Friday, we will be announcing the 10 builders who will gain entry into the coming legs of this competition. We'll see you all then. Vape on, vapors.
Alright, so we watched episode 1. We're about to watch The Alien, I think. Hold on. No.
YouTube, what is up? I'm your homeboy Josh, back at you, and today we're going to do a quick build, and then we've got a huge announcement. So what are we building today? I'm doing my variation of a staple Tiger. This is a build that I've been playing 80 watts, sometimes it's a 0.2 ohm. This is this big announcement that I was telling you guys a few weeks ago on my vlog. Yeah, Coil Wars is going to be the biggest coil competition that the vape world has ever seen. About a month ago, this guy Dwayne Rambo contacts me through a Facebook DM, and he says he has this idea for my channel. So this happens every now and again where someone has this big idea for my channel, and usually it's a pretty good one. So I wanted to listen to what this guy had to say, and I thought it was such a great idea that I kind of have been working with him over the past month to decide how we wanted this to play out. He's become basically my partner in this. So Coil Wars is basically Coil Wars brought to you by Homeboy Josh and Dwayne Rambo. Basically, think America's Next Top Coil Builder, where I'm Heidi Klum, and every week we're going to have sort of a new unfolding in this giant vape competition. And we're going to pit 10 master builders against each other until only one remains, the Coil Wars champion. And over the past month, Dwayne and I have been working together to decide how we wanted this competition to play out. Whether it was going to be Facebook, whether it was going to be Instagram, or if it was going to be on my channel or on a different channel, or how we were going to orchestrate the competition, how the judges were going to come together, what kind of sort of challenges we would have, that sort of thing. So I can't give away everything just yet, and details are still kind of coming together, but this is sort of the rough outline shell that we're working with right here. On August 8th, yeah, the day the deeming regulations go into effect, we're going to start with a build competition on Instagram, a photo like contest basically. On August 8th, all you amazing builders out there, you can start tagging at Coil Wars on Instagram. At Coil Wars is the page, and you're going to want to follow that page as well. And as those tags start to come in, we're going to repost them on into the feed so people can vote on them. And the top 10 builders, the top 10 most liked photos, they're going to gain entry into Coil Wars. 10 builders based on the most likes for those photos, and every week we're going to have a new challenge for them, whether that's alien coils or suka coils or staggertons or stovetops or whatever it's going to be. Those 10 builders are going to have to work to complete that challenge, and it's going to be sort of open-ended. I might say it's going to be an alien coil, but that leaves a lot of interpretation. It can be an exo-alien coil, it can be a stitch alien coil, it can have 5 round wire cores, it can have a staple core, it can be aliened with Clapton wire, helix wire, you know, whatever. It's open to interpretation. And then we're going to have guest judges. Whether that's going to be a set panel of judges or whether that's going to be a new judge every week, we're still kind of up in the air on. We're still working out who those judges are going to be. And we've approached several people, and we are in the process of securing some really amazing judges for this competition. It's going to be, I mean, Dwayne knows some people. We'll just leave it at that. Dwayne knows some people. It's kind of funny talking with him sometimes because Dwayne doesn't have an Instagram account really, or he just set one up very recently so that he can monitor the competition. But so he's coming to me with names of these builders that he is in talks with to be judges, and he gives me like their first and last name or whatever, and I'm like, who are they? I don't know who that is. He has to go and check with them who their Instagram account is, and he comes back and tells me, and I'm like, what? That guy? Holy crap, I've been following that guy for months. I mean, that guy's an amazing builder. How do you know this person? So, I mean, there's some really, really amazing judges that are coming to the fore for this competition that we're in talks with to judge, and it's going to be so cool. And I'm hoping that as this competition unfolds, we might have some prizes for the winners. I don't know how that's going to work with the deeming regulations and all. I know that, free giveaways, for example, those aren't allowed anymore, so I don't know if that's even a possibility to get sponsors for this competition, or if this competition is just going to be about bragging rights. But what this competition is about really is about bringing us all together on August 8th. It's about celebrating builders, and it's about celebrating vaping and celebrating that aspect of the vape community that, for me, that's probably what I'm most enamored with. Hardware is cool and all. I like playing with the latest toys, and I like reviewing products for you, but what I love the most is building, and I miss it. I don't have time to build anymore, and I've always said, and I'll say it again, I'm a novice when it comes to exotic builds. I'm an amateur at best, but the people on Instagram, the people that are going to be in this competition, put me and most other people to shame. There are some incredible builders on Instagram, amazing, jaw-dropping, face-melting builds, and those are the kinds of builds that I want you guys to see on COILWARS. I want you guys to see this place where vaping and art intersect. That's what COILWARS is about. It's about celebrating the beauty of vaping and about the artistry of a lot of these amazing builders. What we're saying by having this competition on August 8th, the day the deeming regulations go into effect, is that the FDA and Big Pharma and Big Tobacco can try and take away our devices, and they can try and take away our juices, and they can try and take away the innovation that has driven this market for years. They can try and do that, and they're going to try and fail, because through litigation, through lawsuits, through changing the public opinion, we're going to win out eventually. And no matter what, they're not going to break our spirit. They're not going to take away this life-saving alternative that we found, and for many has become more than that. For many has become a hobby, a lifestyle, a way to express ourselves. And building exemplifies that in every way. So that's what we're doing with this competition. We're celebrating vaping. We're celebrating building. We're celebrating this lifestyle. We're celebrating that we're no longer in the throes of tobacco addiction. On August 8th, it's all out war. Till next time, I'm your homeboy Josh. Vape on, vapors.
Alright, this should be the... I don't know, let's see. My Fralians are done.
YouTube, what is up? I'm your homeboy Josh, back at you with another installment of Coil Wars. For 10 Coil Warriors, we go head-to-head in weekly build challenges until only one remains.
It's low.
This week,
this video's low.
Warriors was that their build had to be an alien coil. The alien coil, created by Blue-Eyed Goon 83. His original concept was to create a Clapton coil, decore that Clapton, stretch that decored Clapton on out, and then re-Clapton it backwards onto 3 parallel strands of straight wire. And ever since then, people have been fascinated with the Alien coil because, well, they just look amazing. They're incredibly difficult to make. It took me 3 months to make it the first time I tried. It looks like an alien from Ridley Scott's Aliens. I mean, that's how cool this coil is. So that's the direction we gave our competitors. First entry comes from Dark Dog Customs. The core of the Alien is 9 strands of Canthal ribbon wire, so this is actually a frame staple Alien with 28 to 80 frames. Then it is Alien Clapton over with an actual Clapton of 36 gauge and 42 gauge and 80. And he parallels all that up with another Clapton of 26 gauge and 38 gauge. Ohms out, single coil, 4 wraps at 0.1 ohms.
Mike at Dark Dog Customs was what he calls a hybrid user for a while. He smoked as well as vaped. He used the blue at home, and he still smoked at work for a while.
All right, so he's going to explain our like vaping stories here. So, this week I was trying to do like an alien stag and I couldn't pull it off. Somebody did. And I had another build that I did that I put in, and I was just like, hopefully I'm just not the worst. I just hope I'm just not the worst build. When I seen this, I was like, I ain't beating this. I just kept saying, I ain't beating this. Hopefully one of the judges think that one of these builds is worse than mine. I didn't think I was going to do good this week.
Finally,
I really
entirely with a monster of
I thought I was going to get eliminated first week.
He vaped a whole lot of Public Enemy from Vigilante Vape in the beginning. It was a blood orange.
Because what I did was pretty cool, but for me it was kind of easy. I did kind of throw it together.
3 milligram Nick from the start and crushed his pack the day he got it. He hasn't had a cigarette since.
Next build comes from Teddy Damp. It was his first Alien in 7 months, he says. He hasn't built one of these in a while. And it is also a frame stable Alien with a polish to it, so he's put a sort of mirrored finish on this coil. It's 6 times 0.3 ribbon wire for the core, 2 times 26 gauge for the frames, and it's Alien over with 35 gauge. Love the mirror finish on this one, Teddy. Great job there. That looks beautiful, man.
Teddy Damped started with an Ego T and an Apple vape. This is 5 years ago. Doesn't remember what he bought after the Ego T. Then he stopped with the vaping and started again with cigarettes for 6 months. Now he's been vaping for 3 years again. He started with 18 milligram nicotine. At the moment he vapes 1 milligram nic. Sometimes he smokes a cigarette at work, but he went from 40 cigarettes a day to 1 cigarette a day.
Macy Vapes is back with another beautiful, colorful build here. He's got a staple down the middle, but the staple is actually stacked flat rather than vertical. 4 times 0.7 Canthal ribbon wire, backed in 40 gauge nichrome, and it is framed by 26 gauge nichrome on either side. And then he's done an interlocking Alien with 34 gauge and 36 gauge nichrome. And he also gave us a nice little juice shot of the coils too. Ooh, that looks really, really yummy, Macy. That coil looks mighty, mighty tasty, I gotta say. He also threw us a couple edits. These edits are really, really cool. It looks like something out of a graphic novel.
Macy Vapes quit with the help of the Kangaroo Subvod kit. He vaped Cherry Menthol and Pancake Man French Dude liquids, 6 milligram nic. Shortly after being told by the doctors he needed to stop smoking and drinking due to a liver and lung condition called Serum 1 and antitrypsin deficiency. I think I'm saying that right. Vaping helped him keep his lungs moving. He went on to buy a Smoke X Cube Mini, TFV4 tank, and his first RDA was a Mutation XV4. He started building his own coil shortly after that. Then he went on to the RX200S, and today he got himself a Lux.
Our next build comes from Laricus88. It is an 8-ply 0.4 millimeter Canthal ribbon wire staple. You guys love your staples, man. He uses 8 plies, 0.4 millimeter ribbon wire for the core. It's framed with 26 gauge nichrome. And then it's Alien Clapton with 40 gauge, and the Alien Clapton is actually stitched with 38 gauge. It is his take on a stitched Enigma Alien, which I've never heard of before until this competition. So I've been snoozing.
Enigmas just came out.
Laricus88 started smoking at the age of 16 and went for 10 years smoking a 50-gram packet of tobacco every week. Wow. He tried periodically to quit through other means, through patches, gums, lozenges, and just going straight cold turkey, but always ended up back to cigarettes by about 8 weeks max. Then on the 26th of January 2015, he had been out on a drink the night before and woke up feeling rather rough. So he decided to take his chance to try and quit again. Having heard of a shop in his local town that sold simple ego pens, he went and bought one with a raspberry flavored e-liquid. From then on, he never looked back. He went on a month later to buy the Innikin MVP3 and an Inspired Nautilus tank with some slightly better quality liquids. After a few months on that, he got himself a Kanger sub-tank, and so began the coil building addiction. And you all know where it ends from there.
Ramo to You actually made one as well. For his own Enigma alien, Ramo to You used 15 plies of
Look at that.
ribbon wire for the core, 28 gauge 316 stainless steel for the frames. He used a strand of 40 gauge and a 42
Look
gauge
at that
to make
Enigma.
an interlocking alien wrap over all that. Beautiful, colorful build here as well, Ramo.
Ramo to You tried to quit smoking when he was 22 or 23 years old. He tried a kit from Totally Wicked e-liquid, used the 510 Titan. At the time, it had some great reviews on it compared to the blue e-cig, as it was the only other vaping device he could find. 2 weeks into using it, he thought he had quit smoking. He even got used to the feeling of the 42 milligram nicotine cartridge and juice he was ordering. He didn't know any better back then. About a month later, the 3 Titans he ordered had all died, and then he went back to smoking. That was 3 years ago. On May 3rd,
I'm gonna make
2015, he bought a
30
VPO
gauge
kit
aliens
and
real
used it
quick.
for almost 8 months. He stopped smoking within the first 2 days of vaping.
And then I'm gonna do the super
Supported
stack.
forums out there, he found that 17 milligram nicotine was a much better feel in the throat, and taste of the juices were amazing. He knew he'd never go back to smoking, and he would continue to vape no matter what. With the release of the Inspired Nautilus, his obsession to buy more gear started, along with the tinkering side of vaping. From there, he got into RDAs, sub-tanks, coil building. Trying to blow big, massive clouds was his goal at the time. And this went on until about 6 months ago when he started to pull away from building and buying for clouds and focus more on flavor intensity and vapor density. Though he still hasn't lightened up in the purchasing of gear or building. It's just more oriented towards the new goal.
Bad MF Mike, Bad Motherfucking Mike created a Mohawk alien and staged that coil against a staple. The staple is 4 times 0.3 ribbon and 42 gauge. The Mohawk is 28 gauge for the core and 38 gauge for the Mohawk alien wrap. Mike, that thing is lighting up real pretty.
Bad MF Mike started his vaping journey with an Aspire starter kit. He thinks it was an ego of some kind. He was a pack-a-day smoker for 32 years. His wife had a case of pneumonia that put her in the hospital, intubated for 8 days. She came home on oxygen. He knew right then that he had to quit. He tried cold turkey, but couldn't do it. Tried other methods in the past, Wellbutrin, patches, gum. Then his 20-year-old daughter told him about vaping and took him to a vape shop and got him on a starter kit. He stopped that day, and he hasn't picked up a cigarette since. He quit with strawberry milk.
2CFTP also gave us another staged heating coil. It is a Mohawk paralleled up against a corrugated alien, ohming out at 0.09 ohms. The Mohawk is 3 times 26 gauge, alien with 35. Corrugated alien is 2 times 26 gauge and 1 strand of 0.4 ribbon wire that's been corrugated. It's a 2.5 millimeter internal diameter, 4 wraps of the Mohawk, and 3 wraps for the corrugated alien. That corrugated alien is really cool. If you look closely in one of these little photos that he has in his montage, you can see that corrugated wrap coming up through in between the spaces of the wrap. That's really cool looking effect, man, I gotta say.
2CFTP started smoking every day at the age of 15. He smoked for about 31 years. His first e-cig was an Ego 1 Mega. 6 days later, he got him a Kangertech sub-box mini kit. 2 weeks later, he bought a Cooper Plus. Then it went downhill fast, he says. A few months after he started vaping, he started to fiddle with meth mask. He smoked 1.5 packs per day, if drinking as much as 3.5 packs per day when he was smoking cigarettes. And since the 26th of October last year, he hasn't had a single smoke. His favorite vapes are the Double Barrel, Twisted Messes box, and the Limitless Mac.
And Divine came in with a caged alien build. He has a Mohawk alien with 3 times 26 gauge, alien Clapton in 36. He has a stitched alien, 3 times 26, 36 gauge for the alien, and it is stitched with 40 gauge. And then he used a single strand of 24 gauge stainless steel to bind that all together in a caged wrap, so it's a caged alien coil. Used all pure Adamus nichrome, 3mm internal diameters on both aliens. One is a 5 wrap, one is a 6 wrap, 6 wrap being the Mohawk, the 5 wrap being the Stitch. And all of it ohms out at 0.08. And yes, by the way, the top cap does fit. And he also came in with a beautiful edit here. It's like a beam of light bouncing right off this coil. I love this edit, man. It's awesome. It's dope.
And Divine83 VBC says that he was done with vape pens and egos about a week into vaping. He says he got a drunker tank, he hated it. He got the Pro Tank V2, it was okay. But when he got his Omega clone put on top of his telescoping Centennial, the sky was the limit. He didn't even have to drill out the airflow, and he could angle his silica any way he wanted. The first juice he fell in love with was Hobbs Blood by the Vapor Chef.
Crazy Vapes is back with another crazy build here. It is 4 times 0.4 nichrome ribbon wire. 2 strands kind of split in half by this alien coil, and those strands are corrugated and placed in perfect alignment on either side of each other, I might add. In between those 2 corrugated ribbon strands, he's got a micro alien. 3 times 30 nichrome alien Clapton with 36 nichrome. The frames are 26 gauge nichrome as well. Then he's spaced that alien wrap over it with 36 gauge. So it's an alien within some corrugated ribbon wire within a frame. It's crazy. And it was funny because at first he kept posting these macro shots of the coil, one after another of macro shot, and I kept waiting and waiting to see the whole coil because I wanted to see what this thing would look like. I couldn't wait to see the thing. I couldn't wait to see what this thing looked like. So
Crazy Vape started in 2014 with an original Revolver 18652 model in an authentic Tobe RDA that he got from a local shop called Advantage Vapors in Manahawkin.
What's up, Freddie?
His first build was a 24 gauge Canthal 5 wrap with a 2.4mm internal diameter. The reason why he went straight to mech mods was because he had extensive training in electricity and Ohm's law, and that's why the shop sold him a mech mod instead of an ego battery. Because of his career as an electrical lineman, he needed something that hit hard and gave him that nicotine relief. Since he can't vape in the protective gear he wears, he only had very short periods of time where he was able to take a hit from his vape. He had to make it count.
And last up, we have the build from Schizopart, our friend from Germany. I guess in Germany they use millimeters rather than gauges? Okay. So he says the core is 3 times 0.3 millimeters, the alien is 0.2 millimeters, and the Stitch is 0.1 millimeters flat wire. So basically he has a stitched alien here, and the Stitch is ribbon wire. I love the layers and gradations of colors
It's a good
in
build.
this build. It just came together beautifully. And the way the Stitch worked out, it just creates this beautiful look, like a chain or something. It's an awesome build.
Schizopart smoked since he was 14, so for 24 years, he's 38 years old now. Unfortunately, he still hasn't completely moved away from cigarettes, but he went from smoking about 40 to 50 cigarettes a day to about 10 to 15. He's been using the Steam in January 2016 when he started. Approximately 2 months, he used a Cuboid and a Cubus. Then he went to the mechanical model and Tripper. He vapes on creamy, sweet vanilla liquids, Lupa, Pulsar, Father's Milk, and the translation here is from Uncle Boo. Thank you, Uncle Boo.
And that's it for our contestants. But wait, one builder is being added to the competition. There was always the possibility of us adding in a wild card to this competition, and that's what we decided to do with our alien competition that we were having on the side. If you remember back to the last installment, I invited everyone out there to go ahead and submit alien coils to the Coil Wars page. Well, part of that challenge was to see if we had a wild card we wanted to invite in, and we do. The winner of the wild card is NTN Tom. Mountain Tom is what I'm going to call him. That's what it looks like to me. And he's out of the UK and goes by the name Tom Day. He's a member of the Flatwire UK build team. When I saw this build tagged to the Coil Wars page, my mouth hit the floor, and when I posted it, I had no idea that it would do as well as it did. Something like 120 likes by the time I sent all the builds off to the judges, which was back on Wednesday. His build was a stovetop coil that used a hollow 35 gauge stainless steel alien, meaning he made this alien and then decored the alien completely. He twisted all that with 23 gauge stainless steel flat wire. I swear, guys, looking at this build, it looks like birthday cake or something. I don't know. It just looks like something topped with sprinkles with all the colors that he got on its build.
Mountain Tom's first device was the Anakin MVP3, and he used the A-Sub-G tank. It was filled with a cherry pie liquid.
Our judge for this week was none other than Hazel Jedi. Hazel Jedi is one of the first builders that I really became just enamored with their work on Instagram. I looked at his builds and I swear something about them was just really unique. And I'd seen a lot of builders on Instagram. I follow a bunch of builders, but his were the first that inspired me to go out and pick up the drill myself. Something about them, I don't know, just something really unique about his builds. They're like tentacles. They're odd shapen and just really gnarly and interesting looking coils. Builds that went beyond just the norm. And it wasn't just that, it was his whole attitude. The way that he responds to people, the way that he speaks to people on Instagram. With
Hansel Jedi is he's an awesome dude. Oh no!
This is an intro. This is an intro. Intro. I don't need intro. This is just a big show. It's just a big show. Big show.
Oh, just something really unique about his builds. They're like tentacles. They're odd shapen and just really gnarly and interesting looking coils. Builds that went beyond just the norm. And it wasn't just that, it was his whole attitude. The way that he responds to people, the way that he speaks to people on Instagram, with just a sense of encouragement, with a sense of equality. And I always admired the way that he spoke to me, a very inexperienced builder, and the way he speaks to even the most well-known builders. I mean, he is just someone that I look up to on Instagram, the way that he conducts himself, and the way that he speaks to other people, and the way that he carries himself, the way that he builds. I wanted him to judge the first leg of this competition. So, Hazel Jedi, thank you again so much for your participation here, buddy. I can't tell you how much I appreciate you being a part of this. He wanted me to let you all know that it was not an easy task for him to judge this round. That all the warriors managed to blow this Jedi's mind, as he said, his own words. That's how he talks. He says, bravo to you all for the way you laid it down in this comp. The very first device that he picked up when he started vaping was a K100 mech mod, and the juice that he fell in love with back then was Space Jam Andromeda. Our winner for this challenge, the one build that really stood out, was N Divine's build. Woo! What impressed him most was that there was a stitched alien, there was a mohawk alien, they were all grouped together, and it just showed the whole spectrum for him, and he loved that build. He also said that a close second for him was Schizopart's build. So
yeah.
if he could choose a runner-up, it would have been
Shizapart ended up winning.
So the winner for this week is N Divine 83 BBC. And he did.
So I won that week. That's the only week I won.
That would not be continuing on with us today, and that builder is Bad MF Mike. Bad motherfucking Mike. So Mike, it's sad to see you go. I definitely want to thank you again, once again, for taking part in the Coil Wars competition. It was wonderful to have you. I'm a huge fan of everything.
I think Bad Motherfucking Mike comes back.
Mike, if you don't remember, is the founder of Clouds on Wheels, a cloud competition for disabled vapors. And I applaud him for what he's doing.
Yeah, Clouds on Wheels is cool.
That is fantastic. And when I asked Mike if he had any parting words for us, he said, well, since this is his 15 minutes of fame, he just wants to say, hi, Mom. So, shout out to Mike's mom. Awesome. Farewell to Mike, a hello to Tom Day, Mountain Tom. So we still have 10 competitors in this competition. We will not be adding another wild card, so don't get excited. But the challenge for next week is going to be staple coils. And once again, everyone is invited to go ahead and submit staple coil pictures to the Coil Wars page. We'll repost them as we go along. The photo with the most likes will get a shout out alongside our competitors here next time on Coil Wars. And that said, let's go ahead and throw together a staple coil. So, I've always loved the half-staggered staple. It's become kind of a new trend on Instagram to see this half staggered staple build. Everyone's kind of jumping on that one, and I've always loved it. I've built it a couple times. So today what we're going to make is a half staggered staple. And for this build, we're going to need our drill, we're going to need our vise, some swivel tools, we're going to need some nichrome 0.5 ribbon wire, and we're going to need some 36 gauge round wire. We're going to need some screwdrivers, we're going to need some handy dandy ceramic tweezers, we're going to need some wire clippers, and we're going to need our pliers. So we're going to take a length of this flat ribbon wire, this is 0.5 ribbon, and we're going to go about 8 times around the spool. So that's about 8 times around the spool, and give it a tug. So we're going to take this long strand of ribbon, taking the two ends together, we're going to put a little crease in that. We're going to drape this on through the swivel tools, find the middle again, give it a good tug. So now our single strand has become 4 plies of ribbon wire stacked together. Keep everything together, what I like to do is take a damp paper towel and run it across the strands, and the water helps the ribbon wire sort of stick to each other. Now, the bend in there can make the ribbon kind of not line up quite right. The bend doesn't do the ribbon much of a favor. It just kind of helps get it organized. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and clip it off right behind the bend. There are a bunch of ways to get the ribbon to stay together. You can use tape, you can wrap it with a bit of 36. Some people like using a bit more ribbon wire. Whatever you need to do at the end of the ribbon wire to get it to stay straight, do what you need to do. I like using tape. It's nice and slow with the towel and the water. Bring it on down toward the end, making sure everything stays in alignment. And then when you get down to the very end, place a bit of tape there. What I do is just fold a piece of tape over and then cut off any excess that I don't need. That way it also creates a nice flat space where it'll anchor on into the chuck really nice. Cut off the bottom too. Make sure it's good and tight in the chuck. Now, like I said before, this is going to be a half staggered staple. So what we're going to do is take our 36 gauge. I sort of use a variation of Ray-Bad's technique. I actually saw this technique, this variation, demonstrated on Vape Capital's channel. Great channel if you're a vape enthusiast. They do cloud comps, they do builds, they do vape models, all kinds of good stuff. We're going to be building on the recoil in a little while, so we're going to take the top cap from the recoil. It's a good heavy top cap. You want to use a good heavy top cap for this. And then you're going to take a length of 36, about 2 times around the spool, and you come around here behind the chuck. I find it actually helps to rest the RDA on something, like the box. It's something that, it's not going to fall off or anything while you're tying it on there, because it's got weight to it, and that's the point. It's supposed to have weight. Give it a good tug, and then clip off the excess. And this is going to create the staggered wrap on the ribbon wire. I just go ahead and tuck the knot on into the RDA so it doesn't get in the way. From there, you go out just like you're making a Clapton coil, and it's going to do the staggering for you. Whenever you're comfortable, go ahead and drop in the suspended RDA into the groove you created in that Clapton wrap. And then stop when you get to right about the middle. It's created this sort of perfectly spaced, staggered staple. Clip off the wire, clip off the RDA, we're done with that. And what you're left with is a perfectly spaced, staggered staple. And you can see how this 36 gauge is going to fit perfectly into that gap when we Clapton over it again. Half of our ribbon strand all set up, we're going to go ahead and clip it off right over here, right at the edge of the swivel tools. This should all be kind of reminiscent of how we made that sort of staple tiger coil before. Stapled it all up the middle, then folded it in half. It's kind of the same thing here. Staggering it up to the middle this time, and then we're going to fold it on over. So we're just sort of bending it on over the swivel tools. So now we've got 4 plies of ribbon wire that's been sort of stagger stapled, and we've got 4 plies of ribbon wire that are still naked. And we're just kind of bringing those up against each other, making sure that they're lining up. All the ribbon should be facing the exact same way, and it should all be vertical. I have tape at the end, holding it all together,
And then I've got basically just a few wraps around at the beginning, just to make sure that's all going to line up right.
Being an idiot.
Just fuse it all together into the gaps. You're all done. Clip it on off. That's how I like to make the half staggered staple. So I've got a single coil in here. It's a yummy, yummy, yummy build. It ohms out at about 0.23 ohms.
What the fuck?
At about 70 watts. I might dual it up later, make a second coil for this. I think it would work as a dual coil. So I might do that when I get back. I am going away for the weekend.
I don't think my
This
swivel's
might be the
keeping
only
up,
time
or
I'm here
it's
for
not
the
like
weekend.
good on here.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah,
fucked
I got
it
a
up,
wedding to
dude.
go to in New York, but I'll be back soon. That's why my hair looks all spinny. Anyway, so it's a yummy, yummy babe. I love a staple coil, and the half staggered staple to it just makes it even more flavorful, if you ask me, than a regular staple because it's got more grooves and more little nooks and crannies where that juice can pool. And you can also do this as a framed half staggered staple too. It's a lot of different variations you can do on this one. It's a fun build. Anyway, guys, till next time, this is Coil Wars, and that's a wrap. Vape on, vapors.
This is the intro. The intro. I don't mean the intro. This is just
YouTube, what is up? I'm your homeboy Josh, back at you with another installment of Coil Wars, where 10 builders are going to go head-to-head in weekly build challenges until only one remains and is crowned the Coil Wars champion.
But before we get started this week, I do want to take the time to introduce you all to Dwayne Rambo, the
One
man
coil,
himself,
one
the
MD
man that
course.
helped put
Okay.
this competition together, who I've been working with very, very closely ever since this started months and months ago, since its inception, really. Dwayne has been intrinsic to the day-to-day operations of Coil Wars and getting this competition flowing and keeping it going and brainstorming and just adding more and more flair to this competition. So I do want to take a moment to introduce you to Dwayne, who took the time to record this quick video.
You gotta be kidding me.
Hello, everybody. I'd like to take a second to thank all the competitors, the judges, Josh. This wouldn't happen without all you guys. You guys are all doing a great job. And also everybody watching. I hope you're enjoying it. A lot more to come. Me and Josh are collaborating, putting our heads together, doing the best that we can. Again, hope you enjoy. Peace out.
So if you see Dwayne in the comments, he's Mr. Reefer, awesome dude, and he's crucial to Coil Wars. I could not do this competition without him, without his ideas, without him and us working together. Coil Wars would not be what it is. So if you've seen him in the comments, he's Mr. Reefer. Say hello. He's an awesome dude. And recently he started putting together a bunch of awesome build tutorials on Facebook as well. He's saving up to get some gear so he can start putting out some tutorials to YouTube too. So probably won't be long till you hear a lot more from Dwayne Rambo. This week we asked our competitors to complete staple coils, their interpretation of a staple coil. Staple coils are generally, if you don't remember from last week when we threw one together, is basically several strands of ribbon wire that have been stacked together vertically and then clapped and over with light gauge of wire. There are a number of different variations of staple coils and different things that you can do with staple coils, and well, that's the beauty of this competition. It's open to interpretation. Our first build comes from Laricus 88. It's a groove-fused staple frame staggerton. It's 8 plies of 0.4mm ribbon wire that's been clapped into over in 38 gauge nichrome, and then it's been framed in 2 plies of 0.4 ribbon wire on either side and groove-fused with 44 gauge nichrome. Laricus 88 is exclusively a regulated vapor, meaning he uses regulated devices. He's tried tube mods in the past, but he enjoys a vape with a hard hit every time, so he likes to have that control over his wattage. His favorite Addy at the moment, and probably ever, is the Phenotype LS by Area Built and Anarchist, designed by Solid Vapor. He says it's the most flavorsome vape he's ever had, and it packs a ridiculous cloud as well. 2CFTP out in Sweden put together a stack of 6 strands of 0.5 ribbon wire. 3 of those strands are Canthal, 3 of those strands are nichrome. That's why looking at the strands, like half of them look one way, half of them look another way. It's really a cool effect when you mix Canthal and nichrome. It's framed on either side with 28 gauge that's been clapped in with 42 gauge nichrome, and then everything is fused together with 40 gauge nichrome as well. 0.16 ohm build. 2CFTP has a few favorites. For regulated devices, he really likes the Dove Pro Twisted Messes box along with the double barrel. For mech mods, he likes the Limitless Brass, and his favorite RDAs are the Goon and the Recoil. Sony VTC5s for mechs, Samsung 25Rs for regulated devices, and for coils, he really loves to be fused or some crazy build with his Goon. The best way to break down Schizopart's build is to take a look at the wire. The wire itself, he has a nice wire shot here where he's basically deconstructed that for us so we can have a good look at what's inside the build here. Working from the inside out, looks like he has 4 strands of 0.1mm flat wire, he says, that's been fused over with 0.1mm round wire. And then there are 5 strands of 0.1mm flat wire on either side of that. And sandwiching it all together is
That's a really nice build, super clean.
0.3mm round wire, staggered and fused with 0.1mm.
It's a single.
Ohms out at 0.23
Single coil.
ohms. His favorite devices are the Lethal Box, the Noisy Cricket, and his homemade 26650 series box. And his favorite RDAs are the Goon, the Double Vision, the Seminole, the Tsunami, and the 30mm Temple RDA. Macy Vape's build is basically a staple staggerton. He calls it a groove-fused frame staple. It is 6 times 0.5 Canthal ribbon wire that's been
Everybody was
stagger
doing groove
stapled
fuse.
with 36 gauge nichrome. And then he's taken 2 cores of 26 gauge, framed it there, and
Super
fused
clean.
through the gaps in 42 gauge nichrome. Ohms out, dualed up at 0.1 ohms. Macy Vape's ideal setup, he says, would be a DNA 200 mod with a new coil art topper. But he's really loving the new Limitless Lux dual 26650 mod with the Goon RDA and the Twisted Messes Gold RDA.
He says they provide loads of power and battery life for days. Crazy Vapes also did sort of a groove fuse sort of staple coil here. It is 6 times 0.3 nichrome ribbon wire that's been sort of staggered stapled with 36 gauge nichrome, and then it's framed on either side with 28 gauge nichrome and fused over all together with 44 gauge nichrome. Crazy Vape says that he prefers regulated mods because he's able to lock it in case the kids are around. The DNA 200 chipset, he says, is so versatile that he can't really see himself vaping without it anymore. As far as RDAs go, he's vastly a comp vape guy, he says. He loves their designs and the craftsmanship of all their work. Prefers to vape on either the Gold Double Vision or his Twisted Messes 1 RDA. Ramo to You built what he calls a pitchfork corrugated staggered staple fuse Clapton variant. I don't have all the specs on Ramo's build, but looking at it and knowing the materials that he usually likes to work with, I'd say that that is 8 strands of 0.5 ribbon wire that's been staggered stapled with 40 or 42 gauge using either 36 or 34 gauge as a spacer against this 28 gauge frame, and then it's all been married together with 42 gauge as well with another 28 gauge frame and sandwiching in 2 strands of corrugated ribbon wire along with it. Ramo to You says that his favorite devices for regulated mods are the Homewrecker G2, his mech mod, the Trace Keys, and for RDAs, he really likes the Goon. He says he wants a Norris RDA really bad. And for RTAs, he really likes the Limitless and the Tornado Nano. Favorite batteries are the 25R and the HB6. His favorite juices are DIY juices and VVV. I'm not sure what VVV is. He says that those have been his favorites and have been since each have been released. He buys almost everything that gets put out and does written comparisons and reviews. He's asked that question a lot, he says. Teddy Damft put together a polished frame staple. It is 10 plies of 0.4 ribbon wire that's been framed with 26 gauge, that's been staggered with 35 gauge, and it's been fused over with 35 gauge as well. And then he's put a polish on the coil. There's 4 wraps and a 3.5 millimeter internal diameter, ohming out at 0.13 ohms. Teddy Dampt says that for builds under 0.1 ohms, he uses a Dove Po Twisted Messes box or his Parallel Mech Mod Incubus. For builds over 0.1 ohms, he likes to use his Parallel box or his E-Leaf 100 watt temperature control mod. And Divine 83 VBC submitted into this competition the first
this build
hybrid
was
coil
crazy,
that we've
dude.
seen.
This should have
I'm sure
won.
it won't be the
This
last.
build was so
Let's
clean.
explain this build. There are 8 times 0.4 ribbon wire and 26 gauge nichrome frames that make up the core. 2 wraps in the middle are 42 gauge that's been clapped into over a bit of 0.5 ribbon wire, and that fuses together the 2 middle wraps. Working outward from there, there's half a naked staple and a wrap of 26 gauge nichrome, split up on that wrap with half a frame staple, and the full staple on the ends are both clapped and over in 40 gauge. So this might look like it's a bunch of coils and a bunch of different coils all wrapped up together, but it's not. What it is a hybrid coil made up of 6 wraps that has been built in a very, very exotic way. Hybrid coils, I think, are among the most amazing coils out there right now, because if you ask me, at that point, it's not just about building a coil, it's about math. It's about knowing the right amount of space to design each segment of the coil. They're among the most interesting coils out there, if you ask me. So I'm sure this won't be the last we'll be seeing of them during this competition. And Divine 83 VBC favors vaping off of his Goon RDAs, and he prefers regulated boxes in series that can fire lower than 0.1 ohms. The next build comes from Dark Dog Customs. The best way to explain this build is as he did, from the inside out. So he has 38 gauge that's been clapped into over 0.4 square wire. Then on either side of that he has 3 plies of ribbon wire, clapped into over all that with 38 gauge. On either side of that he has 5 plies of 0.5 ribbon wire, framed it with 30 gauge, and then clapped into over all that, fused it together with 40 gauge nichrome. And then he's taken it all, done 2 wraps, created a bridge, 2 more wraps, and anchored it on into the other side of the Goon. So it's sort of a sleeper infinity style build on the Goon here. I gotta say, the shots of this coil where it's been deconstructed and the internal pieces just fanned out, I love it. Just something about it is just so dramatic with the dark lighting. I just love how this coil looks when it's been photographed, man. It's beautiful.
Dark Dog Custom says he normally runs on an unregulated parallel box mod, the Silver Wolf Warrior mod, or his AV Timekeeper. His most used addies are definitely his Goons, followed by his Twisted Messes Squared, his Kennedy 24.
I just stretched it. I didn't want to fucking stretch it, man.
He says. And our last build comes from MTN Tom, Mountain Tom. 2 stacks of .4 Canthal ribbon wire. Split them with 35 gauge stainless steel 316L Clapton over 28 gauge cord, and then it was framed with 2x26 gauge nichrome that was staggered and fused with 35 gauge. So it's basically a staple staggered fused Clapton split in half with a hollow Clapton, which is pretty cool. I like that idea. And the build's been put together in sort of a sleeper infinity style build as well. Mountain Tom's favorite devices are unregulated parallel boxes because he can build as low as he can and there's no faffing about, he says. You just press the button and vapor happens. His favorite topper is the Twisted Messes Squared RDA. He says there's plenty of room to accommodate large builds and it offers a smooth airflow that doesn't kill the flavor as much as you'd expect. And that's it for our competitors. But before we hear from our judges, I do want to point out this awesome build that is on the Coil Wars page right now. It's got a total of something like 78 likes, I want to say. It is a staple staggered fused Clapton Inception coil on the Tsunami RDA. It was posted by Steamiac Vape Picks, and it's the winner for the shout out for this week. Awesome build, man. Our judge for this week was Proby 300. Proby 300 started smoking at the age of 20 and smoked for 25 years. Towards the end, he was around 3 packs per day, and he wanted to quit, but was never successful with any of the things available, until his girlfriend bought him a little Ego pen and tank. He messed around with it for a while, and eventually went to an actual vape shop and got the schooling he needed. He bought a battery system and a tank with better juice, and he's never had another cigarette after that. After about 3 months, he was rebuilding hanger coil heads and Nautilus coil heads to get lower ohms. His first tube mod was a Chi U, and the dripper that he had was the Patriot. He did simple build, 28, 26 gauge wire, until he saw some videos by Twisted Messes and was in complete awe. He started his building career in December of 2014 and started his Instagram account in January of 2015. His Instagram name was derived from him actually being a professional bowler in the early 90s. His Instagram name is Proby300. In the course of his bowling career, he had 29 300s to his credit, which is basically the best you can do as a bowler. And he got to bowl all over the United States. Family became more important, so he had to give it up, but he's very grateful to have been a part of it. He's a cabinet finish carpenter by trade, and vaping saved his life, and he talks to others about trying getting on with cigarettes. He's given some of his older equipment to others to help them, and he's set a number of people up to get them started. He builds coils and gives them away to people to get them moving in the right direction with vaping. He hates when he sees people struggling with building and offers up his knowledge whenever they need help. He's done a few tutorials on YouTube.
I feel like if I was going for a 5-foot one,
live
I'd get
shows
way
on
more.
Facebook as well. When the Alien coil was still very new, he got up the courage to do a tutorial on the Alien because he was asked about it so much, and he actually ended up having the first Alien tutorial out there. And since then, the Alien coil has evolved so much. So that right there, guys, I mean, Proby300, it's an honor to have you judging this competition with us. Thank you so much for taking the time and for being a part of it. So with that said, Proby300 had to choose one winner for the week and one person that would not be continuing on with us. Teddy Damp's build, the frame staple coil, is Proby300's pick for the winner this week. Proby300 says that it was super clean, perfectly executed, and a real eye catcher. However, all the builds were outstanding and a lot of love went into them, and picking just one, he says, was very hard. Sadly, one competitor will not be continuing on with us, and that competitor is Dark Dog Customs. Dark Dog Customs, I want to thank you again. Mike Berggren, I want to thank you again for being a part of this competition, for being a part of Coil Wars. It's been an honor to have you, man. I love what you're doing in the community, being a part of Coils for Advocacy. I hope you stay
Alright, I'm gonna go grab a water, run to the bathroom, wrap these up, and then I'm gonna start doing
the sentiments that you expressed to me.
the super stag.
when I told you the news.
Alright,
He
we'll
says
start
he's
the
proud
super
to have stood
stag.
with builders of this caliber during the
super
competition,
stag
and he's
will
excited
look-
to see what they come up with next. He wants to take the time to remind people that they need to support the organizations that are fighting for our right to do what we do. Continue writing letters, making phone calls, setting the right examples, and being solid advocates. He says, stay strong and stand united. I don't think I could have said it better myself, Mike. Thank you. So congratulations to Teddy Damped. So long to Dark Dog Customs. We'll miss you, man. And next week, our challenge is going to be all about braids. Braids and weaves, really, because they kind of go together.
One sec.
What's really, really cool about braided coils, and what a lot of people ask me on my channel and on Instagram, I get DMs from you guys, I get Facebook messages from you guys, I get messages on my channel asking me what kind of builds you can put together if you don't have a drill. And, well, the braid is one of the best things I could advise you to put together. I mean, yeah, you could twist some wires together even without a drill, but the best thing I could tell you to do would be a braid. I just couldn't tell you how to do it before because I'd never done it. But I finally have, and I can tell you, it's a great way to put together an exotic build, even if you don't have a drill. So for this week, I put together just a standard vertebrae 3-loop coil for you guys. It's my first time doing braids, so please be gentle. It took me a bit of doing at first. I wanted to go all exotic, and I was going to have 3 frames. It was going to be kind of a loop and a braid, and it was going to be all crazy. And then I'm staring at it for 2 hours trying to put this build together, and my wife comes down and she's like, "You're still working on this?" I was like, "Yeah." She's like, "You don't need to reinvent the wheel, man. You just need to get the video out." I'm like, "All right, fine." So I sucked up my pride and I just put together just a 3-loop vertebrae coil. And I gotta tell you, once I did that, I was amazed at how easy it was. It looks way harder than it is, but it's not. It's not difficult at all. Building this coil for the first time, I think I used way too much wire and quite a bit of it went to waste. Now, I started with 10 times off the spool with 30 gauge. I used only 30 gauge for this build, nothing else. Didn't use the drill. All I used was 30 gauge and my vise, and that's it. Nothing else. I think you'd probably be fine with about half that. 5 or 6 times off the spool would be plenty. And give it a little tug. And marry the end together. So basically, you're just going to take that strand off the spool, find the ends, twist them together, set it aside, and then take off 2 more lengths just the same way. Twist the ends together and set them down. We're going to take all 3 strands and marry them all together. Twist all 3. Into the vise they go. So you've got 3
loops that have been set up here. If you've ever put together a braid before of any kind, braided someone's hair, braided bracelet, you kind of know where we're going with this. We're going to go ahead, we're going to anchor that bit of twisted wire on into the vise, and then we're going to take these strands and we're going to braid them together. It's actually 6 strands in total, but it's 3 loops that we're braiding together. A really important tool here to have if you don't want to hurt your fingers in the process, because wire can be kind of sharp. I mean, basically this is
Where'd the other coil go?
of metal wire that you're working with here, and braiding it can be rather painful if you're not using gloves. These gloves are incredibly useful and incredibly inexpensive and comfortable. And I would definitely recommend picking up a pair if you're going to be putting together a braid. What was the easiest way for me to keep track of which wire went over which, because I'm bad with things like that. I have a shit memory. I'm not good at remembering which one went where and all that kind of stuff, was to always have the middle loop always on my middle finger, the outer wrap always on my index finger. So what I like to do is basically the middle finger is always reserved for the center loop. So as I pull away, handing it off, I switch the outside loop back over to my index finger. That way when I come back over here, and for the handoff, always goes to the middle finger, and as I pull away, switch to the outside wrap, it's back on the index finger. Just helps me keep everything straight. Always the outside wrap, over to the middle finger. Stretch back. Outside wrap, middle finger.
I gotta make more of these.
Stretch it out.
But we're gonna go on.
Outside
Move on
wrap.
to the fun stuff.
Index finger to middle finger. Flip this one that was on the middle finger back over to the index finger. Stretch it out. Bring it back in. Outside wrap on the index goes over to the middle finger. This inside wrap that was on the middle finger goes over to the index finger. Stretch them apart. And that becomes kind of a fluid motion
How do you guys think I did with the braids?
as we go along. And it made it very easy for me to remember where the wire went.
You can watch the rest of this
It's
video.
okay. It worked very well. And I moved through it very quickly once I got that map.
This is an intro. Don't need to.
So, during Coil Wars, right? I'll give you a little inside thing. So, what's up, Hat Man? What's up, Danny? Tim still here? What's up? What's up? What's up? I'm looking at chat, so if you guys want to chat. So, Homeboy Josh and Dwayne actually, Dwayne Rambo set up a chat for all of us to chat in there and to like tell them like, yo, I got my build in. I emailed you my build. So all of us builders were talking together. So now, I was afraid of braids because I just wasn't that great at braids. I knew that Teddy Damp's in there, and Shizzo Part was really good at braids. Ramo to you couldn't really, I forget if he was doing braids much, but there was a couple good braiders. So on week 3 out of 10, so we have 7 more weeks to go. On week 3, they said braids, and Teddy Damp was like, yes, we got braids, finally, my week. I said, thank God they did braids early in the competition. And they're like, why? I was like, I'd rather do braids now because I think I could braid better than like 5 of you. But if I get caught in the finals with Teddy Damp doing braids, I'm going to lose. So I'd rather braids get the fuck out of the way. And they're like, oh shit. And Teddy Damp was like, man, I wish we had braids for the finals. Like, exactly. Because if that final thing would have been braids and it would have been like me versus Teddy Damp, oh my God. I would have definitely lost. Lost anyway, but it would have been bad.
Intro. I don't mean intro. This is just
No!
YouTube, what is up? I'm your homeboy Josh, back at you with another installment of Coil Wars, a weekly build competition that pits 10 builders against each other in single elimination rounds until only one remains. This week we asked our competitors to put together braids for us. There are all kinds of braids that you can do. There's the vertebraid, there's the Celtic braid, there's the radiator.
I just did
There's
it again!
all kinds of braids that you can do, and one thing that people really like about braids is that you don't necessarily need a drill to make one. That's one thing that I get asked about all the time on my channel is what kind of build can I make for an exotic build if I don't have a drill? Well, a lot of the builds that you're going to see today don't involve a drill. Some of them do, but the point is that even if you don't have all the usual equipment that people use to put exotic builds together, you can still get in on the fun. You wouldn't think it looking at some of these builds, but for many of our competitors, this is the first time they ever threw a braid together. Me and Dwayne were just jaw on floor. I mean, we were just amazed at some of these builds. Our first build this week comes from Laricus88. Laricus88 went with a 6-loop 32 gauge nichrome double braid, and it appears to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wraps in the goon. My guess is around a 3mm internal diameter. You got some beautiful gold colors out of this build too, man. Real nice.
Yeah,
And that is one
memory lane,
sexy,
sure.
sexy wet shot too. If you've been watching and following along, you know every week we ask our competitors one question for us to share with you guys, and this week we asked them about their favorite juices. A few of Laricus88's favorites are Liquid Nation's Maple Glaze. He likes Dragonscape from the Enjoy Artisan Collection, and he also likes Sub-Ohm Juice Blow Nut Milk. Never heard of that one. He likes a lot of others, but it's too hard to choose a favorite, he says. But if he had to, it would be the Dragonscape from Enjoy's Artisan Collection, just because of how different it is. He says it has one of the most unique flavor profiles he's ever tried to date. However, he's mostly a homebrew kind of guy and likes anything from dessert vapes to fruity menthol vapes. This week, Skits Apart threw together a stagger fused frame staple, 0.45mm wire for the frames and 0.15mm wire for the stagger, 0.1mm wire for the fuse. For the core, he has 6 strands of 0.4 ribbon wire divided by a braid. The braid is a 3-loop vertebraid made up of 0.2mm wire, and he's paralleled all that together with another vertebraid of 3 loops of a micro Clapton coil, 0.1mm over 0.15mm wire for the Claptons. And he managed to capture the full spectrum of the colors that he was getting out of this build too. He's got some great gold, he's got some great blues and oranges and purples. Gorgeous, man. Skits Apart says that he likes the sweeter flavors out there. He likes vanilla, cookie, creamy kind of vapes. At the moment, he likes Father's Milk, Lupa, and Pulsar. And he also likes Erno German White Cake. He also says he likes to mix his own juices using 85 VG, 15 PG, and 1 to 3 milligram Nic. Crazy Vapes put together a 5-loop split vertebraid made up of 30 gauge nichrome, and he threw that all into the Comp Vape Double Vision RDA. He built that one above and between the posts, so it's probably going to be a nice hot vape, it being up there so close to the top of the RDA. Yeah, I bet he's got some amazing flavor out of that build too. And he managed to get some gorgeous colors out of this one as well. The last shot with the overhead, just looking down at the RDA and looking at that range of colors, blues, I see greens, I see purples, golds, so many great colors that you can get out of nichrome. I love nichrome for the colors you can get out of it. And another shot with the blues, but this one from overhead, it's a gorgeous shot, man. That blue against the gold of the deck, it just really pops. Crazy Vapes didn't go into too much detail, but he does say that he loves the Convict Vapor line of juices. For a lot of our competitors, this was the first time throwing together a braid. For others, they have a lot of experience in braids. And I think you're going to see that throughout the competition, that some of our competitors have an affinity for certain kinds of builds. And Teddy Dampt really likes to specialize in braids. In fact, he has his own channel on YouTube under the name Teddy Dampt if you want to learn to make more braids, because that's what he does. He basically makes braids for the most part. That's almost all he does. He threw together a bradiator using 14 plies of 0.3 Kanthal ribbon wire for the core and 5 loops of 35 gauge 304 stainless steel for the bradiator going over the core. I gotta say, Teddy, I don't know which of these shots in this series I like the best. I'm torn between the process shot he threw up first, showing how it's all coming together, and this drip shot you showed at the end. Love a good drip shot, man. That is gorgeous. Teddy Dampt likes to mix his own juice. He prefers everything with fruit. Melon, apple, raspberry, banana, peach, blueberry, citrus, orange, and so on. Sometimes he'll combine 2 fruit flavors with a menthol. He hopes someday to get a juice sponsor because in his opinion, the pre-made, ready-to-go juices are better in taste. But right now he vapes too much to buy his own pre-made juices. He says it's too expensive to do that for him. When Ramo2U threw up this build, he wanted to add some context. He says he's not a braider, that he's made 3 braids of any type in his entire life, and he had a tendonitis flare-up for the past week that's made his hands similar to balloons in shape, and that he's not exaggerating at all. He practiced braiding the day before, and this was the last day that he threw this up for the challenge because, you know, we need to get the builds in so we can get them to the judges and start filming and all that kind of stuff. So it was the last day he could get them in. He says it took a total of 4 hours for him to make it, and when he was done, every finger had multiple blisters and cuts from it, and he just wanted to give credit to all the braiders out there. He says you're all amazing, and he have his condolences. Build is a 4-loop radiator with 26 gauge cores and 32 gauge braid. He's got it set up stacked on one coil of the Goon RDA in a dual configuration. Ramo2U is pretty picky in terms of his juices, he says. He really likes Verde Valley Vapes, that's his favorite brand. He also likes Snitch from Verdict Vapors. We actually just did a review on that a few days ago. He also does some DIY, and he doesn't like much else, he says. And this build from Mountain Tom right here. Mountain Tom, I gotta tell you, when I saw this build, I was just like, what is going on in there? There's so much happening. It's just a crazy build, dude. I love it. He calls it the staple helix style 5-loop something braid. So he used 5 loops here and pretty much used a bunch of different wire for his loops, and then he helixed it all together between 2 twisted frames. So he's got 2 loops of 34 gauge Kanthal, 2 loops of twisted 35 gauge 316L stainless steel. Final loop is 6 strands of 44 gauge nichrome that was lightly twisted together. He framed that with a twist of 2x28 gauge 316 stainless steel on either side, and then he helixed it all together with 35 gauge stainless steel and 39 gauge Kanthal. He says his favorite juices are Blueberry Cheesecake from Luna, Admiral Crunch from the Steep House, the entire Clown Juices line, and Strudel from the Pastry Boy. He loves cereal vapes and blueberry vapes. 2CFTP is actually not 2CFTP. I have been pronouncing his name incorrectly all along, and for that I am so sorry, buddy. He sent me this voice clip telling me how to pronounce his name, and for that, dude, thank you. I'm so sorry I've been pronouncing your name wrong all along. So that's how you say it. And CFTP stands for Coils for the People. I actually just put that together myself the other day before he told me, and I was like, So Tius put together a 5-loop Celtic braid using 28 gauge stainless steel. He did 3 wraps over a 3.5mm bit, and it ohms out at 0.1 ohms. Stainless steel is another wire that you really get some beautiful colors out of, and Tius was kind enough to go ahead and post a few montages here showing just the range of colors he got out of this build. Golds, there are purples, there are blues, and the glow shots look gorgeous too, man. Really nicely put together. Thank you. Tius really likes Lost Fog's Neon Cream. It's his new favorite, he says. It's a really good juice. I've had it myself, man. I'm with you. It's a good juice. He also likes Hardcore Love Drops, Are You For Real, and Peter Daniels Boats. He says that for the most part, he really likes fruity candy vapes and some tobacco vapes. Macy Vapes made a bunch of braids trying to decide which one to submit, and some of these braids, man, I don't know which one is better than the last. I think you made the right choice though. I think this braid is just elegant and beautiful. It is a flattened and lightly polished 5-loop braid. Great colors out of this build as well. I don't have the specifics on it. I believe that it has to be either nichrome or stainless steel based upon the colors. You got some pastels, you got some golds, some dark blues, dark purples. Really came together nicely, and it looks gorgeous in the Goon, man. His favorite juices are Pancake Man, French Dude from the Vape Breakfast Classics lines, and he also likes Loaded Glazed Donuts. He likes Milkman Strawberry Milkshake and My Man ice cream flavors from the One Hit Wonder juice lines as well. He loves most of the juices he tries, he says. He also likes all of the Flawless line. Divine 83 VBC threw together a Cadle Skin Bradiator using 5 loops of 34 gauge nichrome over a frame staple core with 26 gauge frames and 8 strands of 0.4 ribbon wire. He paralleled that up next to a Fuse Clapton with 26 gauge cores and 40 gauge nichrome. Gorgeous colors out of this build, man. Those blues are just so dramatic. Such a great shot of those blues. But Nick, my favorite shot in the series has to be this one right here. These purple frames with this golden Cadle Skin Bradiator over it. And you got some blues coming in the background. Gorgeous shot, man. He also threw together a beautiful edit on this build too. It's kind of in a negative with a pinwheel going on here, man. I love how this coil looks in negative, man. Those braids really pop. Awesome glow shot too. Nick says he always has a different favorite. Mostly he likes pastry vapes and cereal vapes, but he'll vape anything as long as it's good. If he had to pick his all-time favorites, he would probably go with Carnage or Looper from the Animal line. Right now, he says it's definitely French Dude and Pink Taffy Man. And that's it for the entries this week from our builders. The shout out of the week goes to Panzer Coil on the Instagram page. Panzer Coil has a total of 88 likes on this build here. It is a double-stranded radiator. He has it sitting on up on the Twisted Messy Squared RDA. It's a beautiful build, man. It has something like 88 likes on the page. Awesome. Our judge for this week is Tommy Nukwa. Tommy is Indonesian and I'm assuming of French descent. So my French sucks. And if I'm saying that wrong, I'm sorry. Anyway, Tommy Nukwa is the originator of the Vertebrae, the Bradiator, and the Slentra and Bridge coil concepts. So who better to judge our braid challenge than Tommy himself? About 3.5 years ago, when Tommy Nukwa's wife got pregnant, he decided that he needed to find a healthier way to stop smoking and gradually decrease his nicotine cravings. He chose to vape after he did some research on the internet and some medical literatures that he got from his wife. His wife is a doctor, a general practitioner to be exact. Tommy, I know you're a real busy guy, man, and I just want to thank you again for taking the time to preside over this leg of the competition. The guys were really excited to have you. They were also incredibly humbled to have you judging this leg, so thank you. Tommy Q used a 5-point system to rate each competitor based upon creativity, complexity, functionality, and picture quality. He shared his top 3 picks with me. Skits Apart is the winner for this round of Coil Wars. Teddy Damped and N Divine 83 VBC, you're the runners-up. Sadly, Tommy did have to choose one competitor that would not be continuing on with us in the competition, and that competitor is Mountain Tom. Mountain Tom says that he had a feeling he was going to be eliminated this round, that the coils that everyone else made were far beyond his capabilities, and he still can't quite get his head around how to braid. I don't know about that, Tom. I think that was a pretty nice coil, too. I think that was just a tough call, man. He wants to congratulate the other builders on making it through this round, and he feels sorry for the forthcoming judges. He says it's going to be tough for them to pick the winner of each round going forward. I think I agree, Tom. Nevertheless, he'd like to say how happy he is to have been included in this competition, considering that he's only been building for 16 weeks or so. Wow. He wanted me to let you know that he sells coils on his Facebook page, MTN Coils, and that all the proceeds go to either helping our right to vape or to the RBL, that's the Royal British Legion, to help their troops. He doesn't even break even with the sales after the donations are made, and he also wants to thank me and Dwayne again for considering to be part of the competition. Tom, thank you for saying yes when we asked you, man. Thank you for being a part of it. It's been a pleasure to have you, and it's sad to see you go, man. So farewell to Tom, and hello to our next challenge, the Stovetop Coil. Next week is all about stovetops. And other than that, it's completely wide open, so we'll probably see a wide variety of builds from our competitors. And of course, this week on the Coil Wars Instagram page, all you builders out there can submit your stovetop coil photos. We'll repost them, and the one with the most likes gets a shout out next week. Stovetops are traditionally done in sort of a spiraling outward sort of fashion, and you can mount them either vertically like that in certain RDAs, or you can mount them flat in other RDAs. Like certain postless RDAs, you can mount them flat. What a lot of people do is they just take a lot of the scraps that they had laying around. When they have a bit left over, they'll make a stovetop coil, just marrying a bunch of wires together, twisting them up, maybe add a helix to it. This week, what I decided to do is put together another stovetop coil with you. I did one a long while ago. We put together a reef coil, and we threw that into the pi squared RDA. This week, I decided to make dual stovetops and throw mine into the Mason RDA. This was sent on over a while back by the cloudivapor.com. What I decided to make with you guys today is an original concept by Homeboy OC. No relation. He came up with this concept called Matrix Wire. It's a matrix coil. I love the name. I just think it defines it so well, because matrix coils, when you look at them, you're just kind of, what is going on here? It just looks so crazy, the kinds of patterns that can emerge depending upon the combinations of wires that you use. So for this build, I used my vise, I used my drill, my swivel tools, and everything else I basically filled in the gaps with the Geek Vape Toolkit. Comes with pretty much everything you need to get yourself started. Ohm meter, screwdrivers, pliers, scissors for your cotton, wire cutters, ceramic tweezers. Pretty sweet kit. In terms of wire, I used a combination of 18 gauge, 26 gauge, 30 gauge, and 0.5 ribbon wire. So to start this build off, I took a strand of wire off the 18 gauge spool about 2 times around. Now 2 times around with the 18 gauge spool, it's a big ass spool, so it goes a long way. 2 times around the spool with the 18 gauge is like 3 times around the spool with the 26, so it's plenty of wire. Once I had that wire all straightened out, I went ahead, anchored on one end into the swivel tools. Anchoring it into the swivel tools is basically you want to make sure that you don't twist it. I don't know, maybe you could twist it. I wouldn't twist it. I think I would break the swivels, to be honest with you, because 18 gauge, it's like bending rebar. It'd be like twisting rebar. I just like to bend it into place, sort of wrap it around and just watch out for that. And bending it, I use my pliers to do it. Just makes it a little bit easier, a little more manageable. Anchored the other end onto into the chuck of the drill, and then we used our 0.5 ribbon wire and made a nice thick snake. Just like you're making a Clapton, but with ribbon wire. And what I find is that holding it at a bit of an angle helps to keep it as clean as possible. And then we have an 18 gauge 0.5 ribbon wire snake coil. A snake coil is basically a Clapton with ribbon wire as opposed to round wire. And once that snake is all Clapton on there, we're going to go ahead and decore it. From there, we're going to go ahead and decore this wire. So we're clipping it off back here. We're going to unravel the wire sticking out on the end of the chuck. And just slide it right on off. It'll come off nice and easy if you do it nice and clean. As long as you made your snake coil nice and clean, it'll slide off no problem. And then we're going to stitch through that decored snake coil. I guess you could call it a snake skin, right? Because it's decored, snake wire, snake skin. Get it? I like it. Anyway, so we're going to stitch through the snake skin with some 26 gauge wire. Now what we're going to do is take this 26 gauge wire and we're going to take a length just a little bit longer. Yeah, we're going to do 3 times off the spool. Go ahead and clip that on off. And then we're just going to straighten it out really quick. So then we're just going to take our 26 gauge wire and we're going to feed it on through that decored ribbon wire. Just like that. So it's all the way through. Then I lay it all down on the table, take my screwdriver and use that through the loop of wire that's been created, pull it nice and tight as I can without ripping it out of the chuck, and then just let it rip. Then once everything's all the way through, basically find the middle. And just close the chuck down on that bit of wire there. And clip off any of this junk that we don't need. Clip off the excess on the ribbon wire too. So what we have here is this bit of loop. So find the middle so that these lengths are about even, right about there. Great. Grab a screwdriver, any size I suppose, doesn't matter so much. I just like to hold it like this, 2 fingers on either side of the wire, and then just let it twist up. And as it's twisting, it's bringing the core wires closer and closer and closer together, twisting them tighter and tighter. And as those core wires are being brought tighter and tighter together, it's working to spread apart the ribbon wire. And it's creating this really interesting pattern where all these loops are emerging from the ribbon wire. And it just looks so weird, to be honest with you. I think that naming this sort of wire the Matrix, yeah, old boy OC, hit this one on the nose, for sure. Wire like this definitely wants to slip away from you, so what I like to do is just clip it off at the source and hope for the best. Great. Yeah, that's looking pretty awesome. That's exactly what we're going for. Very cool. And there's variations that you can do where, say you use a spacer for the ribbon wire, or say you use 2 layers of wire with multiple strands of ribbon wire, or say you use round wire. Round wire creates a whole other kind of pattern. Say layering ribbon wire on top of each other. It creates all kinds of different patterns. There's all kinds of different variations you can do on a matrix wire. Do a matrix with a combination of round wire and ribbon wire, for example. There's all kinds of stuff that you can do. There's really no limit. It's just your imagination at work. So You can do anything you want with a matrix wire. With this one, I decided just to helix it with some 30 gauge. Just to add a bit of flair to it, we're going to go ahead and make this a helix coil. I anchored everything back on into the swivel tools and went at it with the 30 gauge, just helixing into the gaps. There we go. Just need to find the right angle. The key to helixing wire is just to match up the angle that you're holding the wire to the angle of the twist. That's it, and then it's pretty automated from there. You can do it in fits and bursts with the drill. You can do it just on one long pull on the drill. As long as you get it through to the end, you're good to go. That's the secret to any good helix, really, is finding the right angle. And then I didn't like the space so much that was created, so I decided to make a double helix. So I helixed each end of this matrix wire with 30 gauge. We're gonna make this a double helix just so it's got both sides of the wrap. And then we've got a double helix over our matrix wire. Our wire fully assembled, I wrapped the coil using a combination of the vise and the smallest screwdriver I had. This wire is really springy, so there's a lot of give to it. It's a lot of bending the wire on into a sort of stovetop configuration, letting it go back out, and then bending it more. In the end, I had enough wire for 2 stovetop coils out of that matrix wire build, and I dualed it on up in the Mason RDA.
That Mason RDA.
In the end, it ohmed out at about 0.15 ohms. Something that I would normally vape at about 120 watts or so, but like most stovetop coils, it has a heck of a ramp up time. With a stovetop, what I like to do is pump it up. And this one I pump up to about 200 watts on the DNA 200 cartel mod. That's more like it. The flavor on that build, that's the thing about stovetops. I push a lot of power to my stovetops. There's very little heat to them. Like 200 watts on the stovetop feels like maybe 80, 90 watts on some other build. It's a very different kind of vape, and they're incredibly flavorful, but I need to push a lot of power to them to get the flavor I want out of them. Awesome. I gotta say, that's the most flavorful stovetop coil that I've ever put together. That is a delicious, delicious vape. They're not just for looks, let me tell you. They vape wonderfully once you push enough power to them. But that's the beauty of stovetop coils, is that there's just so many different configurations that you can do in a stovetop. Pretty much, it's just as endless as any other wire build, and some of them just look just crazy. I love a good stovetop coil, man. Anyway, guys, that's a wrap on Braid Week and the Coil Wars competition. We'll see you guys next week with some stovetop coils. And all you builders out there, remember, post your photos on over to the Coil Wars page. We'll repost them. And the photo with the most likes gets a shout out next week alongside our competitors. Until next time, I'm your homeboy Josh. Vape on, vapors.
That's gonna be a hot build for a barrel. You might want to do just a Clapton, man. No, I guess you could do a fuse Clapton.
YouTube, what is up? I'm your homeboy Josh, back at you with another installment of Coil Wars, a weekly build competition where builders go head to head in weekly challenges until only one remains and is crowned the Coil Wars champion. This week we asked our competitors to create stovetop coils. Stovetop coils are traditionally done in this sort of spiral sort of fashion, spiraling out from the center. Most people will mount them in either a 3-terminal RDA or a 4-terminal RDA in sort of a vertical fashion. They can also be mounted in postless RDAs, certain postless RDAs just down. So they're spiraling out in the stovetop across the face of the RDA. They get their name from the heating element on the top of the stove, where you cook your food, because it has that sort of spiraling outward sort of heating ring, that heating element, and that's what it looks like. It looks like a stovetop when you make a coil like this. Now there are some mixed feelings about stovetop coils. A lot of people that think that they're just for show, that they don't provide the best vape, that they're just for creating something that's elegant, something that looks like coil art, really. My opinion personally is that they vape great, but you have to push a lot more power to them. The amount of power that you would push to that coil if it was in sort of a standard wrap kind of configuration, double it for the stovetop. That's how you can get the best performance out of them. So they're really great coils for those regulated devices, in my opinion. Our first build comes from Teddy Damp. He created a Clapton wrap with 35 gauge stainless steel, stretched that out over 0.3 ribbon wire, and then re-Claptoned it, making an alien coil over 3 26 gauge stainless steel cores. We got some beautiful color shots out of this build, everything from oranges to blues, purples, reds. It's just gorgeous, man. Beautiful, beautiful build. He's got it all mounted up in the Twisted Messes squared RDA. This week we asked our competitors what the future holds for vaping. Teddy believes that the future of vaping is somewhat dark, that governments will regulate more and more as they lose more and more tax money from people switching away from cigarettes and over to vaping. He thinks that in 5 or 10 years, vaping will be so expensive that people will just choose to smoke cigarettes rather than vape. He says that the people in power don't care about our health, that if we die early, it's better for that country because they won't have to pay your old age pension, Social Security in the United States. He says he loves the way that the UK thinks of vaping, that the UK knows that vaping is better than cigarettes. But in Germany, it's still pretty horrible. It still has quite a stigma attached to it. Since they don't have any experience with vaping, they prefer just to lump it in with cigarettes. Macy Vapes created a staple staggered fuse Clapton with 8 strands of 0.5 ribbon wire and framed it with 2 strands of 26 gauge nichrome, and he staggered and fused it with 34 gauge stainless steel. And then he twisted it all together. And it looks like Macy took a lot of inspiration from DNA here. He included depictions of DNA strands along with each one of the photos that he sent out, montages, as well as the single photo. Very cool looking piece here, Macy. I love how that looks all juxtaposed against the strand of DNA in each one of the photos.
Cat stole my
Definitely hammers
dum-dums.
home what you're trying to do here. Just a piece of art imitating life. Very, very cool. And you have to love the color on this build too. The way it moves out from the posts of the goon toward the curve of the stovetop. How it moves from yellow to orange to fuchsia to purple to blue. Beautiful color, man. Nice warm glow shots here too. And I love how each one of the DNA strands that he includes, looking at them alongside the coil, it's like alongside the pre-fire shot, he's got one that kind of looks like metal, and the color shot, he's got one where it has a gradation in color as well. And the fire shot, I mean, the DNA strands just lit up like fire as well. It just looks awesome altogether. Macy says he's not sure what the future of vaping holds, but one thing he does know is that we'll find a way to vape anyway. That's why he says he started coil building in the first place, and all he needs to do now is start making his own liquids. He says that as a vape family, we're all going to help each other, no matter what they say. Our next build comes from Crazy Vapes. Crazy Vapes created an interlocking stitch framed alien. The interlocking alien is 2 strands of 36 gauge 316L stainless steel. The stitch is 40 gauge. Same thing, stainless steel as well. The frames, 2 strands of 28 gauge 316 stainless steel. And inside, sandwiched all together, are 4 strands of 0.4 nichrome ribbon wire. It ohms out at 0.2 ohms. Crazy Vape starts out by saying the future of vaping is futile, but I don't believe that that's what he means. I think that that's just a spelling error, because he goes on to say that it depends on all of us sticking together as a family and fighting back against those oppressing our needs for better health. He wants to remind us that some of the toughest endeavors in this country were done by individuals with nothing. When all odds were against them, they strived forward. They completed what they set out to do, to show the world they were not going to be held down. He says he's not going to go into details on who, because he doesn't want to make this read like a movie. He says he knows people say that it's all about the politicians and the FDA, but honestly, he says we can win this. He says that he himself, he was held down, told for years that he couldn't do something. A decade later, he's still alive, and he's still here. Teus, CFTP, created a Helix Clapton. One Clapton is 32 gauge, Clapton with 40, and the other one is 35 gauge, Clapton with 44. He's got some nice color on this build, and some beautiful glow shots. And he's also given us some really, really nice drip shots as well. Whole couple montages of drip shots here. Beautiful, man. Teus didn't go into too much detail, but what he does say is that what we need is a revolution. And I think that that's what's been going on right now, Teus. I think that we are in the midst of a revolution. Skits Apart have created a stitched alien variation. It is 2 strands of 0.45 millimeter for the core. The alien is 0.2 millimeter, and the stitch is 0.2 millimeter as well. And he put a bit of a polish on the build. He's got some beautiful color on this build, chronicling the process of getting this coil up and firing. He's got shots that are a combination of just oranges and ambers and golds and blues. And he's got shots that are just all blues and purples, man. I don't know which one I like better. And a beautiful glow shot, as well as some really, really sexy drip shots as well, man. Very nice. Skits Apart isn't really sure how to answer this week's question on the future of vaping. He says that he's never really sat down with the subject and given it any real thought, never really thought about it in depth. He calls vaping steam, and he says the future of steam, he hopes that we'll see lobbyists similar to how we see in the tobacco industry. He says it's going to take a lot of money, billions perhaps, euros and dollars, to be able to put into place the laws and regulations that will benefit vapors. He hopes that more meaningful scientific opinions and studies will come about, moving politicians to rethink their opinions on vaping. He says it's unfortunate that it's the people that have all the money that make the decisions for the rest of the world. He says, "Viva la Vapeolution." Our next build comes from Ramo to You. He says it's his 3rd stovetop attempt. He made a few of them, figuring out which one he would submit for the competition. It is an alien frame staple Clapton with a half staggered fuse Clapton over it. The alien frame staple consists of 10 strands of 0.3 ribbon wire and is framed with 28 gauge. The Alien is 38. Claptoned over the frame staple Alien, he has a half-staggered fused Clapton. He used 30 gauge for the cores, 38 gauge for the stagger, and he fused that together with 40 gauge. Ramos says that no one is certain of what's ahead. If it's like anything else, he says it'll be a slow erosion of our rights, higher taxes, more regulations and laws. He thinks that what we'll see in the future are more devices similar to the Views and the Blue, closed systems with cartridge replacements and plain tobacco flavors and high taxes. And Divine 83 VBC created I don't even know where to begin. Luckily, he has it laid out for me in order of build, he says. He started with 3242 micro Clapton, so 32 gauge Clapton over with 42 gauge. Then he paralleled that with a 32 gauge Clapton that he originally made over a 22 gauge and then record over 30 gauge. Then he twisted all that with some 24 gauge and he helixed over it with an Alien made of 3 strands of 30 gauge and 38 gauge. Then he helixed over it on the other side with another Clapton made up of 30 gauge and 40 gauge. I love the colors on some of these shots on Nick's build, man. Some blues and purples and oranges just randomly throughout it. There's not really any particular pattern to it. It's just completely random. All these wires just created a different color when they were heated and all mixed together. It looks like potpourri. It's awesome, man. He says that no matter what happens for the future of vaping, he'll be vaping and building. But since the start of this whole thing, he's felt as though the FDA and government wants to bring huge regulations and restrictions, so when the fight is over, a big tax and small regulation won't look so bad. So he thinks that this is just a power play by the FDA right now. So when all is said and done and they lower those restrictions on us, they'll look like we really won the fight. And some tax and regulation will be there, but it won't be as bad as it is right now. But he says the big thing is that we have to fight. We have to keep fighting. That he has a lot of friends in Philadelphia that own and work in shops. And it's important to buy from them and support them, even if he pays an extra couple of dollars over the internet prices because their future is important. He says that almost all vapors have their first introduction to vaping at a vape shop. And numbers is what we need. That we need to keep that going. And our last build comes from Laricus88. I don't have the specs on Laricus's build, so I'm going to guess based upon what I'm seeing here. It looks to be a pair of Claptons that have been twisted. It looks like a pair of 26, 36 gauge Claptons that have been twisted. So 26 gauge for the core, 36 gauge for the Clapton, twisted together. And it looks like he created a double helix for that with 40 gauge. And then he's twisted all that with either 20 gauge or 18 gauge. He's lightly twisted that and then formed a stovetop here on the Twisted Messes version 2 RDA. I love the way that the helixed Clapton coils here just kind of drape over and around this 20 or 18 gauge. It's like a shell, it's like a cobweb. It looks like something.
Wait a minute, do I have this sound on twice or something?
I love this coil, man. Laricus88 says that as long as we all stay active in the fight, that they'll never win. They'll never take us down. And that's it for the builds from our Coil Warriors this week. However, as always, we are going to have a shout out for the photo with the most likes on the Instagram page this week. And once again, it goes to Panzer Coil. Panzer Coil came out with this radiator alien frame staple. Radiator, stovetop, I kind of felt they went together, so we went ahead and reposted it. And that was the winner for this week with 67 likes. In a very short period of time, too. Only about 7 hours has passed since this was posted, so kudos, man. It's always been the dream of Coil Wars, ever since its inception, ever since Dwayne and I started talking about this months and months ago, that we would have a panel of judges every week. But getting things moving in the beginning was kind of slow going. We were able to secure about 5 judges when we first started out. Since then, it's kind of gained some momentum, and we're starting to get a lot more interest in judging this competition. A lot of people have started to reach out and contact us asking if they could participate, and interest has grown significantly. And I'm proud to announce that from here on, Coil Wars will be judged by a panel of 3 judges each and every week. So that's pretty exciting, seeing that vision just come one step closer to reality. So awesome. So our panel of judges for this week includes Spaced Coils, Build Lab, and Sean Obi 27. Spaced Coils has a very unique take on stovetops, and he is actually the originator of the radiator stovetop coil. Not the traditional stovetop in the sense that it sort of spirals outward in that fashion we previously spoke about, but it's more like a radiator, similar to the build we featured with Panzer coil, but just a little bit different than that too. In a lot of ways, this coil is similar to what you would call an extension build or a hanger coil as well. So when I saw this build out there, I definitely wanted Spaced Coils judging this competition, this challenge in particular, because I thought it would just be a really unique take on stovetops, having his point of view in there. I asked him to share a little bit about himself. He says that honestly he's never really been good at anything. He still doesn't consider himself good at coil building, but he seems to fit in with the community. The guys he used to look up to like Nesquibill and Build Lab and even Mindforge are now friends in the coil game, and he talks to them a lot. Having people in pages share his work always shocks him, as in his eyes he's still really an amateur because he still looks up to the greats. Judging his first build off was a lot of fun, he says, but judging creativity is always difficult. Build Lab is a 22-year-old chef and coil builder from Seattle, Washington. He smoked cigarettes since he was 12, but he's proudly been vaping for 2 years and building for a little over 1 year.
Probably my
He says that
favorite
honestly,
builder.
vaping, building, and being
man.
a part of this community really saved his life, and he knows it
Such
can
a
do
cool
the same
dude, too.
for someone else. He also wanted to remind you guys to visit august8th.org. And our last builder, Sean Obi27, when our coil warriors found out that this week's challenge was all about stovetop coils, everyone was pretty much in agreement that I needed to contact Sean Obi27 and ask him if he would participate.
Yep,
because the
that's
man
me,
is
one
pretty
of
much the
them.
king of stovetops. Almost everything on his page is stovetop coils. Stovetop, stovetop, stovetop.
I just fucked
And they're
it
all
up.
beautiful. One better than the last. It's just an amazing collection of work. He says he appreciates the opportunity to be a part of Coil Wars. Coil building was the thing about vaping that really sealed the deal for him, and that he started about 3 to 4 years ago. He says that ever since then, he can absolutely testify that every orifice on his face functions at maximum efficiency. That's true, that's true. I mean, ever since I started vaping, my breathing's a lot better too. I mean, I couldn't do that when I was smoking cigarettes, I'll tell you that much. Our 3 judges had to rate the competitors in 4 categories: creativity, complexity, functionality, and picture quality, on a 1 to 5 scale. Ultimately, those scores decided the fate of this challenge. The top scoring competitor this week was Teddy Damp. So Teddy Damp, you're the winner of the Stovetop Challenge. Good for you, man. It's your first Stovetop. And ultimately, we'll be saying farewell to T-Use this week. So, T-Use, it was wonderful to have you, man, and I really appreciate you being a part of this competition. And the same goes for all the competitors that have come and gone or are still sticking around. It wouldn't be what it is without you guys. And T-Use, it's sad to see you go, man. It's really sad to see you go. I know that a lot of people have been cheering for you. People that are local to Sweden have been cheering for you. And it's been a pleasure, man. Thank you. T-Use says that it's been a lot of fun, lots of fun people that he met, and he's glad that it lasted this long. There's a bit too much stuff for him to learn. He wants to thank his wife for all of her support, and to the other warriors, he says, don't go easy into that good night. And he says, haha, nah, fuck it, it's war. See y'all in Valhalla. Awesome.
Mic check, mic check.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure, man. Thank you.
Mic check.
So farewell to T-Use, and hello to our challenge for next week, multi-core wire. Multi-core wire was Dwayne's doing, so you can all thank him for this, you bastard. Multi-core wire we're defining as at least 4 core wires, so beyond 3 core wires, round core wires, 4 of them. So you can do something like a 4-core stagger fuse Clapton, or a 4-core Alien, or a 4-core Suka, or anything like that, as long as it involves 4 or more cores. Which is, believe you me, a huge, huge challenge. I struggle enough with 3-core wires. I'm a novice when it comes to coil building. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I'm a novice when it comes to exotic coil building. You know, I'm still learning a lot. My first coil build was some twisted wire that I made less than a year ago when I did the Dark Horse RDA. If you want to go all the way back and look at my old Dark Horse video, you can see how this one twisted wire just knocked me on my ass, and that changed the whole way that I vape, the whole way that I build. My whole perception of vaping and coil building was changed in that one video. And a 4-core wire, let me tell you, is no easy task, because 3 cores want to twist on themselves sometimes, and 4 cores, well. So for this week, I decided to sort of reimagine the transformer coil. A transformer build is traditionally 2 Clapton coils, parallel side by side, and then they're sort of re-Clapton with ribbon wire. But I decided to reimagine that as a 4-core wire. I decided to make a 4-core staggered fuse Clapton and Clapton over that with ribbon wire and make sort of a variant of a transformer coil. Let's just say I have my work cut out for me with this one. So for this build, I went and used a drill. I went and used my vise with the swivel tools. I also incorporated the robot penis, the Fisker's hand drill. I always call it the robot penis because that's what it kind of looks like to me. So I used the Geek Vape toolkit. That thing is pretty sweet. Screwdrivers, ohm meter, pliers, wire cutters, scissors, ceramic tweezers. Comes with pretty much everything that you need to get up and running. In terms of wire, I used 28 gauge for the cores, I used 36 gauge for the stagger, 40 gauge for the fuse, and then I Claptoned over it again with, 0.5 ribbon wire. So step 1 was to make my staggered cores. Straighten out the core, mount it on up into the vise, mount the other end onto the swivels. I used Raybad's technique here, the variation of Raybad's technique, using the recoil RDA as the weight and the spacer. I've already taken a strand of 36 and tied a loop through the recoil RDA. If you have one of these recoil RDAs, it's the perfect weight for making those staggered builds. And then start off with a bit of a Clapton. Just a short amount, just enough to get it started. Right about there is good. And then drop that loop of 36 gauge weighted with the recoil RDA into the last loop. You don't really need too much, because we're just going to drop this bit of loop on into here, weighted with the recoil, and it's going to stagger that wrap the whole way down. And then just let it rip all the way across the strand. Once I had those wires created, I found the middle by bringing the 2 ends together, clipped them in half, and then I had 4 of them all together. And the same thing with the other strand. Bring the ends together, find the middle, or about the middle, clip it right there. So now we've got 4 strands of staggered Clapton. The thing about making staggered fuse Claptons, and even more so when you're working with more than 2 cores for your staggered fuse Claptons, is you have to be really, really careful about how you line up these wires. You need to make sure that they're in pretty much perfect alignment so that the wire falls properly when you're fusing them together. You need to make that wire fall between those staggered wraps or it's just not going to work right, you know what I mean? So I used a paper clip. Having the wires clasped in this paper clip made it easy for me, looking at it, to just look at this small section of wire and make sure it was aligned properly there. And then tape one of the end of the wires, tape the other end of the wire, and then mount one end into the swivels and mount the other end on into the robot penis. I won't say that the robot penis makes it easy, because nothing about fusing 4 cores of wire together is easy. Nothing is easy about that. But it makes it more manageable. It allows me to go at my own pace without the aid of an electric drill. The electric drill for me, at least with this one, it has a bit of a hair trigger, so it just moves a little bit too fast for me to get the kind of wrap that I want on these wires. It made it a lot easier for me using a hand-driven tool. It just made that control a bit more immediate. If I saw where I was messing up, I could back up really easily, reposition the wire. Again, not easy, but we managed to get from one end to the other without making too many fuck-ups. Not too many fuck-ups. There's some fuck-ups, I won't lie. Don't look too closely at it, please, because it's not great. But it's a vast improvement from the staggered fuse Clapton that I made not too long ago when I was first getting into vaping. and it was 3 cores of wire. And I showed that wire when I did a review of the Pharaoh. And you can see, looking at the build I depicted in that video, just how much my build skills have somewhat improved from that build. Working with much smaller gauge wire, a much cleaner end result. I was pretty happy with how that staggered fuse Clapton came out. The quad core, yeah, I patted myself on the back when that was done. That was a lot of work. I was sweaty and gross, and I had indentations from the magnified goggles on my forehead when all was said and done. It was a lot, I won't lie. It was a lot of me using a paperclip and adjusting the paperclip inch by inch, keeping the cores parallel, little by little, making progress through the wire, making a mistake, backing up, going forward, making a mistake, backing up, moving the paperclip as I went on down the strand, just little by little. If I kept at it, if I kept making these wires, I'm pretty sure that down the road, I'd be very, very good at them. It's just like anything else. You know, the more you practice it, the more you do it, the better at it you become. I mean, for me, making Claptons now and fuse Claptons is like muscle memory. And then once I had that staggered fuse Clapton, that quad core staggered fuse Clapton made, I went and grabbed my ribbon wire to make the transformer. But I didn't want to just cover up the whole staggered fuse Clapton with ribbon wire because, you know, I worked hard on that staggered fuse Clapton. I wanted it to come through. So I tied a loop in that ribbon wire and I used the recoil RDA once again as the spacer. If you have a recoil RDA, you're pretty much halfway there because it's like the perfect weight for spacing wire. It's pretty excellent for spacing a Clapton wrap. When all was said and done, I had enough wire for about 4 wraps. I was able to make a second coil that I might use later, but what I was going for were these 4 wraps and I wanted to put it all into the Pharaoh RDA. All said and done, it ohms out at 0.26 ohms, and I vape it at about 85 watts. It's pretty delicious, I gotta say. I'll tell you, it's more flavorful even than a staggered fuse Clapton. Does the ribbon wire do much for it, aside from add some decoration? I don't know, but then again, I did space the wrap. Maybe it would be better if I made it a little bit tighter with the ribbon wire. But I didn't want to cover up that staggered fuse Clapton, man. I worked hard on that shit. So, whatever. It's a yummy vape, though. Anyway, guys, that's a wrap on Coil Wars for this week. We'll see you guys next week with some multi-core builds. Until next time, I'm your homeboy Josh. Vape on, vapors.
This is an intro. I don't need the intro. I don't need an intro. This is just the big.
YouTube, what is up? I'm your homeboy Josh, back at you with another installment of Coil Wars, a build competition that pits builders in weekly build challenges, eliminating them one by one until only one remains and is crowned the Coil Wars champion. This week, we asked our competitors to create variations of multi-core wire builds. Multi-core wire builds is just what it sounds like. Builds with more than one wire with more than one round core wire, really. We decided to limit that to builds that contain at least 4 core wires, round core wires, not ribbon, because stacks of ribbon, I mean, that's multi-core too. But before we get into the builds this week, I do have a quick announcement to make, a congratulations rather, to Laricus88. Laricus88 and his old lady had a baby this past weekend, so congratulations guys, that's wonderful, bringing new life into the world, all that good stuff. Awesome. And on a sad note with that, Laricus88 has decided to leave the competition so that he can devote himself to his new child and to his wife in this wonderful time. So congratulations guys, that's awesome. So after we got the news, Dwayne Rambo, the co-creator of Coil Wars, sat down, put our heads together, and decided that the most fair thing to do in the interest of the competition would be to first offer T-Use his spot back. T-Use, who was eliminated last week after his Twisted Clapton build. And T-Use graciously accepted. So T-Use, welcome back to Coil Wars. It's great to have you back, and we're going to kick it off with your build this week. T-Use, CFTP, has 2 strands of 28 gauge staggered with 32 gauge for his frames. He has 2 strands of 28 gauge staggered with 0.3 ribbon wire at the core, separated by 1 strand of 0.3 ribbon wire. And corrugated between the staggered Clapton and the staggered Snake, he has 2 strands of 0.5 ribbon wire. And then all that is fused over with 36 gauge stainless steel 304. And he mounted that 2 wraps on a 3.5 millimeter internal diameter on the Goon. So if you ask me, when T-Use heard he was coming back, he decided to come back hard. There's just something about these 2 wraps of this very wide wire T-Use. It's so bold. I love it. And the glow shots where you see the corrugated wire and the center strands of ribbon wire just glowing up through the fuse here. It's just gorgeous, man. Just beautiful. He also included some very pretty drip shots as well. Nice little montage series there to use. Our second build comes from Teddy Dampf. Teddy Dampf put together a Bradiator like nothing I've ever seen before, man. It is 2 strands of 26 gauge and 42 gauge on the outside, and on the inside it's got 2 strands of 27 gauge and 5 loops of 32 gauge. Everything he used was stainless steel 304. It was so big, only 3 wraps were possible, and it ohmed out at 0.07 ohms. It is a chunky build, man. I love the look of these Claptons that come out through the gaps in the braid on the sides. That's just, it looks like it has horns, you know what I mean? It looks like it's like a dragon tail or a dragon's body or something. It just looks, and it looks gorgeous. And the color on the shots are so cool too, because it's like there's 3 different distinct sections here for the color. On the far end you have orange, and on the other end you have like a gold, and then in the middle there's like all these purples and blues. It's just really cool the way this coil all came together, man. Crazy Vapes put together a bit of an alien coil here with 6 30 gauge cores. That's like double the cores that most people put in an alien coil. The standard alien has 3. And when he aliened over those 6 cores, he used a micro Clapton of 38 gauge stainless steel 316L and 44 gauge nichrome. That Clapton, that micro Clapton, is just so clean, man. Just flawless. I don't see a gap anywhere. Beautifully put together. And the color on this build too, the color, ugh. It's like golds and purples and blues. Love it, man. Very nice. Ramo to You put together something that I didn't actually know was possible. He put together an alien staggerton. I've always actually wondered if I could stagger and fuse an alien coil, and Ramo basically answered my question for me here. What this is 3 cores in the center that have been stagger wrapped alien style and then framed and staggered over, fused between those gaps. So it's an alien staggered over an alien and framed. It's just unreal, man. This build is gorgeous. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wraps, probably around in 2.5, 3 millimeter internal diameter. I want to say that is 28 gauge for the cores and 36 or 40 for the alien Claptons. I don't know. Not sure. Doesn't matter. I love it. And it's lots of blues here, man. Lots of beautiful blues, some yellows, some greens for the colors. All these coils just came out so vibrant, guys. They all look beautiful this week, man. Divine 83 VBC chose to not make just one wire that was multi-core and more than 4 cores, but 2 of them and parallel them together this week. The Alien coil has 4 cores of 28 gauge and is Alien Claptoned over with 38. The Cat Track coil is 10 cores of 32 gauge Claptoned over in 30. He put the hammer and the polish to it, and it ohms out at 0.09 after a dry fire. That is a meaty, chunky coil, man. It basically goes the length of the entire clamps of the Goon. I'm amazed that you got this coil to fit, brother, but it looks awesome, peeking at me through the air holes on the Goon, and with this nice edit you got thrown on here too. I feel like I'm on another planet, dude. It looks awesome. My favorite shot has to be this one. That's all the golds and the purples and the reds coming out of this build. That or the blues, man. One or the other. I'm not sure which one is more beautiful, but very, very nicely put together, brother. Very nice. Macy Vapes this week has this beautiful build mounted on up in the Goon RDA. I'm going to move from the inside outside on this one to best explain it. In the middle, he has 6 strands of 0.5 Kanthal ribbon wire that have been staggered with 34 gauge stainless steel. From there, he has 2 strands of 26 gauge nichrome that have been staggered with 34. Then he added another frame of 26 gauge, staggered it with 34 gauge, and then fused everything together with 34 gauge stainless steel. It ohms out at 0.1 ohms in a single coil configuration. And I love the little tiny bit of staple that's peeking out through the wraps on that core, man. And the montage, the color shot, really shows the range that you get here. Just a complete rainbow of reds and oranges and blues.
I've been muted! Oh my god.
Beautiful, man. Beautiful glow shots as well. Very nice, Macy. Very nice. Schizopart's build is also 3 wraps and mounted up into the Goon RDA. His build, the outer frames are 0.3mm round wire. Then he has a pair of Claptons alongside it. It is 0.2mm Claptoned over with 0.1mm. And then he has 3 strands of 0.4mm ribbon wire stacked on either side. And in the middle he has a bit of a clapception, a Clapton over a Clapton, with 0.1mm Claptoned over 0.3mm ribbon wire. And then that is Claptoned over a 0.2mm round wire. And that's been all fused up with 0.1mm wire as well. Altogether, it ohms out at 0.14 ohms. Schizopart got a full range of color out of this build. He starts out with some reds and golds and moves on to some golds and purples and blues to straight blues to nothing but gold and blue, which is my favorite shot of the series on it. So just this one with the gold and blue together. I love that one, man. As well as some beautiful glow shots, wicking shots, and juice shots. Beautiful build, brother. Beautiful. So instead of an all-important question this week, we thought it would be fun to mix it up and ask our competitors to show us where they build. Show us the pictures of their build stations, where the magic happens, where these coils, these masterpieces come together. So it's kind of like an episode of Coil Warriors Cribs this week. So enjoy. Teddy Damn. Divine 83 VBC. Macy Vapes. Schizopart. Crazy Vapes. T-Use CFTP. Ramo to you. That's where the magic happens, guys. That's where it all comes together. And for some perspective, let me show you what I'm working with here. This is pretty much it right here. What you see is what you get. I got my drill, box of wire, another box of wire, Geek Vape toolkit, which I've just been using recently, my normal wire cutters, a couple of cheapo ceramic tweezers, some masking tape, glove, there's another one somewhere. My 2 vices and my Fisker's hand drill are tucked away in a little black box down there on the floor. That's it. That's it. This is my dining room table. Everything that I have to build with fits in this drawer right here. That's it. Fits in one drawer right here. And I have to clean up everything after I use it. Or Waffles will get very mad at me. Well, no, Waffles is wonderful. She's very understanding. But for perspective, this is my dining room table. I literally film in my dining room. So after I film, after I build, I need to pack up everything and put it away. I don't have like a full out build station like these guys do. And I mean, it just goes to show what that kind of dedication can do for your building skills. I'm in awe of the builders that we brought into this competition. In awe of them. All of them. In awe of you guys. You guys are amazing. But as things are and as they have been, this is a single elimination challenge. Each week, one competitor is going to be eliminated.
I thought I was getting
until
eliminated
one
here.
remains and is
I
crowned
thought my
the
build
Coil
sucked
Wars
this week.
champion.
This is my
But
worst
that
build.
decision is left to better builders
This week
than
was
I
my
and
worst
Dwayne
build.
Rambo. We have guest judges and a panel of judges every week who decide the fate of this competition. And this week, our judges include Proby 300, Trial and Vape, and First Kyle Jones. First Kyle Jones is a builder that a lot of you guys wanted to see judging this competition. When we put out that message to our Instagram page asking for suggestions on builders, First Kyle Jones' name came up a few times. And looking at his page, I was just amazed at what I saw. And even funnier is that Dwayne Rambo knows him and has known him for some time as well. So that was a fun surprise for the both of us when I invited him to take part in the competition. He doesn't have a whole lot to share right now. He says that he lives in Ottawa, Canada. He works in a vape shop and he likes to build coils for fun. And fun he has, indeed. I mean, some of these coils on First Kyle Jones' Instagram just blow me away. Blow me away. They're beautiful builds, man. Thank you for being a part of the competition and judging with us today. Appreciate it. Justin Trial, aka Trial and Vape, is from Idaho Falls, Idaho. He started vaping about 4 years ago. He managed a small chain of brick and mortar shops in southern Idaho. Started building coils about 2.5 years ago, and started his Instagram page about 2 years ago from there. 8 months ago, he went to full-time coil making, so he makes a business out of making his coils. He makes some really beautiful ones, I gotta say. He says this doesn't leave him much time for himself anymore, but he sure does love to build. And we also had to invite Proby 300 Richie Oliver back on Coil Wars again after his 39 core Alien, his personal best that he posted to Instagram very recently. He says the More Cores Challenge was started by AJ Holland after M Turk did a 15 core Alien, which beat Proby 300's 12 core that he did over a year ago. Since then, a few have joined in on the fun and he's seen some real beauties. He joined the fun as well and did an 18 core, and then did his personal best, that 39 core Alien. He says he's sure that even more people will be joining in on the fun as well, so stay tuned. This week, our judges placed Teddy Dampt as the top build for this challenge, so Teddy Dampt, congratulations, you won this round. And sadly, this week, we will be saying our second and final farewell to T-Use. T-Use, thank you again for coming back to Coil Wars and giving it your all, man. I gotta say, T-Use is a real good sport about all this. So
Shout out to T-Use.
You're awesome, man, and best of luck to you. T-Use also wanted me to take the time to correct myself from last week. Thank you for letting me know, buddy. I actually shouted out the wrong build from last week. There was one builder that had more likes on their stovetops. So I'm going to correct that mistake right now at T-Use's bequest, and I'm going to give a shout out to Lamont Coils Co. that submitted this dragon skin stovetop coil last week and actually had more likes than the build that we shouted out previously. So Lamont Coils Co., awesome build, guys. You're awesome. And this week, the shout out for the multi-core builds goes to Coil Builder JVBC with a 6-core 32-gauge Alien coil, 38-gauge Alien wrap over 6 32-gauge cores. And I love this montage here because we see the full process. We see the the build getting prepped and ready to go. We see the wire coming together, and we see the wire fully built and coiled up. Beautiful little montage here, man. Awesome. Thank you. So that's it for multi-core wire builds, and farewell to T-Use. We'll miss you, buddy. But hello to our challenge for next week, the Staple Staggerton. You've probably heard the term Staple Staggerton a few times on this series if you haven't heard it before. And oftentimes I get them mixed up in my head and I call them Staggered Stapleton. Same thing. Staple Staggerton is what it is. And I call it the wrong thing all the time. But Staple staggerton is essentially the opposite of a staggered stapled fused Clapton. With a staggered stapled fused Clapton, the outer cores, the frames, they are staggered over basically something like, say, I don't know, 28 gauge staggered Clapton with, say, 36 gauge or something like that. And in between those frames is a stack of ribbon wire. And when these wires are all fused together, it closes that staggered wrap on the frames, creating a fused Clapton. And the core in the middle, the staple, is sort of staggered wrapped over. So it becomes a staggered stapled fused Clapton. Now a staggerton is basically the opposite. With a staggerton, core in the middle is stagger wrapped over. When it's fused over together, that core in the middle becomes a full fuse, and the frames on the outer ends becomes staggered. So staple staggered. That is a staggerton on its basest level. It was created by a builder called Probes on Instagram. Probes created the staggered stapleton, I was going to say, but the staple staggerton. See, I do it all the time. I call it the wrong thing. Anyway, Probes is PR0BEZ. I don't have any permission from him to post any of his photos, so I'm not going to do that here, but you should definitely go check him out. He's an amazing builder, and his macro shots are just mind-boggling. I mean, I don't know how anyone gets this close up to a coil. It's like at the microscopic level. They're just insanely detailed.
See how
beautiful.
homeboy
So,
Josh just said,
yeah,
I don't have
his
permission
pictures,
to post his
I
pictures.
aspire to some of his
That
pictures.
was a thing
They're
that's
just,
kind of like
oh,
the dickhead kind
gushworthy.
of shit I'm talking
Anyway.
about. Before
So
we go
today
over
we're going to
this
throw
guy.
together a stable
See, I didn't
staggerton.
play that shit.
Stable
I'll post whatever
staggerton, we're going to
fucking
use
picture
our
of it.
drill, we're going to use our vise with the swivel tools,
So
we're going to use
it's
our
only good
magnified
for
goggles.
everybody.
Hell yeah, we're going to use our magnified goggles. We're going to use the robot penis, the Fisker's hand drill, because I love that tool, and it's incredibly, incredibly handy for something like this when you're like me and you want to go at your own pace using a hand tool as opposed to an electric drill with a lot of power. And filling in the rest of the gaps, we'll use the Geek Vape toolkit. It comes with pretty much everything you need to get up and running as a builder. Ohm meter, you got your screwdrivers, pliers, your wire cutters, your scissors, your ceramic tweezers, and it comes in a nice little carry case with room to spare for more tools as you go. Great little kit. So to start this one out, I decided to go for a core of 8 strands of ribbon wire. I believe it was a dude by the name of Joshua Apathy Miller, who in the comments mentioned that these days he just likes to fold his ribbon wire. Here it is.
Joshua Apathy Miller, look at you!
About 4 months ago, he
Look at
says
you,
to me,
Mr.
"Hey
Miller,
Josh,
I'm on
I wanted
TV."
to tell you that on my staple coils, I no longer cut my
It's in the
ribbon
chat all
wire.
the time.
I just bend them over and crimp them now. A lot easier to keep them all together. Instead of having 6 or 20 or however many pieces of ribbon, I just fold it into 6 pieces and crimp each fold with my
We're watching
pliers.
Coil Wars
A lot
right now. This
easier
is
than
a
trying to stack all
coil
of them
building
together and
competition
keep
I was
them
in
together. Figured I'd let you
5
know.
or
It was a
6
great
years
little
ago.
tip, man, so thank you. So I
this
don't do it
is
exactly
a really
like
big
you, where I
coil
fold them
building
together
channel.
into 6
You can
pieces. I don't fold them into
active
more than
editors
4
anymore.
pieces, and what I'm doing is I'm taking a strand of ribbon wire about 8 times off the spool. 8 times is like the perfect length, so I can fold them in half, and it becomes 2 strands of 4 times off the spool, and then rope them through the swivels, and it becomes 2 strands of 2 times off the spool. And it's perfect length for if I want to get a dual coil. I sacrifice a little bit of ribbon wire here and there as I go and make adjustments, so it's basically the perfect length to get me enough wire in the end that I have enough for a dual coil. I created that first stack of 4 plies, and then I created another stack of 4 plies, roped it on top of each other, and then I sort of bound it all with a bit of scrap ribbon wire that I had up by the end of the swivel tools. And then I clipped off the ends, because folding the wire is great to manage it, but I don't like how the fold, what it does is it sort of bunches when I'm trying to bind it all together, so I clip off the ends so that they're all the right length. I like to use a bit of water, a bit of wet paper towel, and that was what someone on Instagram recommended to me once. I don't remember who you were, but thank you. Using a bit of water on a bit of paper towel makes all the ribbon wire kind of bind together really well. It makes them wet, it makes them sticky, so it works awesome. I love doing that, and it makes it really easy for me to sort of comb the ribbon wire down to the far end, and I wrap that end with a bit of ribbon wire as well, and then I can mount all that into the chuck of my drill, and I'm ready to make a bit of a staple. Now in this one I'm going to be staggering that staple. My Goon RDA was a bit too far away from me when I was making this coil. It was upstairs, it was late at night, the Waffles was sleeping, I didn't want to wake her, so I had to find something else I could use to weight the wire, the loop of wire I used to stagger this. Unfortunately, I reached for the Mason RDA. A little bit of a clapping to start us out. Drop the loop into place. Just in between that last loop there. Great. And then we're just going to let it rip the whole way down the strand. You kind of see how that's going to fall in between each wrap like that. Staggers it perfectly. Drop that loop back into place. Almost the right weight, but a bit too heavy. That's what I'm saying. I mean, the recoil RDA is the perfect weight for staggering this wire. What happened with the Mason is it was all going great for a while, and then whoosh. And it just ripped the ribbon wire out of the chuck of the drill, and I was already almost done, and I didn't want to create another stack of ribbon wire and waste all that. I didn't want to start over. I didn't want to pull it out because I think that in pulling out the ribbon, what can happen is it twists. So with ribbon wire, I do my best to get from the beginning of that strand to the end of that strand without any fuck-ups. And usually I'm just fine, but that Mason RDA, oh, you bastard, you heavy motherfucker, cost me that victory this time. But it still staggered it up to the point where I was going to be okay. If I didn't sacrifice too much ribbon, I'd be fine, and I wouldn't have too much of a gappy, ugly spot on my staple when I was done. So all that more or less worked out. My original stack of staggered staple created, I decided to put 2 layers of ribbon wire on either side of it. We can give it a tug. Just like before, fold it on in half, and then through, just like before. Find the middle and give it a tug. So it's a bit of a layered effect here. We're going to have a full-on staple in the middle, followed by a staggered staple out from there, 12 ribbon wire cores in total. Then I sort of bound that naked ribbon wire to the staggered stapled ribbon wire with a bit more ribbon wire up by the top of the swivel tools and down by the end of the strand. And then I took a strand of 28 gauge, looped it out through the swivel tools so it came out on either side. Then I combed all that together, made sure everything looked right. The ribbon wire all standing vertical, everything just in proper alignment. It has to be in proper alignment. All the ribbon needs to be standing vertical. You don't want them to be flat. You want to be vertical to have that staple coil, you know? So from there, I wrapped a bit more ribbon wire up by the swivels. I wrapped a bit more ribbon wire down by the end of the strand. So I'm going through quite a bit of ribbon wire here. You can use tape. You can actually use hot glue if you want to, just on the ends. Don't put hot glue along your coil wire, of course, but you can use hot glue, you can use tape, you can use whatever you want to bind these together, but you want to make sure that they're not going anywhere. You want to make sure that they're in alignment, all the ribbon is standing straight up, you want to make sure that nothing is sort of bunching, and then you can mount it on into your drill. Of course, in this case, I decided to use the Fisker's hand drill. Made it just a little bit more manageable. I'd originally staggered the staple with 36 gauge, but going over it, I wanted to go over it in 40 gauge. A, it would make it a little bit easier, clapping into those gaps, honestly, and B, would allow some of the staple to show through. And I love the look of the staple in there. 8 cores of staple down the middle, I wanted that to come through, and I knew that if I used 40 gauge, it would come through a little bit better. Little by little, using this time a hair clip that my wife let me have. Thank you, Waffles. It's very pretty. I love the pink hair clip. It's awesome. And it makes it very, very easy for me to keep all the cores parallel, fuse it all in there little by little, about an inch at a time.
take a little break. And like, this is going good though. The super stag at the second part of 3 parts. I should say the third part of 4 parts.
If you get really good at this, you can just use the drill and just go full speed. Dwayne Rambo, the co-creator of Coil Wars, was showing me pictures of some of his staggertons that he'd put together for this challenge, and he was telling me how, you know, he was going full speed at 2300 RPMs with his drill. That's awesome he can do that. I can't do that shit. No way. No way can I do that shit. Maybe if I took a lot more time learning, eventually I'd get there, but I really like the Fisker's hand drill for a learning tool. It makes it easier for me to sort of get a grip on how that wire is falling. And you know, through using that tool, I've sort of improved my accuracy, sort of improved my speed at getting through this wire. I got through this wire from beginning to end, you know, in less than an hour pretty much. I was pretty happy with my progress through it. And that's with, you know, repositioning my camera, doing all this and that, all the craziness. Still got through that wire in about an hour or so. So I was happy with that. So this staggerton is a big, chunky wire, man. It is wide. It comes out so that it's something like, I don't know, 3 millimeters wide. You can make them smaller. You don't have to use 12 strands of ribbon wire, and I probably shouldn't have used 12 strands of ribbon wire, but we'll come back to that. You can use smaller gauge ribbon wire. There's 0.3 ribbon wire, 0.4, there's 0.2 now, I believe, and you can use something smaller for your frames as well. You can use 30 for your frames. You can go small, you can go as small as you want, and that'll bring your ohms down. But when I got this thing all wrapped, 5 wraps each, and wrapping the wire, you gotta go real slow, just like wrapping a staple. Real slow and easy wrapping it, because you don't want to get that ribbon wire all wonky. Or, you have to be slow wrapping ribbon wire, trust me. Once I had 5 wraps on 2 dual coils here, I knew that mounting it was going to be a bit of a challenge. So I whipped out the Warhead RDA from MCV Philippines. It was sent on over from bvapehappy.com not too long ago. And the owner of bvapehappy.com also just had a baby fever up in the vape community, guys. Mikey at bvapehappy.com. Congratulations, man. Congratulations to Laricus88 again. Baby fever, man, in the vape community. Awesome. Congrats. So yeah, I threw the dual coils into the Warhead RDA, 5 wraps and a 3 millimeter internal diameter.
Damn, look at that. That's a nice one.
Oh. It's fucking delicious and it's fucking cloudy. Now, before you go attempting this build, don't do what I did. Don't make it like I made it. Don't use 12 plies of ribbon wire and use 28 gauge frames. It ohms out at 0.07 ohms, and I have to fire it on the DNA 200 because the DNA 200 is the only regulated mod I have it that will fire the damn thing, because nothing else will fire 0.07 ohms, and it won't even fire 0.07 ohms at true 200 watts, really. They'll fire at 171 watts. That's as far as it'll go. It won't push it any further than that. It's as far as it'll go on the DNA 200. And when it does, it's only firing at 3.4 volts. That's it. It's still a great vape. It's still hot as hell and still incredibly flavorful, but as soon as this video is over, I'm going to tear this out and I'm going to put one of these into the Goon RDA and I'm going to be happy. So I don't usually dual up my staggertons, but I wanted to for this build. Coil Wars, I wanted to go big and I wanted to do dual stapletons, and I wanted them 5 wraps each and I wanted to go crazy. So I did. Would I vape this in here generally? No. My giant staples and my staggertons and my
Watching Coil Wars on Boy
Fraley's
Josh's
and that kind
channel.
of
I'll
stuff.
put the
Pretty
links
much
in the
anything that
description.
involves stacked
I'm
ribbon
done.
wire, I'd only go a single coil.
I think I did actually.
Is it still delicious?
Really good channel.
Absolutely.
Did a
If
lot
I
of
didn't
coil
know that
building
this thing
stuff.
was only
He
firing
did.
at 3.3, 3.4
He did a coil
volts,
building
I would never
competition,
know
the
that.
biggest one ever held. Coil
If
Wars.
it didn't
was
read
in
it on the
We're
screen, I
watching
would
it.
never guess.
We're on like episode 6 or something. I'll probably finish it. I don't know.
So cloudy. Delicious. But, again, I don't recommend this build. I don't recommend you do this. And if you do, know your battery limits. Don't do what I did. Okay? Okay. Awesome. So, that's a wrap on Coil Wars for this week. Until next time, I'm your homeboy Josh. Vape on, vapors.
This is the intro. Don't need the intro. I don't need the intro. This is just the
YouTube, what is up? I'm your homeboy Josh, back at you with another installment of Coil Wars, a build competition that pits builders in weekly build challenges, eliminating them one by one until only one remains and is crowned the Coil Wars champion. Last week, we invited our competitors to create staggertons. A staggerton, to remind you, the traditional staple staggerton, is a stack of ribbon wire that's been staggered over, sandwiched between 2 frames, and then fused over all together, creating a full stapled core and staggered frames. Kind of the opposite of a staggered stapled fused Clapton. To even better illustrate that dichotomy, the first build we're going to look at this week is the build from Ndivine83 VBC, who created dual staggertons and caged them with the staggered stapled fused Clapton. 4 wraps in the staggered stapled fused Clapton, Dual Staggertons, 4 wraps each, create the cage build here.
My
Nick's
photos
Staggerton
suck.
consists of
That
6 strands
build's
of 0.4 ribbon
fucking
wire staggered in
aggressive,
36 and framed in 26. Then it's
Super
fused all
clean.
together in 36. The staggered stapled fused Clapton are 3 strands of 0.4 ribbon wire framed in 26 and then staggered over in 36, fused over all together in 38. He used all pure atomist wire here. It ohms out at 0.08 ohms, and he emphasizes the top cap still fits. My favorite shot of this series has to be the lead capture shot, where he shows the leads of this coil coming out through the goon and the cross section of where he cut it. I mean, just looking at that bundle of wire, you can look at that and see that shit went down. There's a lot that went into this build. Nick is not playing around here. That is a serious chunk of wire right there, man. But all the shots in this build are really beautiful, man. The color shots, the blues and golds, the reds and golds. I love this build, man. Beautiful work. Our second build today comes from Crazy Papes. Crazy Papes used a total of 12 plies of 0.4 ribbon wire, 8 strands of ribbon wire stagger wrapped at 36, and then 2 more strands of 0.4 ribbon wire on either side, and he framed it all in 28, and he fused over it in 38. There's a bit of a polish on the build as well, creating a really unique look to it. Then he paralleled it up alongside a micro Clapton of 44 gauge over 38 gauge, and then Clapton that over 28, creating a bit of a clapception. The macro shots here are redonkulous, man. I love these macro shots. You can just see every bit of this wire. You can see these staggered ribbon strands in the Staggerton coming through. You can see the fine gauge wire that he used for the micro fused Clapton. That's 44 gauge wire right there. And it is clean, clean, clean. I also love the polish on the coil itself. It looks just flattened. It's a really interesting look to this coil, man. Nice work. Skitsapart did a similar build using 6 strands of 0.3 ribbon wire for his core, staggered that with 0.1 millimeter wire, and he's taken 2 strands of 0.3 millimeter ribbon wire on either side, framed it in 0.3 millimeter round wire, and fused it all together with 0.1 millimeter wire. Alongside his Staggerton, he also has a pair of micro Claptons, 0.2 millimeter wire Claptoned over in 0.06 millimeter, and he's lightly twisted all that together. The colors on this build, man, are just mind-blowing. Mind-blowing colors in this build from Skitsapart. Purples and golds and oranges and blues, ambers, just so many great colors. Beautiful drip shot as well, beautiful blues. But my favorite one, my favorite color shot here has to be this one with these reds and golds. Love that shot because it's so subtle and it really pops on that black goon deck, man. Beautiful. For Teddy Dam's build, he took 8 strands of 0.4 ribbon wire.
This build is so
staggered
nice. This is one of my favorite
He's
builds.
then taken a 5-loop vertebrae and laid them side by side and framed that with 26 gauge on the one side. And they fused it all together with 38 gauge, creating a half Staggerton. Everything here is 304 stainless steel. And he's got it mounted on up in the Faro RDA. And I love this build because I can tell Teddy put a lot of himself into this build. I love that he included the braid. As you know, Teddy, he's a braider first and foremost. I love it because I could see so much of him in this build. I could see where he put himself into it. It was a very unique effort. I love what you did here, Teddy. It's a beautiful build, man. Macy Babes created a double-framed Staggerton. To best explain the process of creating this build, we're going to take a look at his montage here. He's taken 8 strands of ribbon wire, staggered them, and then he's layered 2 more strands of ribbon wire on either side, fused over every 4th stagger. Framed the whole thing with 2 round wires fused into the remaining staggered wraps. It's no easy feat, and it created just a beautiful pattern here, man. And he's given it a bit of a bath. This is what you do to bring out those really amazing colors that you see in a lot of these builds. You give him a good wash with soap and use nichrome or stainless steel. Brought out, like I said, some beautiful colors here. It looks like a tie-dye shirt. It looks like something that I would vape at a Fish concert. It's beautiful, man. And Ramo to You created a Staggerton hybrid. Yeah, I told you we'd see more hybrid coils. Core consists of 5 strands of ribbon wire sandwiched between 2 staggered round wire cores. Then he framed it in round wire again. However, if you look, the 2 middle wraps are fused just a little bit differently than the 2 outer wraps. And the 2 outer wraps, you can see there's a staggered stapled fused Clapton that he's created by staggering over every other stagger on that inner frame before adding the outer frame. So basically he did that on one end of the wire and on the other end of the wire and left the middle of the frame without that staggered stapled fused Clapton. So when he fused over all the remaining staggered gaps, he created a really interesting pattern where the 2 outer wraps are wrapped sort of staggered with a larger space and with the staggered stapled fused Clapton in the middle, and the 2 inner wraps are all Staggerton throughout. fusing over that staggered stapled fused Clapton in the middle and fusing over the outer end to make it a stagger tin on either side. Really a very interesting, very technical build from Ramo here. Math. It's all about math with hybrids, and we'll definitely be seeing more of them, I'm sure. This week we asked our builders to let us know what their favorite builds are for clouds and what their favorite builds are for flavor. And Divine83 VBC says that his favorite build for flavor would be some framed staple coils. 5 strands of 0.5 ribbon wire framed in 26 gauge, fused with 38. And he likes staple coils, 12 strands of 0.4 ribbon wire fused in either 40 or 42. His favorite coils for clouds would probably be aliens, and he would go 3 strands of 26 gauge fused over in 36. And he says he likes 24 gauge fused Claptons with a 4 wrap as well. So he's got some distinct tastes in mind there. Ramo says that alien frame staples and staggered staple fused Claptons are his favorites, but aliens are his go-to when he doesn't have the materials or space needed. He loves a hot, fast ramping vape. He says it's hard to explain, but anyone with a series box that's tried 3 strands of 30 gauge, alien Clapton with 38 gauge, and done 8 wraps in a 3mm internal diameter will know exactly the type of vape he's going for. Teddy says that he gets the best flavor from alien coils and vertebrates. That he loves the short ramp-up time that they both provide. Big clouds, he says, aren't really important to him. He's more of a flavor chaser, so those are his favorite builds for flavor. He doesn't really have a favorite for clouds. Skitsapart says that 90% of the time he's vaping on staple variations, and from time to time he'll play around with the vertebrate. He likes the combination they provide in vapor production and flavor production. Crazy Vapes likes to go with a 5-core alien. 29 gauge for the cores, 38 for the alien wrap. He says it has the surface area for major clouds, the high gauge wire for a fast ramp up, and the alien wrap, which we all know is great for flavor. He says he runs that particular build in 3 of his RDAs. And Macy says that his favorite builds for clouds have to be aliens. 3 strands of 26 gauge nichrome wrapped in 36 gauge or 38 gauge nichrome, that they just taste amazing. He says he also loves staggered stapled fused Claptons, 8 strands of 0.5 Canthol ribbon wire, 2 strands of 26 gauge nichrome for the frames, 36 gauge nichrome for the stagger, and fuse it together with either 36 gauge, 38 gauge, or 40 gauge nichrome. So maybe that'll get the wheels turning for some of you guys trying to decide what kind of exotic builds you want to experiment with. Maybe you're thinking of jumping into building and want to get the best of both worlds. Maybe you're more of a flavor chaser, maybe you're more of a cloud chaser, and maybe this competition has whet your appetite a little bit and you're ready to jump in but not sure where to start. And I gotta say, those are some great builds for flavor, great builds for clouds. Absolutely.
Shout out for the week goes to this guy, Vape Daddy 1052, for his Staggerton. It appears to be a double frame Staggerton. I'm willing to guess that
I got one of his
is
mods.
6 strands
He sent me one
of
of his mods.
0.5 ribbon wire, framed in 30 gauge, and
made
then framed again in, I want to say, 26 or 24 gauge. Kind of hard to say, but it creates a
I
really
still have
neat
it,
sort
but it
of
had, like, a
layered
button
look
issue,
here.
I think.
182 likes on the Coil Wars page right now. Good job, man. This week in the Coil Wars competition, we have a panel of 3 judges weighing in. First, I want to introduce you to Tommy Beef, also known as Beefy Billows. He was kind enough to make a video introducing himself.
What's up, guys? My name is Tommy Beef. I have been asked to fill in as a judge this week for Coil Wars for the Staggerton Challenge. A little bit about me. I am a wholesaler for Kidney Puncher here in Phoenix, Arizona. I go by Beefy Billows on Instagram. I am sponsored by Kidney Puncher, Squid Dude, and Bro Science Vapes, which is a local company here in Phoenix. Let's see what else. Staggertons. I recently have been doing Staggertons a lot. Different variations. Been trying a Staggerton snake spine. Been able to get a few good wire porn shots of one. Still have yet to get a coil length. Excited to see what everybody's been posting and what I get to see. Hope it's something different and cool. Yeah, I frequent Coilcraft, Clean Builds, Team KP, and 528 on Facebook when I post. So you'll see me in there every once in a while. And yeah, looking forward to see what everybody's got.
Thanks, Tommy. I'd also like to introduce you to Sean Taft. Sean Taft, if you don't know, is the co-creator of Coils for Advocacy. He was kind enough to make a video introducing himself as well.
Hey folks, I'm Sean Taft, co-founder of Coils for Advocacy. Became very passionate about this industry. Unfortunately, the FDA regs had to shut us down. So I do it on a sole effort now. I think I started vaping about 2 years ago. What I like to do is I really like to inspire. I like to inspire people that want to learn how to build, that want to learn how to target a desired resistance for the optimal flavor for your Addy. I'm sure everybody can relate to their favorite build and what their all-day vape is, and I want smokers to find that. And I think that it's imperative that we start spreading the truth about the corrupt government, on how Royal College of Physicians states that these are facts. Alright, these are facts. I've become very, like I said before, very passionate about this industry, and coil building is my release. I'm sure everyone that builds coils can relate. Could get frustrating at times, but once you tackle it, you're like, damn right. We did expos. Coils for Advocacy generated about $15,000 in 7 months from consumers and businesses. The outpouring of love and support that we got from businesses and consumers, it was crazy. Me being the co-founder, Albert being the other co-founder, we just came to a dead end, with these FDA regs, and it pisses me off. That's why, I choose to help support Right to Be Smoke-Free Coalition. And their lawsuit, Larry Fairclough, HR 2058, Cole Bishop, and right now I'm working with Purge. All right, see this? It's number 2. I was lucky enough to be leading by example, and it being noticed by some people who are in the vape game and are in the business, and me being a consumer and
Seems a little bit like a commercial.
trying to target smokers to lead a healthier lifestyle. It's 95% safer, and I find what works for me. I tend to think that it's saving me money. It's not. It's not. It can if I would up my nicotine and stop using these damn powerful devices, but I don't know, Josh and Dwayne, I want to thank you for, letting me judge the contest. By the way, great job, everybody. Staggertons always seem to be, very difficult for me, and I know it's very, very intricate, very time-consuming, and it's challenging. So I commend you all. I think you all did a great job, and it's an honor to be a part of Coil Wars. So I appreciate you, Josh. I appreciate you, Dwayne, and good luck to the winner. I see some good builds. You guys are inspiring me. See, that's how evolution of coil building just gets on and popping. I see these builds and I'm like, that's dope. Sean Taft, come follow me on Instagram, s.taftcfa. Alright? I'm pretty active, but advocacy, it's family first, advocacy, Holly. Alright, so I gotta keep it in that order to keep this house in sync. Alright? Thanks, folks.
Could he be any
Lastly,
cooler?
this week
What
we
the
have
fuck?
Greg Stevens
Seems
2
like the
on
Godfather.
the
I'm
panel.
telling
Greg
you right
Stevens
now.
2 was another
Vaping
builder
is
that
better, and
had
that's just the
a
bottom
lot of
line.
people
I
requesting
just
his
wanna give it
presence in the
family
Coil Wars
first.
competition. Not just you guys
Just
have found a
first
post on our
family, then
Instagram
vaping.
page asking you to name
Okay?
us some
Very
judges that
important.
we should contact, but also our competitors. Our competitors wanted to see Greg Stevens 2 in the competition, and when we decided we were going to be doing Staggertons, I knew that he was going to be one of those people that we were going to want to ask, because Greg Stevens too is definitely known for his staggertons. According to Greg, he is just a normal guy. He's been vaping for over 2 years and building for 2 of those years. He says that he may have a fancy wire and coil fetish. He says he's honored to have been asked to help judge Coil Wars this week, and he says good luck to everyone. Greg, it was an honor to have you here, man. All you guys, the judges, thank you guys so much for weighing in. It's an honor to have all of you with us. This week, the win goes to Teddy Damft. Teddy Damft, who created that half staggerton with the vertebrae down the middle. And sadly, we will be saying our farewells to Macy Vapes. Macy Vapes, who created the double frame staggerton with the very technical fuse on it. But it's been wonderful having you, Macy. Thank you so much for being a part of the Coil Wars competition. Macy wants to say hello to his kids, Ebony, Vinny, Lacey, and Melody, and tell the missus, Jerry, that he loves her. And he wants to thank them for all their support, that it's been amazing. He says good luck to all the builders still in the war. He says this is just the start of things for him. And he says thanks to Dwayne and myself for his 5 minutes of fame. I don't know about all that 5 minutes of fame business, man. I think there's a lot more in store for Matt Macy. But let me tell you, it's been an honor to build along with you in the Coil Wars Challenge. And thank you so much for taking the time and being a part of it, man. We'll miss you. So farewell to Macy Vapes, and hello to our challenge for next week, extension builds. And not just extension builds, but bridge builds and capture builds as well. They're all kind of very similar, and they're very, very difficult to explain as well. Extension builds, bridge builds, and capture builds, also known as leadless coils, are kind of where building becomes a bit more technical. It becomes a bit about how you can make the most use of space in your device. How can you manipulate builds to be something that they're not? Bridge builds, for example, are all about, say, turning a quad coil build into, say, a single coil build, or turning a dual coil into a single coil by creating a bridge between the coils. But not in the same way that you accomplish it with a sleeper build or an infinity build. This is actually creating 2 separate coils and then binding them together in a bridge. It was a technique developed by Tommy Nicois. And capture builds, oftentimes they're referred to as leadless coils as well, because there's no lead coming from the coil to the terminal. You build an extension out from the coil and create a capture with that extension to capture the lead in there and sandwich it into place. And extension builds are about extending the possibilities of your RDA, your atomizer, creating extensions with a large gauge wire out from the terminals to extend that positive and negative connection, and then binding those coils to those extensions. These sorts of builds, bridge coils and capture coils and extension builds, they kind of blur the lines between creating a coil for vaping and creating sculpture. They become very, very technical, and they really stretch those possibilities of building in your devices. It's about building in a whole different way. So this week I decided to go for an extension build in my Tokugawa, but I couldn't decide on what I wanted to do really. And I took to Instagram for inspiration, and I landed on Coil and Trouble's page. And Coil and Trouble, he does nothing but, extension builds for the most part. Extension builds and capture coils. So my first shot was basically just a mimic of one of his builds. I created an extension on the Tokugawa, just one extension going across the diameter, and then I used the other 2 posts to create a dual coil system. It was a little easier than I thought it was going to be, honestly, and I wanted to show you guys something a little bit more interesting. So I went for 6 coils in there. 6 coils, and it was 3 coils on either side, the same sort of bridge there, and I showed it to Dwayne, and I said, Dwayne, is this clean enough for Coil Wars, do you think? And he looked at it, stroked his beard, I imagine, shook his head and said, you made it just a little bit cleaner maybe, and I was like, all right. So I tore that one out and I went for a quad, and I compromised in the middle with a quad coil. So for this build, I used the 18 gauge for the extension, and I used some 24 gauge for my coils. Creating the extension for your RDA is going to be different depending on any RDA that you're using, and depending on the extension that you want to use, how you want to extend that build space. The way the Tokugawa works is you have the positive and the positive on either side, and you have the negative and the negative on either side. So you're basically creating an extension between the negative posts or between the positive posts. I don't think it really matters which one, honestly. So once I seated my extension on into the Tokugawa, it was about creating my coils. And for creating my coils, I just went about 8 wraps each on 24 gauge wire. And I reverse wrapped half of them. So basically I wrapped this way going on 2 of the coils and this way going on to the other coils. Creating that reversed wrap coil gave it a little bit more balance. Placing it into the RDA made it look a little bit more clean in the end, I felt. The way I decided to anchor the coils in there was to build one side of the extension first and then build the other side of the extension to give it a more symmetrical balance. I would anchor my leads on into the Tokugawa first, and then using my screwdriver to hold the coil in place about where I would want it to be, I used the pliers and I wrapped the end of the lead around the extension. And then I went about building the other side. Now, originally, the first set of coils I built on the middle, right about the middle of that extension. The other 2 coils I anchored on sort of to the side of the extension, creating a more symmetrical approach, making those leads kind of spaced. I don't really want them touching, because if they touch, create, another heating element. And these wraps, the fewer wraps you do, the better. Something I learned making that 6-core. That 6-core where all the leads were on the extension, they were lighting up a lot. Now, I'd still get them lighting up a little bit on the 4-core. Kind of can create a metallic taste if it's not saturated enough. The fewer wraps you're doing around the extension, the better. In the end, this extension build allowed me to turn the Tokugawa RDA, which is primarily a single coil or dual coil RDA, into a 6-core or quad-core RDA. So it allowed me to have some more flexibility with my device there. In the end, it ohms out at about 0.2 ohms. I vape it at about 100, 110 watts. Airflow on the bottom all the way open, airflow on the side about halfway open. Overall, the vape is delicious, it's cloudy, it's very flavorful. The airflow coming from the bottom up, it's like hitting the coils from underneath. The airflow coming at the side is hitting the air over the coils, and it's just yummy all over the place. But I didn't stop with extensions. I also went and made us a leadless coil, a capture coil, a leadless stitched Exo Alien. The Exo Alien is a 0.5 ribbon wire and 26 gauge coarse snake. The stitch is a micro Clapton with 30 gauge and 40 gauge. Getting this leadless coil to fire right was, wow, a challenge. A real challenge, getting that to fire up right. It was exercise in patience, working out all the hot spots, making sure that that would stay upright, making sure that it would stay in place long enough for me to wick it, and then after wicking it, having to fix it again. But it's firing perfectly now. No hot spots, no harsh hit, nothing. It's just straight up flavor and vapor. I gotta tell you, it's pretty yummy. I vape it at about 50 watts. It ohms out at 0.46 ohms. And of course, once I created that capture coil, the leadless Exo Alien, of course I had to go for the trifecta, so I threw a bridge on into the dot mod Petri RDA. I took a strand of 22 gauge Kanthal, looped that on through the swivel tools, put both ends on into the chuck of the drill. From there, I found a place about the middle of the 2 strands, took a spool of ribbon wire, wrapped that around one of the wires there, and went to town making a flat bastard across just about a ½ inch or so in the middle of that wire. Then I cut the ends of the swivel tools, cut the ends of the vise, and I made 4 coils. And what this does, what this bridge is doing, is it's turning these 4 coils into one single coil vape. That's it. And I mounted that on into the Petri RDA. But how do they vape? How do they all vape for that matter? They vape like a game of Russian roulette. These are among the strangest coils out there, the most interesting looking coils out there, if you ask me. And the question I get asked on my channel all the time, whenever I upload a video, there's always someone that asks me, so are these builds just for looks, or do they vape better, like better clouds, better flavor, or are they just for show? I always get that question. Every build video I do, I get that question. Exotic builds, I tell them, they emphasize flavor, they emphasize clouds, they bring out more out of your vape than you've ever experienced. And that's true of these also. They all vape very, very well when they vape well, but they also are a lot of work for a lot of hot spots. There's lots of hot spots in all these coils, all of them. The extension build that we have in the Tokugawa, hot spots, where the wire is basically twisted around the extension wire, that creates a hot spot. If I don't keep that saturated, it's like metal on metal heat, and it's terrible hot spot. As long as I keep it good and saturated, it works fine. The leadless coil that we put in the Pharaoh, if I look at it wrong, if I breathe on it wrong, if I jostle the RDA wrong, if it hears me talking about it, hotspot. It sometimes vapes really well, like I said. Sometimes it's a little bit touch and go. You never know when that hotspot is coming, but it's coming. Kind of might have to open it on back up, reposition it a little bit. And with that one, it's like repositioning through the cotton. Putting on the cotton completely moves the coil around. So it's very, very touch and go with that one. I'm not the biggest fan of that one, the way that I did it. There's better ways to do it, I think. The bridge coil. The bridge coil vapes great, mostly. The bridge coil, the bridge is just a giant hotspot. The whole bridge is a hotspot. It's like where it glows up, it starts at the bridge and then moves out to the other coils. That's how that works. So it's just one big long hotspot across the RDA is what it is. Sometimes that hotspot actually is creating more vapor and more flavor, to be honest with you. Like that hit, that was a really nice hit. Really nice hit. It's gonna be like every third, fourth hit, I'm in danger of getting a hotspot. I've got to keep it very saturated just to be safe. So, to answer your question this week, are these builds just for show, or are they for better clouds, better vapor production, better flavor? Do they bring out more nuances in the juice? I'm gonna go with, this was just fun. This is, more about the looks. It's more about technique, and it's more about art than anything else, honestly. If you ask me, these are just for show, they're for fun. And they are fun to make because it's kind of cool seeing how you can make this bridge and that it turns this quad core build into, a single coil. That's kind of cool. And the extension build, it's kind of fun putting that extension in there, figuring out some funky design with the extension, and then seeing how many coils you can dangle between those extensions. It's kind of neat, to be honest with you. And the leadless coil, it's kind of cool. This little sandwich that you're making and just kind of winch it in there and watch it light up. It's just kind of neat seeing how all that comes together. Anyway guys, that's a wrap on Coil Wars this week. We'll see you all next week. And remember, go ahead and post your leadless, capture, extension, and bridge builds over to the Coil Wars page. We'll repost them. The one with the most likes gets a shout out on next week's Coil Wars. Till then, I'm your homeboy Josh. Vape on, vapors.
This is the intro. The intro. I don't mean the intro. This is just the
And we're back. Welcome back to Coil Wars, everyone. A build competition that pits builders in weekly build challenges, eliminating the 1x1 until only one remains and is crowned the Coil Wars champion. This week is coming at you a little bit late. We got a little held up with the hurricane. I did a vlog a few days ago if you're curious about the details, but I don't want to take up your time with all that right now. I'm also pleased to announce that as of today, as of right now, the Coil Wars section is up and running over at vapingswag.com, and the top left of the screen, right underneath the Vaping Swag logo, is a menu item for Coil Wars. If you click that, you'll find that you have the opportunity to purchase t-shirts, purchase hoodies, and purchase vaping towels as well. On the front, it says Coil Wars in the same font that you see week after week in the show's intro, and on the back, it has all the builders in the competition listed there with their Instagram handles. They're in no particular order. When I sent them over the list, they were all alphabetized, and Shane over at Vaping Swag said that he was going to have to arrange them a particular way to get them all to fit. So that's very exciting. I've never been one to merchandise before. I don't have any merchandise up. This is going to be the first bit of merchandise I've put up at all. I just thought, you know, not a day goes by that someone doesn't tell me that they're loving the heck out of Coil Wars. I love putting it on week after week, and I myself really wanted to have something to commemorate the first season. I'll be buying one for myself, I'll be buying one for my partner Dwayne, and I'll be buying one for each one of the competitors and sending them out to you guys. Dwayne, I couldn't do this without Dwayne, and the competitors coming at it week after week, build after build.
Still
You guys
got
have just
mine.
been
I
so
wear it,
awesome
so-
to work with, and it's my way, small way of saying thank you.
It's an awesome
Let's
hoodie.
get right into it. This week we asked our competitors to create, well, we asked them to create a few different things. We gave them some options. We told them they could create an extension build, which basically involves creating an extension using something like 18 gauge or 20 gauge from the post, positive and negative posts, and building
Oh, yeah,
coils
Brad.
between those extensions.
Brad, I
We
got
also
your
suggested
coils
that they
done.
make capture or leadless coils, and those involve a similar sort of strategy, creating an
I don't know what you
extension
want
from
to
the
do,
negative
if you
and
want me to
positive
mail them
post,
to you or
except
or-
with capture
forget
and
where you're
leadless
living now.
builds, there's no wrapping of leads around those extensions. It's just basically a sandwich that's created by the extensions, sandwiching the build into place. And we also gave their builders the opportunity to create bridge coils, or altered bridge coils, as they're sometimes referred to. And naturally, that's what they all decided to do, because they're the most complicated of the bunch. The bridge coil concept was created by a builder who is actually no stranger to Coil Wars. We had him as a judge a few weeks ago when we did braided builds. His name is Tommy Nekwa. And of course, since they all did bridge builds, we asked him back to be a judge this week, but he couldn't make it. He was a bit tied up. But he did clarify some confusion I had about bridge coils. He says that there's some rules that have to go along when you're making bridge coils. He says that a bridge is a connector between two or more coils designed to create a continuous series. The bridge must not glow first or heat up more than the coils they connected. A successful bridge coil is a hotspot free in the bridge area. You can check the hotspots of the bridge area by looking at the after pre-fired picture of the build. A bridge coil with hotspots on the bridge area are vapable, but are not recommended as it's considered to be a failed build. So, my bad. If you saw last week's episode, yeah, I guess you can call that a failed bridge right there. I think what happened was that the resistance in the middle of the bridge was probably too low for the other coils to heat up properly and for the bridge not to glow up. A lot of people, and you'll see it with these builds, most successful bridges actually are created when there's a bit of wire that's stacked between the two continuous coils there, oftentimes using ribbon wire or another thick gauge of wire. So my bad, if you're watching last week's video and you wanted to create a bridge coil, well, mine might not be the best example. And you'll see with our competitors' builds, they were much more successful than I was. But hey, that's why A, I'm not competing in this competition, and B, why I'm not judging this competition. That's left to better builders than me. Crazy Vapes, who is actually down in Florida right now helping get Florida back up and running, created an alter bridge which looks like 8 strands of 0.5 ribbon wire, double sucre wrapped in 0.5 ribbon, I believe, but it could be 0.4 looking at it. I'm not 100% on that. He framed it in 24 gauge, and the 24 gauge frames became quad coils on either end of the bridge. He mounted all that in the Seminole, and if you check out the video he created to go along with it, you can see that his coil performs perfectly.
Everybody wanted to see this parallel Suka alter bridge in action. I got it whipped up with that cotton candy collection. This is 0.32 ohms at 70 watts. Vaping on that Convict Vapor Alcatraz. My goal was to make a vapable alter bridge, and I have done that. Thanks for watching.
Endivine83 VBC created a bridge consisting of a 6-core staggered fused Clapton. He used 27 gauge for the cores and 36 gauge for the staggering and fusing. He split the bridge into quad alien coils on either side. 3-core aliens, 3 wraps each, and it ohms out at 0.16 ohms, and he used a 3mm bit to wrap those alien coils. He's got it all mounted up in the Sub-Ohm Innovations 24 using all pure Adamus wire. Nick, that is a massive coil, super intricate wrap on that, and beautiful bronze and blue colors here. Teddy Dampt created a 5-loop flattened vertebrae core for his bridge, framed it with 2 Claptons, 38 gauge over 24 gauge in those Claptons, and fused that all together in a 32 gauge radiator. Those Claptons, man, those Claptons are super, super tight on those Clapton wraps. Really well made, man. And some great color shots here along the bridge, too. Schizopart created a similar build. 5-loop vertebrae made up of 0.2mm wire, and he put a polish on it. He framed that in 2 strands of 0.4mm wire, and then braided over it again, sandwiching it all together in 0.15mm wire. Then he split the frames into a quad-core build. It ohms out at 0.16 ohms. Teddy's and Schizopart's
his videos are all over the place.
Going on here. Great color on the quad coils, lighting up perfectly on that glow shot.
Plus, sometimes the
Range of
microphone's
colors
just
on these
far.
wires too. The quad coils, you can tell even before you get to the glow shot.
Almost done
it's
this
lighting
part.
up perfectly. Starting out with the bronze, then moving on into the orange and purples, blues, and then the glow shot just lighting up beautifully, man. Ramo to Use bridge is a staggered stapled fused Clapton. Looks like he used 10 strands of 0.5 ribbon wire, framed it in, I want to say 28, and staggered and fused it in possibly 38 and 42. Then he split those wraps into a pair of staggered staples, 6 wraps each on a 3mm internal diameter. One of my favorite shots in Ramo's series has to be this shot where we see the posts on this RDA, and you can just see just how shredded and battle-worn one of those posts are. I mean, that is a well-loved RDA. Beautiful build, man.
Alright.
That's it this
That
week
part's
for the
done.
entries from our builders in the competition. However, I do have to give a shout out this week once again to Vape Daddy 1052, who created this gorgeous extension build using a pair of aliens for the extension, and used that extension to bind a half staggered staple into the Twisted Messes Squared RDA. Build is insane, man. Absolutely insane. It's got 165 likes in the Coil Wars Instagram page right now. In addition to that one, he has another really clean extension build in the Hanya RDA. That one has 107 likes. And Coil Wars is designed to be much more than just a competition. It's designed to bring inspiration to the community, to inspire present and future builders, and to convey a message of advocacy and responsibility for ourselves. This community has always been a self-regulated industry, if you ask me, and it'll continue to be so. And at the core of that is keeping us all safe. And with that in mind, this week we asked our builders what their favorite batteries are, if they had any safety tips for you guys. Ramo to You says that he uses Samsung 25Rs and 30Qs and LG HB2s and HB6s. They're his favorites. He says they all perform well, they're all top shelf cells, and I've never had a problem with any of them bent, even when dead shorted for a small period of time. He says they're inexpensive and plentiful, and there aren't many fakes. He says he's used a single cell 25R in a tube with a monster 0.075 ohm build for a few days back when he wasn't intelligent, and the cell still functions fine a year later. He says he himself has never had a cell vent. He's never seen or heard of a 25R LG HE2, HE4 HG2, or HG4 vent. He says it's always cells that are either under your 15 amps constant discharge or Chinese cells that make the news. Schizopart says that you should know Ohm's law and use everything the batteries give. No risk, no fun. He says as long as it doesn't endanger his life, everything's safe. He's kidding though. He says that for beginners, he does recommend a good understanding of Ohm's law, being conscious of how you recharge your batteries, and to do your research to understand what is recommended out there in terms of a build. And Divine83 VBC says that he likes to head on over to Battery Mooch's page over on ECF and get the lowdown on what the best batteries are to use. He says that he uses VTC3s, VTC4s, and Purple EFES and Aspire 40 amps. He says he knows that it's not possible that they're 40 amps, but they're still good batteries. One thing he'd like to add is to be careful. He had a scare about a year into vaping because he was loading batteries when he just woke up to go to work, and he put the batteries into a parallel box mod in a series configuration, basically holding the batteries upside down. He says if you make a mistake and something happens, try not to plaster it up all over the media. We already have all the untruthful facts going around and people thinking we are trying to get minors into vaping. The last thing we need is to hear more about vaping targeting minors and explosive batteries. He says know your limits and respect what they are capable of. If misused, it can make a serious mess. Teddy Damp says that he only uses Sony VTC5s as well, or Konion's V5A. I guess those are German batteries of some kind. He wants to remind you never to buy cheap cells like Trustfire and use only brand names like Sony, Samsung, and LG. He says that when you start vaping, starting out with a regulated box helps a lot. And if you want to get into mech mods and mech box mods and tube mods, you should really have a thorough understanding of battery safety. So with that, that's some great tips from our builders for vaping safely and choosing the right batteries. Really important information for new vapors and old vapors alike, really. So hope that's helpful for you guys. Judges this week. Our judges this week. First, let me introduce you to Ghost Vapor. Ghost Vapor has a YouTube channel himself. All he does are build tutorials. So if you're just getting into the build game and want to learn more about some intricate and interesting builds you can put together, or if you've been at it a long time and are looking for some new inspiration, go check out Ghost Vapor on YouTube. Ghost Vapor made a 15-minute long video introducing himself, and we don't have the time to show all of it
this was a good call
now, but if it piques your interest, definitely go check out Ghost Vapor and his channel. Watch the rest of that video and check out his build tutorials. Really interesting guy, and he's got a great story to share.
What's up, everyone? I want to say a big shout out, a big thanks to Dwayne Rambo, my friend, and to homeboy Josh, to have me as a judge into that COILWARS. Alright, to start with, I'm gonna let you know who I am, about what you just saw at the beginning of this. It's the Ghost. The Ghost is actually where everything started. I'll go back about 5 years ago, when my place burned down and I lost everything in the fire and I wasn't insured. That fire was caused by an old lady smoking cigarette in bed at 4 in the morning. My big fluffy cat that you saw maybe in other videos, here is she. She's actually a savior. She's the one that actually saved my life and saved everybody in that building, because she's the one that warned me that the place was on fire. So anyway,
that's crazy.
Let's stop talking about these things, but that's where actually the builder in me, the vapor in me was born. Where Ghost pretty much was born too. It started that I stopped smoking that day. I was an artist before, doing mural, graffiti art, painting, drawing, name it, alright? And in that fire, I lost my inspiration. That sucks. But I have found some new stuff, because when I start vaping, I want to get like something else than those ego, because I thought like it's impossible, like those guys make clouds with this or people like it. So for months I read about it, and I found out about bigger mods, I found out about tanks. But now we're talking about like 4, 5, 6 years ago when there were just a little stuff on the market about it, a little information. So then I saw a coil, how you make a coil. Oh, then you can do Clapton. When I saw Clapton, I said, wow, that's cool. I bet I can do this, and I bet I can do other variation of it. Which I started doing it. For months I was just building without actually posting anything. I was just known as Martin and not the Vapor. So I practiced to the point that I start posting the stuff that I like. And the reason why I start posting, the reason why I made videos, the reason why all of this is because I lost everything in the fire. And since I was an artist, I had nothing to show people, nothing to show people what I've done in the past, because everything burned, except the few little sketches that I saved on Facebook. So now that's the only thing I have left. So I decided to, when I got something worth saving, instead of taking a picture, keeping it or whatever, I'm gonna save it on video or pictures over Instagram, Facebook, or YouTube.
I would also like to introduce you to Troy, Trillx Vapes on Instagram. His sponsors include Coilmaster, Fiber Freaks, Mad Rabbit, Twinspired, and Morningwood Mods. Troy started vaping and building about 3 years ago. His background as a salesman, so a few weeks into vaping, he started making contacts with product designers and wholesalers in the Philippines, seeking work as their American sales representative. He found one that went by Alpha Artistry and began contacting shops in the US on their behalf and setting up wholesale accounts or doing the deal himself. He left that side of the industry quickly as he realized that he wanted to do more hands-on type of work. A few short weeks later, he stopped by a shop he liked and got a job there. His knowledge of products that were on the market led to quick advancement. He managed that shop for nearly a year, then moved on to the liquid side of things. He helped start and was the partner and sales representative of Cloud Queen Vapors for a 9-month period. He had a falling out with the owner and decided to embrace advocacy full force. He became a coil builder for Coils for Advocacy pretty much from the start to finish, doing convention shows from Ohio to Miami and raising thousands of dollars along the way, all donated to advocacy. Now he doesn't currently work in the industry, but he's still a passionate builder. He donates 100% of his builds now, either completely free or he asks that his customers donate to an advocacy organization. I'd also like to introduce you to Chris Farrell, or Farrell on Instagram. An amazing builder who's responsible for pretty much reinventing the concept of using corrugated ribbon wire, which was originally developed by Homeboy OC, he called zigzag wire. But Farrell readopted the concept into something he calls ivy wire, and ever since he started posting on Instagram with his ivy wire builds, people have just gone nuts for this guy's work, and myself included. It's just amazing stuff, and he's a true inspiration to a lot of builders. He would like to high-five all the participants and organizers of Coil Wars. He says it's great to see so many passionate people working together and pushing each other. He says it was tough to judge with so many awesome submissions, but there could only be one winner in his eyes. He switched to vaping after a decade of smoking thanks to friends, family, and local shops that took the time to encourage and educate him about vaping. A 5-minute conversation or giving away some gear you don't use anymore might be all it takes to save a life, he says. For the first time since the competition began, this Coil Wars challenge ended in a tie. And to break that tie, we called upon one of our tried and true judges to step in once more and save the day. Proby 300 was kind enough to step in and break the tie for us. Thank all you guys for taking the time to judge this competition with us. It was an honor to have each and every one of you. Skits Apart is the winner this week for his Radiator over Vertebrae Bridge. Beautiful work, man.
Yeah, things
gorgeous build. And sadly, we will be saying farewell this week to Ramo to you. Ramo says that it's been an honor and thanks for having him. It's been a great, challenging process and a trip. Almost every round, he's either been out of wire needed or didn't like his entry. He's actually surprised he's gotten this far, he says. He says just because he may be out doesn't mean you won't be seeing him enter something. You know me, he says. Every day another extreme artifact to mold and publish. He says that he hopes to see another competition after this one. He says that he'll be there waiting. Ramo, it's been an honor to have you, buddy. It's been a honor and a privilege, and it's been an absolute pleasure to see you build every week and build alongside you, buddy. Thank you for being a part of the first season of Coil Wars. And I think it's just a testament to the level of creativity and skill that we're seeing in the competition. We're in the nitty-gritty right now, guys. We are down to the last 3 challenges. The next 3 challenges are going to decide the course of this entire competition. And with that, our next build is going to be the Super Coil. The Super Coil was created by Blue-Eyed Goon 83, the same man that brought you the Alien Coil. It's a more relatively new concept than the Alien Coil. When Blue-Eyed Goon 83 originally created the concept, it was made by Claptoning some ribbon wire over a single core and then alien wrapping it over 2 cores of wire. But since then, it's developed into a number of other variations, and the way that most people make it is by twisting the ribbon wire, measuring it out against the 2 cores, and then Claptoning that over, however many cores you like. It's a more flexible approach to creating the Super Coil. And to show you that
Odin,
method,
what's up?
I'd like to reintroduce you to my partner in crime, the co-creator of Coil Wars, Dwayne Rambo, who is going to put the build together for this week.
What we're going to be building today is a frame staple Suka. 26 gauge cantha, 0.5 ribbon wire cantha, a pair of needle nose, a pair of nylons, which is optional, a pair of scissors to cut the ribbon.
What's
also
up,
optional.
Dwayne?
You can use sharp flush cutters. 2.5 millimeters. The Suka is a pretty big coil. You want to put it on something small. My vice grip needle nose, a pair of ceramic tweezers. Lately I've been using hot glue to keep the ends of my staple together and to go into the chuck very nice. Snip myself a little piece off, and this will be used as my slider. So this is going to be a 6-ply, 6 cores of ribbon stacked, and because I'm using lightning vapes, I'm going to have to straighten out the wire. I'm going to make about 17-inch lengths. I've got a tape measure in front of me, know exactly what lengths I need to go and not waste as much wire. 17 inches is what I'm stretching to. I'm going to fold that in half. I should have plenty to work with for the single coil. Now the reason why I like doing single coils with Sukas is because when you twist the ribbon, a long section of wire that you're twisting, it can have inconsistencies in it. So you're better off making one at a time. Grab it from the middle, just take them and fold them over. And I'll bind the end, the loop end with 40 gauge. I prefer to use 40 gauge because I can just break it off when I'm done and I reach in for another tool. I leave about this much on. When you're holding it here on the loop so it's all stacked, you're holding it and it just kind of pushes it together. It just goes together by itself. Just bind the wire on there to hang on to the loop up here. That's all. And just snap it off. I'm going to trim the uneven bottoms and I use my sharp scissors. Get a nice clean cut. Aim it directly into the garbage can so you're not stepping on that wire later. I'm going to use a little bit of water. What I've got here, dab my fingers in there and run it down. People use a saliva. I do for my own builds, but for the video thing here, just showing you I'm using clean water here. I've got a roughly about 8 1/4 inches. So I need my frames prepped. I'm going to take one long piece of them and I'm going to stretch out 16 inches. We need to straighten it, so by doing that, I'm going to connect it to my drill by bending a 90-degree elbow to stick in the chuck of the drill. Hang on to it the other side with my needle nose. Now, make sure you grab the other end before you let it go, or the wire will give a wavy effect to it. Let it spin itself back in your hands. You got to hold tension or it will mess it up. I'm going to look exactly where the middle is. It's just the way I like to do it. A lot of people eyeball things. I have a tape measure in front of me to try and be as efficient as possible. So 23 inches, 11 and a half. I've got it in the middle by 11 and a half. I'm going to take my staple, my 6-ply, I'm just going to rest it to the top of the flat side of the ribbon wire and push down. Now I've got it bent in on the other side of the loop area there. So you can hold on to the loop so this don't turn in the middle, because you want the 0.6 to lay against the flat side of the ribbon.
0.6? It's 0.5, Rambo. Come on, man. Get your shit together.
You want the 0.1 side to be facing you. So we're going to take some more 40 gauge and bind that again. The great part about 40 gauge is you can just snap it off. Now reaching for tools, get it on the way you want it on, and you just snap it. Now that we got that taken care of, I'm going to use a piece of ribbon wire. This is going to be my main slider. This is going to be the piece that I'm going to be following with the Suka to hold the frame together. You don't want the frames to roll on you and putting the Suka on, applying the fuse. You put a little bit of pressure on there, so you want to pay attention to the prep work on this. It's very important. Prep work is very important always. To be a little easier if you use pliers. Here's what I did. That's going to be my slider, and I'm going to take my nylons. You can use toothless pliers too, you just have to be pretty delicate with it. I'm going to give them a little crimp on the top side here. I'm looking at the 0.1 side of these ribbon wires. Hopefully by now, if you're trying to do frame staple Suka, you can make a frame staple, but for those of you who can't, that's why I'm explaining.
What's up, everybody watching? What's up? It's 3:30. Damn! I'm gonna finish this super stack, probably get off and play some Fortnite. Or I might just get off of YouTube.
I'm gonna take the ribbon wire, slide it down just a little bit, put another.
We're watching Coil Wars. You can watch the rest of this video over on his channel, over on Uncle Josh's channel. Let's get to the next video.
The ribbon wire slide?
Right? Yeah, because this is Suka. This was the challenge for the next week. So next challenge is Sukas. What did I do for Sukas? I forget. Oh, did I do a micro Clapton Suka? If I did a micro Clapton Suka, it's over, dude. I think I did. Did I do a micro Clapton Suka? Can't
Single coil is plenty enough for, especially when you're using 0.5. I prefer to use a single coil, and that's the reason why I only did one. Now, if you're going to make Sukas and you want to make a pair of them, my recommendation is to make one at a time. For the reason being is when you're stretching out your ribbon wire and you're twisting it, I notice with longer sections the twist is inconsistent. It may just be the wire that I'm using. That's just the way I do things. So go ahead and give her a vape. Not too bad. It's a frame staple variant. My favorite coil type is a staple variant. Honestly, I think that the Suka itself is more of a cosmetic thing than anything else, but they're fun to build. When you put them on top of a frame staple, then you get the flavor with the beautiful look of the Suka itself.
You've seen which video?
Thank you to everyone once again. Thank you to Dwayne. Thank you to the Coil Warriors this week. Thank you to the judges, to the people that posted along to the Coil Wars page, to everyone that's been liking the photos, to all you guys out there right now watching this Coil Wars installment. You guys are the community. You guys are the reason that we are doing this, the reason that we have come to you week after week, episode after episode of Coil Wars, and you're the reason we'll be back again next week. That's a wrap on this week's episode. We'll see you then. Vape on, vapors.
This is the intro. I don't need the intro. I don't need the intro. This is just an
YouTube, what is up? I'm your homeboy Josh, back at you with another installment of Coil Wars, a build competition that pits builders in weekly build challenges, eliminating them one by one until only one remains and is crowned the Coil Wars champion. 4 competitors remain at this point, and this week we asked our competitors to create Suka coils. The Suka was created by Blue Eyed Goon 83, the original concept for the Suka. The Suka coil gets its name from the handle or hilt of a Japanese sword, which is sort of what this coil looks like when it's all wrapped up. It kind of looks like the sort of intricate wrapping you see in a lot of Japanese swords. When the Suka was originally envisioned by Blue Eyed Goon, he used sort of an alien wrap with ribbon to create it, but these days more and more people like to just twist the ribbon. That way it's easier to customize to the core of wire that they chose to put inside that Suka. And Sukas can take many forms for their cores. You can put pretty much anything in the middle of the Suka. It's the wrap over it that gives it its name. Our first build this week comes from Skitsapart. It is actually the first Suka that he has ever made. For his core, he took a strand of 0.1 millimeter flat wire and claptoned over that with 0.1 millimeter wire, and then he framed that in 2 strands of 0.3 millimeter wire.
Wow.
Fused over it Suka style.
That's
with
nice.
0.1 millimeter ribbon.
It's not the best Suka in the world.
That
That's
up
nice.
With a clapception coil. The core is 0.2 millimeters. The clapton over
This
it
is
is
top
0.15
four
millimeter
finalists.
over 0.1 millimeter.
Top 4 finalists.
It ohms out at 0.16 ohms. Once again, a beautiful range of colors in this build from Skitsapart, starting out with some nice golds, then some oranges and reds, some blues and purples, particles, and a beautiful glow shot as well. He's got it all mounted up in the Goon RDA. Not a bad first effort, bro. Crazy Vapes created a parallel Suka staple coil. The core is 12 strands of 0.4mm stainless steel ribbon wire, and the Suka wrap is 2 strands of 0.3 nichrome. Gorgeous build, man, with some beautiful colors here as well. That parallel Suka is no easy task. The shine on it is just ridiculously beautiful. That is some really nice ribbon. The colors that came out of this build are just ridiculous. These sort of rainbow colors that are coming over the Suka itself, and inside you can see all these different colors that are coming out of the staple. Oranges and blues and reds, and in the same shot you've got multiple different colors, like oranges and blues in the same shot alongside of each other. It just came out really nice, man. Beautiful build. Teddy Dant created a Suka framed vertebrae. It is a 5-loop 32 gauge vertebrae at the core, framed in 2 Clapton coils, 44 gauge over 28 gauge, and then he created a parallel Suka over that with 2 strands of 0.4 ribbon wire. He's got it all mounted up in the Faro RDA, and my favorite shot of this series has to be this one where you can see the vertebrae and you can see just a hint of the Clapton peeking out through this purple ribbon, and the cores have turned into this sort of blue color, and the Suka over it has turned this gold and purple. It's gorgeous, man. It's beautiful mounted up in the Faro like that. Very nice. And Divine83 VBC created a few Suka coils getting ready for this competition and ultimately settled upon this one, and I'm glad he did. It's
oh my god, yeah, this one was so good.
He has
I love
staple
this build.
coil consisting of 6 strands of 0.4 Canthal ribbon wire that's been fused over in 40 gauge nichrome, and he's framed that in 2 Clapton coils made up of 27 gauge cores and 40 gauge nichrome for the Clapton wrap. Over that, he's taken a strand of 0.5 nichrome, fused it in 42 gauge nichrome, and then Suka wrap that over his cores. Basically Clapton over that 0.5 nichrome ribbon wire before spinning it up, twisting it for the Suka wrap. Everything is basically just Claptoned over. It's just this gorgeous bit of Clapton everywhere. The shout out for the week once again goes to Vape Daddy 1052 for his triple Suka coil over a frame staple that he's got mounted up in the Twisted Messes Squared RDA. But I honestly can't just shout out just him this week, because all the Suka builds were just amazing. This one comes to us from PT Coil. Very beautiful build, also in the TM Squared. TUCFTP created another one. That one is a Clapton frame Suka with corrugated ribbon wire cores. We've also got this beautiful series from Tasty Ohm Coils. Wow, it's his first Suka that he's ever created, and it is a Suka over an alien with twisted Claptons parallel to it. Gorgeous, man. Just gorgeous colors on this build, and the Twisted Messes Squared RDA as well. I gotta say, one of my favorites has to be this one from Jitis Vapes. This Suka Staggerton has to be one of the craziest builds that I've ever seen. She also created a video with 441 views on the Coil Wars page. You can see it in action. Amazing build. At this point, I think I'd like to go ahead and introduce you to the judges for this week's challenge in the Coil Wars competition. First, we have Chris Tib Miller, also known as Tibbs Coils on Instagram. Chris started smoking at the age of 8 years old, and he smoked for 23 years until he was finally able to quit because of vaping. He started vaping only because one of his friends had left their ego pen at his house and some juice along with it. And while it was there, he just started using it. He's been vaping for just over a year now and building for about the same amount of time. Up until 3 months ago, he was only building coils for himself, but he was at a friend's house and they were looking through some of the coils that he didn't use because he just kept throwing them into containers. His friend suggested that he start selling them, and now Chris offers custom coils for individuals, and he offers a shop collection, which he offers at wholesale pricing. He decided not to build what everybody else builds and what all the other shops carry because he likes to be a little bit more unique.
Dimitro, what's up?
He says that he's a bit of a perfectionist, especially when it comes to selling products that have his name attached to them. He makes all the builds in one shot and says,
yes, that's what I'm. The picture in the middle top is what I'm doing. Yeah, super stag. That's exactly what I'm doing. Somebody wanted to buy a set
because they're not consistent. He was proud to be a member of CFA, Coils for Advocacy's only Canadian member to
Pretty
Coils
cool
for
build. I like
Advocacy.
doing it, but I'm real chill.
And he still
I am
continues
being
to
quiet and
post
just
donations
listening to this
American
Coil Wars
advocacy
stuff.
groups, even though he's a
building.
Canadian. Because cancer, he says, has no discrimination, and neither do these friggin'
But I'm
tobacco
watching
companies, because we're all part of the same community, the vape community. He donates a percentage of his monthly coil sales to a different advocacy group, whether it's Canadian or American, every month. He refuses to purchase products from any company that has not at least donated something towards advocacy. He's extremely grateful for vaping because it was the only way that he's ever been able to quit smoking. And all that is very impressive to hear about Chris, but what impresses me most about Chris Tibb Miller is his level of commitment to the vape community and to building as a whole. As it turns out, Chris has had to learn certain ways to use his hands because his hands are fairly damaged. He has arthritis in both of his thumbs, broken and chipped knuckles over the years, and 2 years ago he broke his 5th metacarpal. He says that some days his hand hurts from gripping the drill so much that he has to lay the drill down so his hand can rest on top of it while he's working. And then just a few days ago he ended up putting a precision flathead under his thumbnail dead center and it came out the other side. Wow. But despite all that, Tibbs Coils keeps trucking on and building despite his difficulties. I think that the level of commitment from Chris, from
Are you in the
Tibbs Coils
Ukraine,
to
Dimitri?
continue building despite those challenges.
If you are,
and
how are you doing over
difficulties
there, man?
that he faces on a daily
Everything's
basis
alright. That
is just a
shit's fucking
testament
crazy.
to how important vaping and building is to certain people, and it impresses the heck out of me. Impresses the
Well, I
heck out
hope
of me,
you're staying
Chris.
safe.
And thank you, Chris, for taking the time to judge this level of the competition. It was an honor to have you. I'd also like to introduce you to Kevin, also known as Big Baller on
This is my
Instagram.
boy right
He
here.
uses letter
I
I
love
and the number
Kevin,
3
dude.
for
Me
the
and Kevin
B's
used
in
to
his
fucking
name.
talk all
He
the
smoked for 20
This is my
years
boy.
and has been smoke-free
He was
since
a no-nonsense dude,
2014,
too.
when after a year of building, he became a part of Coil Goon's build team, where he discovered a whole world of awesome people and friends who have a passion for this craft and for build-offs that make us push limits and
Coil
create works
Goons.
of art we can use and not just look at. Awesome, Kevin. Thanks for being a part of the panel this week, man. I appreciate you. And I'd also like to introduce you to Panzer Coil, who made a short video
Panzer
to
Coil.
introduce himself.
Hey everyone, Panzer Coil here. First I would like to thank the COILWARS team, especially homeboy Josh, for the honor of judging this segment of the competition, the Tsuka Coils. I've been asked to tell a little bit more about myself. Yeah, I'm working in the game development industry for years now. I've been working on great games, having a lot of fun. I was born and raised in Quebec, Canada, so you guys can most probably tell already that I'm a French Canadian based on my sexy accent. And, yeah, I'm crafting coil.
That's just
Great
Panzer
hobby.
Coil, yeah.
I started vaping around 3 years ago, on and off at the beginning, but now since a year and a half, over a year and a half, I'm totally smoke-free, super happy about it. I'm more energized. My lungs are now free, feeling way better. Super happy about it, and also I'm really enthusiastic about vaping in general. This enthusiasm led me to start building different coils and watch different YouTube videos, and yeah, so it's really a great hobby. I'm having lots of fun here in my garage, and for me it's a great passion. That's about it, honestly. Oh, by the way, I'm not selling any coils. Just want to answer lots and hundreds of people and hundreds of requests on Instagram asking if I'm selling coils. I'm not. I'm just building coils for friends, and for me it's a hobby. And when friends come by, I give them coils, and even when I visit my friends, I give coils. It's really not about making money with it. I'm spending a lot of money on it though. On that point, I would like to thank all my sponsors and friends like E. Apothecary, Alex Bocage, who's a great person. He came out with this great line of juice. He's French Canadian and is an awesome person. I like him a lot. Another one that I would like to mention is Maxime Dubé with Wire Doctor. He's been with me since the beginning. Wire Doctor, again, amazing wire, great performance. Also would like to thank my build team, Snake Coils team, especially my teammates John and May. Those guys, thank you for everything you did for me as well. I would also I don't want to forget anyone, but I would like to thank 666 Mods, Martin Laforêt, another French Canadian, who's really super passionate about vaping. He's engineering lots of different product, like Mr. T-Tank, his latest product is amazing. The Eastwood, another great RDA, as well as the Norris, the Hand 24, and you name it, and it's still probably crafting somewhere, something new somewhere. I would also like to thank Vincent from VPNG Vapor. These guys creates amazing juice as well. I would also like to thank all my friends on Instagram and other builders that I'm having lots of discussion with. Team Wire Doctor, my friends there, as well as Team Bowtie. So have a good one, have a good competition, and thanks again.
The win this week goes to Teddy Damp for his Suka over Clapton framed vertebrae. And sadly, this week we will be saying farewell to Crazy Vapes. Dan, I appreciate you for being a part of the first season of Coil Wars, man. It was an honor to have you, an honor to build alongside you every week, and we all wish you nothing but the best, man. Thank you again for being a part of the first season of Coil Wars, buddy. Good luck to you, man. This week, getting to know our competitors a bit more, we asked them what their first build was. Beyond just straight wire builds, what was the first thing that they successfully created? Crazy Vape says that the first coil that he learned to make was a fused Clapton. But after his first fused Clapton, he got bored of it pretty fast, so he used about 3,000 feet of wire learning to Alien. And from that point on, it's been his favorite coil, the Alien coil. So he says, honestly, the first real coil that he made was a 3-core Alien, which was 26 gauge cores and 36 gauge Alien Clapton. Schizapart says that when he started vaping, it was about a year ago, but as of April of this year, he began with coil building because he found it to be extremely interesting, that he can do anything himself. He started with Clapton coils, and after a week he immediately switched to making staple coils, and since then he's mainly done things with flat wire. He's never used finished wires like Claptons, Aliens, meaning wires that someone else has completed for him, apart from the finished coils that he's used in his Cubus. He exclusively uses his own handmade products. Ndivine83 VBC says that he followed the order of watching Rip Trippers and then watching Twisted Messes and then watching Squid Dude's tutorials, and he eventually found my tutorials as well looking for Homeboy OC. His first builds were like Micro Dragon coils and Trico coils, and then more popular zippers and Claptons. Honestly, he thinks he tried every one of them the first time he bought a spool of 28 gauge and 32. He says these days he spends a night or two on a single pair of coils. Teddy Dampt began by making Clapton coils. The reason why he started with Claptons is because he was in a WhatsApp group where someone wanted to sell him Claptons for €2.50 for 1 meter. He's a little bit stingy, and he tried to find a way to make them himself. On his YouTube channel, you'll find a video where he makes his first Clapton coil. It's the first video on his channel, in fact. And that was 4 years after he started vaping. For me, first build that I ever learned to make was basically just twisted wire. Twisted round wire cores, twisting different kinds of wire together, 24 gauge twisted with 26, or twisted with 28, or strands of 28 twisted together, or reverse twisted, or twisting twisted wires together, and reverse twisting. That kind of stuff was the first thing that I kind of learned how to do. And that was my first introduction to building and creating different kinds of wires to use in vaping. And soon after that, I wanted to learn to Clapton. I wanted to learn how to expand my horizons with Clapton coils and fused Clapton coils, and around this time is when the Alien coil was starting to come out and people were getting excited about more and more build techniques. So the first coil that I ever really struggled with, the first coil that ever took time for me to learn, was the Clapton. And with that in mind, this week's challenge is all about the Clapton coil. Next week is all about the Clapton coil. So our builders can make anything that they want to make as long as all it consists of are single core Claptons. No fused Claptons, no Alien Claptons, no ribbon wire. All they can use are single core Claptons. One strand of round wire, Clapton over, and another strand of round wire. That's all that they can use to
Stainless,
create
yeah.
builds. They can use multiple Clapton coils to make them, but all they can use are Claptons. They can make Clapton
Yeah,
coils
you're
and
in.
alien
Wow.
Clapton over them with Claptons. They can make Staggertons and just use Clapton coils to make those. They can do just about anything that they want to do as long as all they use are Claptons. Okay? Okay, so this week I threw together a Clapton coil build on the Aeronaut V2. Lately, I've just kind of become enamored with
I like using stainless
Dedupedex's page on
for
Instagram.
building.
I just sort of rediscovered it, I guess. Dedupedex was one of those builders that really got the ball rolling for building. This is back in 2014, basically. He was really big on Instagram and Facebook and posting builds over to ECF, and he was one of the most influential coil builders out there back in 2014, if you ask me. I've kind of rediscovered his page a little bit, and I was looking through it for a while, and one of my favorite builds by Dedupedex is the Swan coil. It's just elegant and beautiful and easy to make, and so I thought this week we'd throw a dual coil build into the Aeronaut of a pair of swans. So creating the Clapton coil, if you've ever seen a build video anywhere, you've probably seen at least a bit on how to make a Clapton coil. The Clapton coil was created by Derek Smalls, and it gets its name from Eric Clapton because it resembles a guitar string like G string on up. A Clapton wire is basically a strand of wire that has been sort of rewrapped over in a much smaller strand of wire. That's it at its core. So I created a Clapton coil using 22 gauge and 40 gauge. And once that was done, I set about creating my swans. When you look at a swan coil, at first glance, it's pretty reminiscent of a parallel wrapped coil. You know, two strands of wire that you've wrapped together. That's what it looks like, but it's actually only a single core wire, because the way that's created is folding the wire in half, and then we're wrapping it together from the fold. You can also wrap from the other end, I suppose, but the key is to make a good swan. If you ask me, you don't want more than 3 wraps. You can do 4, maybe, but I like to keep it no more than 3. That way it's basically a 6-wrap coil in the end. Now, most people make swans, they just wrap them around a screwdriver. That's how I've always done it in the past, but I wanted to give them sort of a mandrel kind of look to them, wrapping around sort of a cone-shaped sort of thing. So I decided to use my needle nose pliers that come in the Geek Vape toolkit. So I first used the toothless pliers to get the bend in the Clapton wire as tight as I possibly could and as gently as I possibly could. Now, I knew it wasn't going to come out perfectly clean because I was using a Clapton. I'm bending it in half and I'm going to be wrapping around toothless pliers, but I still wanted to get it as clean as I could, so I was trying to be gentle as I possibly could be with it. With the Aeronaut V2, the way the well is situated, there's a bit of a cutaway on either side of the well to accommodate your wicking better. I knew that I wanted the ends of the swan to sort of line up with the end of that well so that the wick would go into the well properly. And to do that, I had to actually reverse wrap the swans. So I secured the bend in that wire with the needle nose pliers, and then I wrapped backwards using my left hand to create my swan coils.
Some funky little ditties going. type something or erase that, or type something so that Hot Girls Picks for You goes away. Fucking thing. Can't stand it.
Yeah. In the end, it ohms out at about 0.2 ohms, and I vape it at about 125 watts. I mean, really, I could put this coil back down at, say, 80 watts, and it vapes fine. I just like pushing it a little bit further for that ramp up. 80 watts is a nice, flavorful, chill vape, but I just like pushing this one a little bit harder. I like pushing it at, 110, 120, 125, something like that. It's got a good bite too. It's a good vape. Of course it's going to be delicious. Of course it's going to be flavorful. It's a classic.
Alright everybody, I'm trying to finish this up in the next 30 minutes or something.
I love the surface area
Hopefully,
that
we'll
this
see.
created in here. That's what
I just want to finish this super stag, and then I'm going to probably hop on and just play Fortnite with Ava. Ava stayed home sick
I
today.
wanted something big in because there's a lot of build space in this IPA, and I wanted to use that build space as much as possible.
I was going to...
It's definitely a more artistic coil. There's probably easier ways to make this particular...
This is the intro. The intro. I don't mean the intro. This is just...
Hey Lily. What's up, Casper? What's up? I'm looking at the chat. Fuck these hot girls picks for me. Affectionately. Let's freaking go.
Welcome back to Coil Wars, everyone. A build competition that pits builders in
What's up,
weekly
Uncle
build
Josh?
challenges, eliminating them one by one until only one remains and is crowned the Coil Wars champion. This week we have
I'm the one that remained.
complete builds using only
I
core
remained.
Clapton coils. Nothing else. No ribbon.
No one
wire,
else
no
remained.
Claptons, no alien Claptons.
Just
nothing but
me.
single core Clapton wire. Clapton coil was created by a builder by the name of Derek Small. He named it after Eric Clapton because it resembles a guitar string. Guitar string from G on up through E. The Clapton coil is one of the most influential coils that have ever been made. Where we would be today as builders without the Clapton coil, I don't really know, honestly. I mean, the Clapton coil is just the basis behind so many other builds. It's hard to imagine what we would create without the Clapton coil. So that's what this challenge is, really. It's sort of a tribute, if you will, to the Clapton coil. We're going to kick off this week with Schizopart's build. Schizopart created
This
a
fucking
Clapton
guy. Look at
braid.
this build.
It's a 5-loop braid made up all of Clapton
He
wire.
destroyed my build,
0.05 millimeter over 0.15 millimeter Clapton. Core consists of 4 strands of Claptons as well, 0.3 millimeter cores, 0.05 millimeter Claptons. All said and done, it ohms out at 0.19 ohms. A beautiful range of
Super
colors
stag,
in this
yeah.
build. We have gold and purples
I'm
and
at the final
blues,
step.
but my favorite of all has to be the glow shot. You can see from the way
Look at
that
these
it's
freaking
heating up,
coils I had to go up
it's just
against.
radiating
Look at that
heat
coil.
from
That's such a
the
nice
cores,
coil.
the Clapton
This
wire
coil.
that's heating up all around it afterward.
This guy.
Beautiful, beautiful glow shot here. Beautiful build. The entry from Teddy Damped is a Clapton
Oh my
Inception.
god,
The
dude.
coil itself is a Clapton Boneyard coil, 28
This is what I was going up
cores,
against.
38 gauge Clapton, and a 5-loop vertebrae of 35 gauge cores and 45
My build
gauge
is so
Clapton.
unique though.
I love the color on the
It's
Inception
crazy.
braid.
I think this
itself.
one is, right?
Beautiful rainbow assortment of colors and very intelligent wicking here as well. The build from N Divine 83 VBC. Where to begin, really? This build, there's a lot going on in Nick's build here. Starting from the middle out, he has
my
an Exo
God.
Aliens, 32 gauge core and 42 gauge Clapton, and it's stitched with another Clapton of 42 gauge over 34 gauge. Moving out from there, he has a 38 gauge over 28 gauge Clapton frame. And from there, he's taken two Claptons, 42 gauge over 32, and twisted them together. He's then helixed all of it with another Clapton of 42 gauge over 32. All told, it ohms out at 0.11 ohms. Quite a massive build here, and the Claptons are so clean everywhere. I love the edit that he's put on one of these builds, this Halloween edit with this sort of creepy hand in the corner. Very cool, getting in the spirit. I dig that. But my favorite shot has to be the macro shot. In this macro shot of this coil, we see all the gauges all thrown in together like that, and you can see the difference between all of them. And it's just such a cool build when it's all close up like that. It reminds me of some of the coils that got me into building in the first place. Shout outs for the week. I don't like just shouting out one build, honestly. I like shouting out everyone that's submitted to the Coil Wars page whenever possible. You got this build from Panzer Coil. Beautiful fishtail braid, I believe is what this is. Celtic braid, whatever it is. All made of Clapton coils. Gorgeous color on this build. We've got this series from 907 Vape Life. We've got two different Clapton coils here wrapped in parallel. Beautiful look to this coil when it's all colored up as well. We've got this awesome series from Recoil Wire. It is a Clapton coil paralleled up against a Clapton braid. Beautiful series here, some beautiful colors. Raymond to You submitted a parallel Clapton build with a hybrid wrap down the middle. Alien Clapton wrap down the middle. Just gorgeous. We've got this braid build from Vape Daddy 1052 mounted up in the TM squared RDA. Awesome variations of color here as well. I love this braid that's going on here. It just looks like a clenched fist with that kung fu grip. It looks awesome. We've got this sort of psychedelic edit over this build from Mr. Baboon. Love the colors that came out of this wash, and the edit on it is just really cool. The greens and yellows and blues in this edit are just awesome. We've got this beautiful Clapton paralleled up against these twisted Claptons here from Corsicaya. We've got this one from Bad Motherfucking Mike as well. Teeny tiny Claptons here from Bad Motherfucking Mike. I don't even know what gauge that is. They're just so tiny and so clean. And this build from Choke on My Cloud, I don't even know what's going on here, honestly. It's just a crazy build. I get that there's a stovetop up top, but I can't figure out what's going on with the wrap underneath. It looks like it's 3-core Clapton that's been Claptoned over with another Clapton. I guess it's wrapped like a regular coil. I can't really tell how it's wrapped up. It's just crazy. And Vape Daddy 1052 submitted another build as well, also mounted up in the TM squared RDA. This one is just a clean, simple Clapton. Beautiful builds, guys. Thanks so much for submitting over to the Coil Wars page. I love seeing these builds that everyone is coming up with, and I think as long as it's possible in future episodes of Coil Wars and future seasons of Coil Wars, we're going to do the best we can to shout out all the builds, because it's worth it just to see all the variations that you guys are coming up with. It just adds more fun to the show. So, judges for this week. First up, I'd like to introduce you to Yui, or as he's known on Instagram, Mindforge. Mindforge is a 31-year-old builder
That's
from
the
Germany.
goat.
He started building and vaping about 2.5 years ago, in fact, quit smoking and joined the vaping side. He joined a lot of vape groups, like many beginners do, and saw a lot of builds. It interested him, and so he joined one of the first German build groups and started practicing the techniques, and slowly it came to a point that he wanted more. He wanted his builds to be more clean, more complex. He wanted more quality in his pictures and a better taste for liquids as well. He bought himself a camera to better capture his work, and he posted them up always with a nod to his role models in the vaping game, like Nesquiville or Obi-Vape Kenobi, and a lot of other guys stacking those clean builds and pictures. He soaked up all that he could about building and macro photography like a sponge in this time and tried to find his own style. It was important for him to show what he was able to do, and after his first posts on one of the biggest US groups, Jane, also known as @ShyTots, wrote him a message that she would sponsor him as his first juice sponsor. Jane has been with him pretty much since the beginning and has also created his own liquid on a special line. He was proud of that he had gone beyond his own limits and spent hours to improve his skills. Time went on, and one day even Blue-Eyed Goon 83 hit him up with a question that would change his whole build life, he says. He asked Yui if he would like to be on Team Goon, and he was proud to say he would. So with that, he had his second sponsor and came to be on the best team in the vape game, he says. One day, Jane put him in touch with Kidney Puncher, and she linked him to a build contest to win a sponsorship. Winning that, he had some of the best materials to build with, some crazy wires, and he's been hanging out with his friends and talking a lot about practicing his bad English too. A few months later, he was excited when his build brother Leppyism wrote him a message, and he thought it was going to be one of his dirty jokes at first, but instead he asked if he would join another team. Yui says that he knew his friend was in team build mode, and he read a lot before about that team. This team is a legendary team, and if they really wanted him in there, why fucking not, he says. Team Build Mode has team sponsors like Met4, Kendo Vape Cotton, Twisted Messes, and Tendu Vapor, and the team soon became very much like family to him. He says he's learned a lot, but all this has happened so fast, and sometimes he feels a bit overwhelmed because he knows that he has to focus now. But he says that this is what he's wanted ever since the first day he took to building as a new hobby. He says he's proud to have found some really good friends, and they talk about things aside from building. They share funny times in the team chats, eggplant, whatever that means. He says that he's on his way to find himself in the art of
That's a
vaping.
crazy
He wants
picture.
to thank all the people that
That's a really
supported
nice
him
build.
in his journey. Also to all the sponsors and all his mates, and a big thanks to one of his closest friends, Binyund Brain. He says best wishes to all. See ya, Yui. Randy Davis is 39 years old, or was at the time this bio was written, over at #vapemail.com. He sells his coils there. And he's been vaping for about 3 years. His oldest son is actually who got him to make the switch to vaping. He didn't really get serious about vaping until about the first year went by. He started building actually with spare wire that came inside his RDA packages. Shops around where he lives didn't carry much wire, and it was rather expensive in what they did carry. Finally, he found Jacobs online and bought spools of every gauge and started to watch Rip Trippers tutorials. And he worked himself into a small rut actually for several months. Then he came upon a guy on YouTube doing crazy things with wire, making long chains and staggered fuse Claptons and explaining things like staged heating for coils. Kent Hill, also known as Twisted Messes, quickly became his favorite builder, and it was at that point he saw the potential was really endless. So he started an Instagram account because he was excited to see what the world was doing with coil building. That's when he stumbled across the guy with colored coils, Probes. He wanted colored coils, so as not to look silly asking the guy, I just got on Google and started looking for colored wire. He says that by the time he learned to bring color to his work, he'd already gotten pretty good at this new hobby. Then he discovered the macro lens, and that did it. He was an addict of epic proportion. He didn't even need to rebuild his Addy. He would anyway. But finally, he just started making a graveyard for all the ones he never used because there was a lot. He says that he's pretty fond of a zipper coil. He likes the little illusion that it makes from the twisted wires. Building has really become a way of life for him. He eats, sleeps, works, and builds. He also loves the photo work just as much as building, so it's really a consuming hobby, but also very fulfilling. He says that if you're new to building and you have a passion for it, build, build, build. Practice is perfection. This week, the win goes to Teddy Dampf for his Boneyard Clapton Braid Inception build. Congratulations, Teddy. And congratulations to Nick, and congratulations to Schizapart as well. This week is a non-elimination round.
Oh, imagine that!
This week in the finale. But just because this particular round is a non-elimination round, doesn't mean that these builds
You can watch
factor in and affect our competitors. Enter you guys. That's right. We're asking for some audience participation here. What we need you to do is in the comments section below, we need you to choose the best build from this particular challenge. The builders in this challenge and their builds, once again, Teddy Damped with his Boneyard Inception braid. We have Endivine 83 VBC with his, we'll call it a Helix Clapton build. I don't know what else to call it, there's just too much going on. And we've got the build from Skits Apart, the Clapton braid. What we need you to do is choose the builder who had the best build this week. And what we're going to do is we're going to factor those votes into next week's challenge. You guys are going to have a part to play in who is declared the Coil Wars champion.
I'm the fucking winner.
And to say thank you for your participation, we're offering a pretty awesome giveaway. Now, those of you that watch my channel know that most of the giveaways I do are kind of on the DL. We keep them very quiet. They're done as flash giveaways, and if you watch the whole video, at some point in the video, if you're paying attention, you'll see flash giveaway come up on the screen, and then the rules for the giveaway will scroll through real quick. Those of you that watch my videos know how I like to do things. This is a special case. We're asking you to do something. We need your votes. We need you to cast those votes. You're not going to participate if you don't know that you need to be a part of it, will you? Right? Right. So this giveaway is just a little bit different than the giveaways that I usually do. It doesn't require that you subscribe to my channel. It doesn't require that you like this video or anything like that. Just leave a comment with the name of the builder who you think had the best build on this challenge. That's it. And then
it was me.
What I want you to do is send me an email. Subject heading needs to be Coil Wars Giveaway. And the body of the message, you need to type in your YouTube handle. That's the name that appears next to the comment that you left in step 1. Giveaway is open to anyone of legal vaping age in any country. I will be asking for identification, and you'll be responsible for shipping. First up, you've seen it every week of the Coil Wars competition. I've been using this from start to finish, the 521 Master Kit V2 from Geek Vape. It is an awesome piece of kit. It's got pretty much everything that you need to start building today. You've got your ceramic tweezers, your scissors for your cotton, you've got your wire clippers, your toothless pliers, an ohm meter, and a set of screwdrivers and bits for you to wrap your coils on and open up and close up
the coil I'm building. Look up coil class.
Coil
class. Super Stag. Coil class Super Stag. It's one of the last coil classes. Look up coil class Super Stag.
Everything that you need to get started, except for the drill.
I got a tutorial on every coil. Yeah, this one especially. There's a tutorial on this.
This was sent on over by the manufacturer Avid Artisan. This thing is pretty sweet.
This is one of the final coil
classes on my channel of it sometime this week. Not only can you use it to automatically make your own Claptons, but it comes with a great starter drill that is perfect for learning the ropes when it comes to building. It comes with swivel tools. It comes with a system to lock those swivel tools in place. In addition, to give you some inspiration, we've got 3 sets of pre-made wire spools.
You don't have to look for it. I'll find it for you.
Geekvape.com. 10 feet of stainless steel fuse Claptons, 10 feet of stainless steel Caterpillar track wire, and 10 feet of Canthal A1 Juggernaut wire. Pretty awesome set of pre-built exotic wires to get you started. All you have to do is coil them up and put them in your device. Give you some inspiration and get you building right off the rip before you even have to take out the Avid Artisan drill. Pretty awesome. But what are you going to build on exactly? Well, enter the Griffin 25 Plus, the Avocado 24, and the Tsunami 24 Plus.
She better be good.
3 toppers to get you started. While you're at it, you may as well look like you're sponsored by Geek Vape in the process, right? So, you're getting a snapback hat. You're getting a t-shirt from Geek Vape. So, with all that, you've got everything that you need to start building today. You've got your drill, you've got your build kit, you've got your build mat, you've got your 3 toppers to throw some builds in, and you've got some awesome swag to wear while you're doing all that. I wanted to design the perfect giveaway for the Coil Wars competition. I wanted you guys to have everything that you needed.
Super Stag I did
you
is
could
one of my first
take what
videos,
you've
too.
seen and what you learned in this competition and set about creating your own works of art, your own coil art, your own builds. The Coil Wars
And what's up,
competition was designed to instill a message of advocacy, to pay tribute to the builders out there, to inspire future builders as
Actually,
well.
using that
With
box.
this package that we've put together, you literally have just about everything that you need at your fingertips, minus a mod, minus cotton. Okay? That's all that you need to start building right away. And I hope that it goes to someone that has always wanted to learn to build, but just didn't have the means to put all these different tools together. I hope that we'll see the winner on Instagram and maybe even on future seasons of Coil Wars. This week we asked our competitors what is the most difficult challenge that they've faced in the Coil Wars competition to date. Ndivine83 VBC deliberated long and
Oh
hard
my God!
about his answer. But eventually he said that just sticking to a build was the most difficult thing for him. He says that it's easy when you're casually building to say, I'll go back and revisit this some other time, but with this challenge you basically just have to suck it up and do it. And then he says just picking a build is a challenge itself. He says that each week he would do at least 2 builds and then pick the one that he liked best. But he says it's like asking someone to pick who your favorite child is. It's difficult. Teddy Damped says that the biggest challenge for him was this one. This one right here, the Clapton Challenge. Well, he had some extenuating circumstances.
You seen that?
Everything went wrong. His drill died, then his new drill arrived late the next day. That was horrible. And the good thing is he can make Claptons now with his Dremel, because I guess that's what he resorted to. He resorted to making Clapton coils.
Hey, what are you doing over there, you little shit?
Skizapart said that
You know,
the difficult
Meadow?
challenge for him was the Alien Challenge. But he adds that for him, every build was a challenge that
Where are
he
you?
had never built before or rarely built. So there were some that for him were just a new experience. Take Teddy Damp, for example. He says that for him, the first staggered staple fused Clapton he ever did was here. The first stovetop he ever did was here. The first Suka he ever did was here. The first micro Clapton he ever did was for this challenge. And I think that that's what this competition for our builders is really about. It's about putting everyone outside of their comfort zone. It put me outside of my comfort zone a lot, keeping up with the builders and making a build each week, except that one week where Dwayne put the build together for us. I actually was struggling to make a Suka, and it seemed like an opportunity to actually bring him in. He kind of saved the day there, honestly, or else we wouldn't have had to build that week. With that in mind, the suggested build for next week is the hybrid coil. I say suggested because I know about ×2. Why ×2? Well, that wire is going to wrap around this 4mm internal diameter bit, and it's going to have a place on this end and this end, which adds to the diameter. That comes out to 0.642 millimeters. When we add that to the 4mm internal diameter, we get 4.642 millimeters.
So I'll type in.
That's the total diameter when the 28 gauge is wrapped around that 4mm bit. Now, we multiply that by 3.14.
Coil class super stag.
Pi. 14.57 millimeters.
Super
That
stag.
is the circumference of the 28 gauge wire wrapped around the 4mm bit. So if this coil was only made of 28 gauge and nothing else, each wrap would be 14.57 millimeters. But our first real step in creating this build is to start with our staggered fuse Clapton prep.
This is the finale. An hour long.
And so we're here, the last episode of the first season of the Coil Wars competition. A build comp that pits builders in weekly build
Somebody's
challenges,
buying. Somebody
eliminated one by
is
one
going to buy it
until
tomorrow.
only one remains
Apparently, but
who
I
is
think a
crowned
couple
Coil
people
Wars
want it.
champion.
This moment has been 3 months in the making, and by the end of this
I don't think the
episode, we
person's
will
in
have
shower
our
right
champion.
now.
But I want to make it clear that all the competitors are winners. Of the almost 50 people who submitted their builds so that they can be considered to have a place in this competition, 11 of them won that opportunity. Your votes, the likes that got them entry into this competition, already has declared them all winners. Before we get started, I do want to take the time to thank everyone who made this competition what it is. The competitors who brought it week after week. Bad Motherfucking Mike, Dark Dog Customs, Mountain Tom, Macy Vapes, Laricus88, Tius CFTP, Ramo to You, Crazy Vapes, Schizapart, Teddy Damped, and Divine83 VBC. You guys have made this competition what it is. It's been a wonderful opportunity to know you, to get to know you every week, and it's hard to say goodbye to you guys, honestly. It's strange. It's very strange. All the judges: Hazel Jedi, Proby300, Tommy DeQua, Spaced Coils, Build Lab, Sean Obi27, First Kyle Jones, Trial and Vape, Beefy Billows, Greg Stevens 2, Sean Taft, Ghost Vapor, Trillix Vapes, Farrell, Tibbs Coils, Big Baller, Panzer Coil, Mindforge, and Squirming Coils.
What do you want?
Squirming Coils,
Hey.
who is Randy Davis. And I actually said Randy Davis last
Squirming
week instead of
Coils.
Squirming Coils. I'm sorry about
R.I.P.
that, but
Squirming
thanks
Coils.
for your understanding there. You're awesome. You're a cool dude. I want to thank Dwayne Rambo. Without him, none of this would have ever happened. He's my partner all the way in Coil Wars. I could not have done this competition without his support. He's the co-creator of Coil Wars. He's been with me every step of the way. It wouldn't have been what it is without him. Thanks to the support of Geek Vape, Heaven Gifts, Avid Artisan, Vaporesso, whose products make up the items that we have in our giveaway, whose winner we'll announce in due time. Special thanks to Aeronaut Vapes for creating the Aeronaut V2, which is even better than the original Aeronaut. Reviews coming soon. And for giving us 3 of them for our 3 remaining competitors. Can't wait to get those out to you guys. To Vaping Swag for helping put together some beautiful merch, which is still on the way. And to a couple other contributors who will be talking about in due time, and a couple other judges who will also reveal in due time. It's been a wild ride. It's been 3 months, and it's an experience that I wouldn't have traded for the world. I've loved every minute of putting on this competition. Coil Wars is probably the thing that I'm most proud of having done ever since I started this YouTube channel about a year and a half ago. Yeah, for me it's a real achievement. I'm really proud of what we did with this comp, and I'm looking forward to doing it all over again in the not too distant future. I feel like we did something really special here, guys. So thank you to everyone who was a part of it. This week we asked our competitors, past and present, a very simple question. We asked them what did they take away from having been a part of the Coil Wars competition. And Divine83 VBC says that he gained a lot of friends within the comp, and he feels as though he's become a better builder because of it. But the support is very humbling, from getting into Coil Wars and from feedback from vapors on Instagram and Facebook, family and friends in everyday life. It's awesome. Building is something he loves, and he plans on doing a lot of for a long time. He says he guessed this kind of put the nail in the coffin and assured him that this is something that he should definitely continue and grow from it. He says thanks to everyone for the support. Teddy Damped says that before Coil Wars, he only built about 80% braids. 80% of all his coils were braids. He always wanted to build other things before, but could not motivate himself. For the challenges, he had to build new builds or get eliminated from the competition. For this competition, he built his first Alien in 7 months. He built his first stovetop, his first Suka, his first micro Claptons, his first bridge, and his first staggered stapled fused Clapton for this comp. He said that it was a great new experience for him, and he's thankful for Coil Wars.
Yeah, they're gonna start asking what happened to Wood Josh.
That now he's more variable. He can build.
Well, maybe he'll
braids
see
and
this
build
and
other things
comment.
as well. He wants to thank
just
me,
watched,
Wayne,
like,
and he
10 of his
hopes that we'll have
videos
him on
today,
to be a
live,
judge someday
so-
as well. He says in the Coil Wars chat
Maybe
he
he'll
met
be
some
like,
really
yo,
nice mates. He wishes
don't
all the
be watching my
Warriors luck
videos.
in the final, and all 3 of them he says.
What are you
was
doing?
He says that for him winning 6 of the challenges is amazing. He said that was a huge motivational boost for him, and he thanks Coil Wars. He can only advise anyone next time to enter this challenge. Crazy Vapes says that it was a hell of an opportunity to show the world what he was capable of.
It taught him to think more creatively in an extremely short amount of time. To design, build, photograph in less than usually 3 to 4 days is no easy feat, he says, especially under pressure. For example, he says his hybrid build, he never attempted one before, and somehow he pulled it off. He says the competition truly showed him how much the community appreciates our dedication to this hobby and this art form. He wants to express his thanks to me and Dwayne for the opportunity to show the world our art and the dedication to keep people into this hobby and off of cigarettes. He says that his wife went back to smoking a month ago, and then he finally got her to learn to start building. He says that with her first build, she was so proud of it, she threw the cigs out and said she's never going back. That's awesome. Skids Apart says that we did a great job putting this competition on legs. I guess getting this competition off and running. He says that what he took away from Coil Wars, that the first challenge for him was to translate German into English. He says thanks to Uncle Google again, Google Translator. He says he actually only participated in the fun and didn't think of coming into the season at all. He just linked a picture to the competition page and didn't realize what it was all about. When he entered, he didn't realize he was entering, apparently. So I'm glad that he stuck around. He was under no obligation to. I'm glad he did. He says for him personally, Coil Wars always had only fun to build on. Every building you have not done before poses a challenge that you want to manage as well as possible. He says he's learned a lot. He's met some really cool guys who share the same hobby, the same interest. He says it's nice how they all came together without a fight breaking out between them. We had a group chat going on for all these guys, and there was never any drama, ever. Says he thinks that they all had a lot of fun in there. He also wants to thank his building colleagues, the Coil Wars team, and all the jurors for the cool time he could spend here. He says to remain all like we are, and much success in the future. Viva la Vapeolution. Bad MF Mike. He says that what he took away first was that he needed to improve his photo skills. And he shows a couple pictures here. He says he went from this to this in just a couple weeks' time, with lots of help and tips from others. He says next he gained even more techniques from other builders. He never used swivels or a vise for building before. He said that some of the builds he made came out just by pure luck. He says now luck is out of the equation and he can build with confidence. And he says that that brings him to the most important thing that he took away from Coil Wars was Vape Fam. He says all the builders and judges and even the hosts have been family from start to finish. He says it never mattered if someone else may wind up beating you. We helped each other throughout. He says that's what matters, and that's why vaping will continue to beat smoking for years to come, because we support each other. He says thanks to everyone and thanks to me and Rambo. Macy Vapes says that Coil Wars has been one of the best experiences. He says that he'll remember it for the rest of his life. He's made 13 genuine friends for life, 11 Coil Warriors, and Josh and Rambo, all amazing people that he has massive respect for all of them, and that they're all his vape brothers. He says he's also made coils in this competition that he would have never thought of making, with the help of some really great people. He says it's really been amazing and he doesn't want it to end. He says good luck to the final 3, and vape on, fam. He says that his biggest takeaway is that anything is possible. You just have to try hard and it'll happen. TUCFTP says that he's taking away a whole lot of inspiration and tips and tricks. He learned a lot from the others in the Coil Wars competition, and he made a friendship that he doesn't want to ever lose. He says some were more crazy than others, but all were great dudes, no matter nationality or age or the fact that they competed together. He says he never saw any one of them not helping or giving a tip or answering a question when asked how to do something, like a braid, for example. He says he wishes more people were like this. Ramo to You says that he learned that he loves being challenged and competing. But seriously, he's learned that he should explore more things that he's not very skilled at. Even though he may feel that it won't be perfect in the end, he's a perfectionist, he says, he may discover a new idea or route that he wouldn't necessarily have taken before. Before the competition, he was stuck in a set routine and wouldn't stray from what he felt he was good at. Now he finds it pretty exciting trying new things, and when it works out, he feels that much more accomplished. Laricus88 would like to say that it was a great experience to meet and compete alongside some amazingly talented builders.
This was like 5 years ago.
He enjoyed the challenge of pushing himself to try new things and progress himself as a builder. He says good luck to the eventual winner. Mountain Tom would like to express his thanks for having the opportunity to take part in such an amazing competition. Everyone has been so helpful helpful and supportive, and he'd like to say that he's made some true friends as we progress through it. He started with not much hope and didn't have faith in what he was doing, but having been involved, he now takes pride in his work and he pushes himself every time. He says he sits at his build desk, and although
This
is called a
video
competition, it's been
was
more like a group of down-to-earth dudes
6
helping
years
each
ago.
other and urging each other to progress as a builder. He says that he and
6
everyone
years.
else has taken a lot from this, and he certainly wouldn't be where he is today if it wasn't for us and everyone who helped this become what it is. He says he knows that that sounds cliche as shit, but it's true. He says thanks to all the judges, they must have had such a hard time picking out the winners of each round. He says the level of skill, imagination, and influence they had to consider was incomprehensible. He says who knew having one type of coil to build would lead to so many variations. He says thanks again for having him, it's been one hell of a ride, and he certainly appreciates the opportunity. He hopes to keep in touch with the guys and continue to share help and advice. He's really learned a lot. He says keep up the great work. Dark Dog Customs says, force yourself to evolve, step out of your comfort zone, and try something new and different. Until you do, you'll never know what you can accomplish as a builder, with any other skill, craft, with life in general. I can tell you that Dwayne and I often marveled at how well everyone got along together. There was never really any sort of drama. It was kind of amazing. You wouldn't know that they were in a competition together if you weren't running the competition. It was just kind of great seeing how they all interacted like that. And I think that that was my favorite thing about the Coil Wars competition, was watching them all come together and learning from each other. So many of them said, like, sort of a second education. And it was a second education for me too. I came out a better builder because of them. It was a privilege. An absolute privilege, gentlemen. The suggested build for this week was a hybrid coil.
Yeah, it
A coil
was.
that is made up of various
Must have been a
different
privilege.
components, different build styles,
Yeah,
all
right.
roped up into one coil. For example, the one that we made last week had a straight wire wrap, fuse clapped-in wraps, a staggered fuse clapped-in wraps, and it had alien wraps all in the same coil. So that's a hybrid coil. A number of different styles of builds all roped up into one coil. But we didn't want to hinder our competitors. We didn't want them to be encumbered in any way. We wanted them to be completely free on their final challenge to do anything that they wanted to do. We didn't want to limit them in any way, so we opened up this challenge to a completely freestyle build. Our competitors could build anything that they wanted to make for this challenge. Judges for the week. Our judges for this week include some of the biggest names in the vape world. First, I'd like to introduce you to one of the vape world's very first female builders, a huge inspiration to a heck of a lot of people, Nicole J27TX. In our Coil Wars group chat and in my discussions with Rambo, her name has come up more than once as not just one of the great female builders out there, but one of the great and influential builders out there, period. Her work exudes a mastery over helix and twisted style builds, a great eye for color, and a playfulness that is not often present in the work of wirecrafters. She made her Instagram debut just over 2 years ago, back in 2014, and like so many of the greats, her humble beginnings evolved into a style all her own. What I love most about Nicole's work is the playfulness of her later work, in which she starts to exhibit an entirely singular editing style in which she would incorporate cartoons and pop culture icons into her builds and drip shots. Characters like Betty Boop and Nemo and the Gremlins and the Minions became part of the artwork itself. Her style became so iconic that she began performing these and similar edits over the work of other great builders that were coming up around that time. Builders like Jones and Builds, Offworld, and Oh Mine all received similar treatments in their work. These days, Nicole works with Phil over at Vapix, a page with almost 130,000 followers, helping to promote some of the best products the vape world has to offer. Nicole is judging this event both as a representative of the Vapix project and as one of the most influential builders of our time. You've heard the name time and time again. In the vape community, in the build community, there are few who are more well known and more well respected. With original concepts like the Alien Coil, the Suka Coil, Reef Wire, the Arch Clapton, Blue-Eyed Goon 83 has paved the way for builders for years and years to come. 10 years from now, new builders experimenting with wire for the first time will aspire to master his creations. Sean, it's an honor to have you here today. Sean says that he started vaping in July of 2013 after the birth of his son. His first rebuildable was an authentic K-Fun Light, and his first authentic RDA was a Still Air version 1. He was always motivated by the other guys stepping outside the round wire box, like Kent, Victor Vapenstein, TKOHL, Squid Dude, Solid Vapor, and a few others. Really, he says he was just driven by the art and friendly competition at first. He never realized for a second that it would take him to the heights that it has. At this point, he says that he is a self-proclaimed retired builder. As with anything else, the newer generations have taken what early gens have done to new heights and are well beyond his skill or patience level. He feels like he's contributed to the evolution of building in a slight way, and now he has set his sights on evolving the hardware game the same way. Yeah, that Goon LP? As soon as that thing drops, you know I'm going to be on that pre-order. I cannot wait for that thing. It just looks so friggin' cool to build on. I can't wait to mess around with that thing. Few in the community can say that they've contributed more to the vape world and the build community than our last judge has. This dude gave up a career in architecture to pursue his dreams here in the vape world, and it shows in his work. He goes by the name of Squid Dude, though many call him simply the Dude. Ryan is the creator of the fused Clapton coil, the staggered fused Clapton coil, the staple coil, the staggered staple fused Clapton coil, and the frame staple coil, among others. All of which are explained in vivid detail in The Art of Vaping, his YouTube channel. A channel I personally consider to be the single greatest build channel on this entire website, on all of YouTube, and was a huge inspiration to my own channel when I started making my own build videos. They have a style all their own, and visually they are simply incredible. Today, Ryan has his own line of premium handmade coils, a juice line, branded wicking material, an incredibly innovative RDA, and his own line of apparel. He is considered by many, myself included, to be one of the most influential builders of all time. Case in point, the staple Staggerton. Not his creation, but could not have been created without the tools he originally gave us with his staggered and stapled original concepts. Without Ryan's ingenuity and the concepts that he laid out, building today would look quite different than what it has become. Ryan, you're an asset to this community, and I thank you for taking the time to judge this last round of Coil Wars with us. Our judge's decision will decide once and for all who is the Coil Wars champion. All of our competitors in the Coil Wars competition will receive a shirt from VapingSwag.com, a Coil Wars shirt with their names on the back. It was custom made for this competition. You can buy them as well at VapingSwag.com, but I have purchased shirts for each one of the competitors. Those items are currently en route to me. Once they arrive, they'll be going out to our competitors. Our top 3 competitors will each receive an Aeronaut V2 courtesy of Aeronaut Vapes. We're going to give the winner first choice because apparently not everyone agrees with me that the purple one is the coolest. Some people want the gold one a little bit more than the rainbow one. Go figure. I've got a singular taste, I guess. I don't know. Huge thank you to Daniel at Aeronaut Vapes for sending these over so we can get them out to the winning builders. I love the Aeronaut, and I love the Aeronaut V2 even more. It's the greatest RDA that's ever been made as far as I'm concerned. I can't wait to get this out to you guys. If you've never tried one, you need to tell me how you like it. But the champion, Coil Wars champion, is going to receive this one-of-a-kind box mod designed specifically for the Coil Wars competition. This box has been a labor of love, a true labor of love. Dwayne Rambo started designing this box weeks before he told me about it. He worked with a builder by the name of Greg Nelson, a box maker by the name of Greg Nelson. That's his logo right here. He worked with him to create the perfect box for a builder. Basically a builder's dream. Triple parallel unregulated box. The 30mm 510. 2 international rectifier 3034 MOSFETs in parallel. Alpine Tech 1590B CNC enclosure. Alpine Tech 12mm switch. Mod sleds, triple 18650 3D printed sled. Fat Daddy Vapes, 30mm low profile 510, and magnets are installed to only fit the right way. This box is a thing of beauty.
I kind of want one myself, and you know Waffles won't let me play with unregulated mods, but I desperately want one myself. This thing, oh man. The finish is just buttery, silky smooth on this paint job. And it doesn't end there. We sent it to an engraver as well. Normally Greg's boxes are sort of printed on here, his logo, and that's it. And they're beautiful boxes like that. But we wanted to go the extra mile for our winner, so Dwayne contacted an engraver who he had befriended on Facebook, and we had it sent from the mod maker to the engraver so he could put this on the front and engrave Greg's logo on the back. This box is truly one of a kind, and I gotta tell you, the performance. Greg's been dying for me to tell him about the performance of this mod, and I gotta tell you, Greg, it's beautiful, man. It's beautiful. Absolutely perfect. I couldn't have imagined it any better. I want to say that they've taken out the lean, too. There's no lean to this Hammond box. It's perfect. In every way. But that's not the whole story of this box. You have to understand that Dwayne didn't actually pay money for this box. What he did was he created sets of coils and traded them to Greg in exchange for making the box. So this box mod was created for Coil Wars and funded with a trade of actual coils to get it made. He did this entirely on his own before I knew anything about it. We did pay the engraver. The engraver is actually not a vapor. The mod itself is completely funded with coils created for the Coil Wars competition. It's truly a special piece. Greg, you're amazing for putting this together. It's a thing of beauty, and the engraving on it, the engraving is just gorgeous. Perfect. Vapes, awesome. It's phenomenal. I'm trying to use it as little as possible so that when I get it out to the winner, it's as pristine as it can possibly be. We're going to kick this week off with Skitsapart. Skitsapart created a pair of 30 gauge cores and 38 gauge staggered Claptons to make up his frames. Inside, separated by a Clapton consisting of a 30 gauge core and a 42 gauge Clapton wrap, he's got a pair of 35 gauge vertebrates, and he's fused it all together in 38 gauge. Beautiful progression of color here in Skitsapart's build. Golds into oranges and blues and purples, and ending all wicked up with some very subtle pastels. A clean glow shot as well, all mounted up in the Raven RDA from Vapor's Cloud. Next up, Teddy Dampt went a bit outside of his comfort zone with this build. Here he created his first build.
Hold on. What was I up against? He saved the best for last, obviously.
Clean glow shot as well, all mounted bills to get it made.
Whoa.
He did this entirely on his own before I knew anything about it. We did pay the engraver. The engraver is actually not a vapor. The mod itself is completely funded with coils created for the Coil Wars competition. It's truly a special piece. Greg, you're amazing for putting this together. It's a thing.
What did I lose to?
And the engraving on it. The engraving.
And you make sure everything was copacetic.
Perfect. Vapes. Awesome. It's phenomenal. I'm trying to use it as little as possible so that when I get it out to the winner, it's as pristine as it can possibly be. We're going to kick this week off with Skitsapart. Skitsapart created a pair of 30 gauge cores and 38 gauge staggered Claptons to make up his frames. Inside, separated by a Clapton consisting of a 30 gauge core and a 42 gauge Clapton wrap, he's got a pair of 5 loop 35 gauge vertebrates, and he's fused it all together in 38 gauge. Beautiful progression of color here in Skitsapart's build. Golds into oranges and blues and purples, and ending all wicked up with some very subtle pastels. A clean glow shot as well, all mounted up in the Raven RDA from Vapor's Cloud. Next up, Teddy Dampt went a bit outside of his comfort zone with this build. Here he created his first build using corrugated ribbon. He took 2 strands of 0.4mm ribbon and corrugated them down the middle, followed by 3 strands of straight ribbon on either side, and framed it in 26 gauge, which he staggered and fused every third wrap with 38 gauge.
It's a thick beast of a coil with 3 wraps on the Aeronaut RDA. He's got the top tube in the bottom here, and you can see how chunky this wire is the way it's hanging out the posts. The coil uses just about every spare millimeter of space in this 24mm deck. I like the choice he's made to keep the staggering more sparse. You can really see what's going on with the cores in there. And I'd be hard-pressed to choose a favorite between the macro here and the through-and-through shot. It's almost like a skeleton here. It's just a great build. And our last build comes from Ndivine83 VBC. Nick created a helix build here, a hybrid helix build to be precise. From the inside out, he has 4 strands of 0.4 ribbon, 2 nichrome, and 2 canthal that he's framed in 28 gauge. Then he's taken 38 gauge and created a staggered stapled fuse clapton for the 2 most inner wraps and an alien for the 2 outer wraps. He's twisted 2 strands of 26 gauge together, 1 nichrome and 1 canthal, and framed the build on either side, helixing it over with 5 strands of 38 gauge. The mix of nichrome and canthal here helps to create some really beautiful and interesting colors and patterns in the build, where all the nichrome is changing color and the canthal is changed. So all you see here is pops of color coming in on the twist and on the 2 strands of wire in the center of the staggered stapled fuse clapton. It's a very vibrant, very colorful, and interesting coil that Nick's put together here. Lots of blues toward the end of the pulsing process, but my favorite has to be the macro midway through, where the colors are a mix of purples and blues and yellows and oranges. He's got an intelligent use of wire here mounted up in the goon. Before we reveal our Coil Wars champion, let's hit up the randomizer and find out who is going to be taking home the awesome Coil Wars giveaway. I have a total of 313 names in this list over on random.org. We're going to go ahead and hit the randomize button and find out who is our winner. Drum roll, please. And our winner is, I hope I'm saying this right, Hervé Blanchon. So, Hervé, congratulations. You're the winner of the Coil Wars giveaway. So, Hervé, you're going to receive this awesome 521 Master Kit V2. You're going to get this Vaporesso build mat, something we forgot to mention in the giveaway last week when we announced it. Sorry about that, Vaporesso. Yeah, they sent this on over with some of their latest devices. And
I don't want to talk about the final week of Coil Wars ever.
So,
okay.
You're going to get this nice build mat to build on as well.
Ever,
you're going to get the Griffin 25 Plus, the Avocado 24, the Tsunami 24 Plus, the Daedalus from Avid Artisan, a 10-foot roll of Juggernaut wire, 10-foot roll of Fuse Clapton wire, 10-foot roll of Caterpillar track wire, a Geek Vape hat, and a Geek Vape shirt. So we got a nice giveaway set up for you.
No, I should have done a full Helix.
With that, the winner of the Coil Wars competition. First choice of the Aeronaut V2. Personally, I think the rainbow's a little cooler than the gold, if you ask me, but that's just me, I guess. And the one-of-a-kind Coil Wars box mod, the labor of love from Dwayne Rambo, Greg Nelson, and our engraver, Dustin. The winner is... I mean, the moment I say it, it's over. The warrior, who will have the right to call himself the Coil Wars champion, is none other than Schizopart.
Bullshit. This is bull. No,
Schizopart's
awesome.
He honestly did not expect it, and he is of course glad to bring the title to Germany. He would like to thank all the participants of Coil Wars, myself, and Rambo, his building colleagues, and the judges for this season. He'd like to give a very special thanks to his father and mother who have begotten, born, and raised him. He loves them. He says thank you also to his wire suppliers, RDA and mod and box manufacturers, cotton manufacturers, liquid labelers, Nikon, and Sigma for the photo equipment. He says thank you for everything, and Viva La Vapevolution. And with that, I'd like to reintroduce you to my partner, Dwayne Rambo, co-creator of Coil Wars, who'd like to say a few words.
I thought I was second, but I was.
What's up, YouTube? First, I'd like to thank every builder that participated. Everybody.
I'm almost done here. I'm going to shut it down.
Really made this happen. Each and every week we gave you a challenge, and each and every week you guys came through and blew my mind away. Absolutely amazing. Each and every one of you are great builders. You've inspired the community, and I'm sure the community's thankful for it. The judges, each and every one of you, stepped up to the plate and executed. You did your job, and you did a good job, and I thank you, every one of you, for it. Josh, don't forget about you either, bud. Thank you for hearing me out. Thank you for doing this. You nailed it, man. I couldn't have asked for better, and I'm very thankful for it. And look forward to seeing more Coil Wars. I'm in the background and my mind is constantly spinning, trying to come up with more ideas, better ideas. It's going to be hard to top this season. I can tell you that right now. We're going to try. And last but not least, I'd like to congratulate the winner. Chiselpart, it's well deserved. You're an excellent builder, a huge inspiration to the community. But like I said, I don't want to look past all the other builders. You guys are all fantastic. All of you, each and every one of you. I can't stress that more. You guys just blow my mind. Inspire me. I'd also like to thank each and every one of you out there in YouTube land for supporting Coil Wars, supporting Josh's channel. I hope it's inspired you to pick up a drill and get to building. Or if you already build, I hope it inspired you to do some new builds. This inspiration that Coil Wars is getting, it's amazing. It really is. So with all that being said, look forward to another season of Coil Wars coming up in the future. I've got some more coils to get to building. Peace out, YouTube.
The shout-outs on the Coil Wars page this week. It was, oh my goodness, the turnout of builds that were submitted to the Coil Wars page this week just blew my mind. Not only were there just so many of them, but so many of them were just awesome. Amazing builds this week from everyone who contributed to the Coil Wars page. They just kept coming and coming and coming. It was just an awesome farewell week for the final week of the Coil Wars competition. I can't thank you guys enough. I love what you guys did for this page this week. And I'm just gonna go scrolling on through them because there's just so many, and so many of them just deserve their due. They're just awesome. First, I'm going to show you the series from Irk, which should have been on last week, but I just missed it. It is a half staggered fused Clapton made up entirely of Clapton coils. Endivine 83 VBC was on there with some Halloween edits. Clouds for Days is on there. I'm not sure how to say this. SECACW put out his first ever hybrid coil. Jitis Vapes threw out this 6-core staggered fused Clapton, but wait, there's more from him, so hold on to that thought. That is a half-staggered stapled alien from Steamiac Vape Kicks right there. Corsicaya put out his first ever hybrid build. PT Coil has this staple series spread out through this entire page here. This series from Space Coils is spread out through here as well. It is really, really awesome. This one from Tasty Ohm Coils, this hybrid series, knocked me on my ass. I love this one. I love all the pictures here, but I especially love the ones where he is basically in the viewfinder of his camera. I guess that was just the first one from Tasty Ohm Coils where he's in the viewfinder, but I love that shot because you have that cannon down there. Totally cool. Yeah, this series from Space Coils is just mind-bending with the upside down and the inside out stuff going on. Love that. Logo Vape is on here. TUCFTP has several series on here. He basically did sort of a retrospective in Razorback wire. It's really challenging stuff, and it's next on my list of what I want to learn to do. I'm going to be having some fun with that very, very shortly. A bunch of builds from Panzer Coil and Procrastination builds spread out through here. There's another Razorback from TUCFTP. This awesome winch coil from the Mike Vapor Journey. Dave Exgore with some vertebrades. Maui Coils Co. with this ginormous hybrid coil. Jeebus. That thing is big. Someone say series build. Oh, there it is. That's the 10-core staggered fused Clapton from Jitis Vapes. Crazy Vapes has this awesome series spread out through here. This hybrid alien series. Clapton aliens in the middle and regular aliens on the sides. Super cool. Logo Vape. There's more of that build from PT Coil. Teddy Damp's build. Lost Vapes has this awesome dragon skin coil here. Old school stuff. Super cool and well executed. Oh man, this hybrid from Jitis Vapes. I love this hybrid from Jitis Vapes. It's just so cool because those wraps are just, there's just such a dichotomy between the size of those wraps. I love that build. Love it. Macy Vapes on here with an awesome Staggerton. Here's more of that build from Crazy Vapes, getting some nice color in there, man. And another one from Jitis Vapes, Glow Shot in this Enigma with this Clapton runner. Oh man, that looks cool. I'm not even sure what's going on here with this one. Is it like split alien? Is that what's happening here? Like an alien with a split in the middle? That's crazy. Ramos build. Oh man, I love Ramos build. It's an Enigma in the middle with parallel Sukas, and it's all over a staple. There's that build from Jitis Vapes all mounted up. Split core alien, a 10 split core alien. Huh, that's really interesting. Love this one from Zeke's Traveler, this 10-ply staggered staple fused Clapton Infinity Coil and mounted up in the Goon. Squirt 705 has a few builds on here. More from T-Use, more from Teddy. Dan W. Guy put out a couple of really nice hybrids. I'll show you the other one in a bit. The other one is even better than this one. That's the one that I really like from Squirt 705. This montage, I love this montage here. There's another really cool montage from Squirt 705 too. I think Spaced Coils had a lot of fun with this series. Vape Beast 36 TVL on here with looks like some Claptons with reef wire on there. It's just crazy. Coil Builder J VBC has some of these really nice shots. This frame staple alien, this spaced frame staple alien. Big Texas Vapor Shop. Panzer Coil has a few builds on here. Like I said, there's another one from Tasty Ohm Coils. Decaf 115 is on here. Chaos Heisen. I mean, I love the color on this shot, man. The color on this shot is just ridiculous. Oh, there's that other one from Dan W. Guy. Man, a 4-core hybrid coil, aliens on the side, and a staggerton down the middle. Man, T-Use. That Razorback wire, you can really see it on that one, man. That is friggin' cool. There's another one from N-Divine 83 VBC. More from Coil Country 970, some nice color on that, man. More from Panzer Coil, Squirt 705, Procrastination builds. Awesome, guys. Thank you all so much for participating and contributing to the Coil Wars page. Amazing. And with that, thank you to everyone who has been contributing to the Coil Wars page and has helped grow the page to more than 2,000 followers already in this short amount of time. It's going to be you guys who follow this page and contribute to it, who help grow this page into something even bigger than it already is, who grow this competition into something bigger than even I or Dwayne can possibly imagine right now. Because the war isn't over. The battle is just beginning. With that in mind, I'd like to tell you about what's coming up next. Introducing Coil Wars Battles. Each month, we're going to pose a new challenge to the Coil Wars page. For the entire month, we'll focus on one open-ended challenge. An entire month in which we focus on one skill, one
that
technique,
happened for a little bit, the Coil
build
Wars
skill
battles. You can go
that
check
we
that
wanna
out.
put out
But
there
also, I
so
did a
that
season
you
of
guys
Coil
can
Wars
continue
after this. They
run
asked
with
me to do
and
one
make
when I
your
started
own.
my YouTube channel. I did a season of it. So, there's also a season that I did. There was only like 3 or 5 episodes or something like that. But that was one of the first build-offs I did. So I was the host of the 2nd season. I'm almost done here and I'm going to be wrapping it up. Been live forever, man. It's crazy. That was fun listening to that. What a trip back in time that was. Man, that's crazy. It brings back so many fucking memories. Good ones, too. I actually miss it. It's kind of fucked up listening to it that's when like the regulations started. It was like the whole idea to the Coil Wars, the resistance. And I'm still here. Just like I said. I think everything I said in that video still stands up. Still stands. He looks a lot younger than, yeah. I mean, I think he was younger then, 6 years ago. But yeah, when he shaves his beard, he looks young. He's still around. He stops in here every once in a while. He was in here like a couple shows ago. But Homeboy Josh, nobody's heard from him. People ask me all the time and I have no clue. I think he was just sick of doing YouTube. He stopped a little after Coil Wars. I am finished. I'm done. Man. wait to wrap them, but I can show you close up what they came out looking like. I'm sure they're amazing. Hold on. Where's my lens? Damn it. Well, Tim, I'm glad I could be a positive part of your life. It's usually my goal. Usually my goal is to be a positive part of people's day. Oh, this fucking camera's gonna start doing that bullshit. There you go. Alright, guys, look at that thing. I am done with coils for today. That was another 6-hour fucking stream, guys. I don't know what else to tell you. Other than arrivederci. Arrivederci. I don't know what that means. I don't know what arrivederci means, but I'm telling it to you now. I will tell you arrivederci right now. I will tell you about the arrivederci later in the next show. Okay? I'm gonna shut this down. I'm gonna do. Listen to me. Listen. Listen to me. Okay? You need to take me seriously right now. I'm gonna shut this show down. It needs to be shut down. Okay? I'm gonna shut this show down. Hold on. Look at me. Look at me. I'm gonna shut this show down. and I'll be back. I'm gonna play Fortnite on Twitch, probably. On Xbox. I'll be back here at some point this week. We'll be live again. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day. Who knows? I think I gotta take mail out tomorrow, though. I think I'm done building the coils I need to build. And now. I gotta send them out. So seriously? Have a good night, everybody. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed. That Coil Wars was pretty cool. I'm gonna have to label this video something like that. Yeah, I'm out of here. Thank you all for watching. Peace out. See you in the next